All right. We're good old Mitt.
On the moon.
All right, I'm gonna pause Mitt. Uh, hello. Happy Sunday. It is July 16th. Welcome. That's right. It's Mitt Romney time. Oh, and I have a fancy new thing. You ready? Hope you're ready. Hope you're sitting down. Here we go. Whoa. Got a little change here for the at least the starting soon, the break and ending I guess scenes. And if you type emo if you put an emo in chat, it'll pop up on screen only on these scenes. Oh, there he is. Carrie floating in the abyss. As there's an airplane that flies. There's my taxpayer dollars. I think you can hear it, right? Yeah. Mike's picking it up. Doing their 10 o'clock run, I guess. It's so loud. Waiting for it to pass. Alright, I think it's almost gone. Welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. It is July 16th, 2023. We're continuing our marathon. We're at the home stretch of watching every presidential debate that's been aired on television. United States presidential debate, in case you're confused. For today, we're doing Mitt Romney versus Obama. This is going to be I think, I wouldn't say nostalgia, but just I wonder how much I'm going to remember from these, because these are the first debates that I watched. This is when I kind of started paying attention to politics more, at least on I wouldn't say everyday level, but a much more frequent level than ever before. Because I mentioned it last time we did Obama versus McCain, I started paying attention, but I wasn't like following too much. But Obama, Mitt Romney, all of 2020 or 2012, almost said 2020. 2012 is when I started paying attention a little bit more, watching some speeches and watched some of the debates, like I said, and I think I watched all three of these. So we'll see if I remember any of this. And yeah, I'm really curious to jump back in 11 years later, basically 10 years ago. Pretty crazy. In terms of announcements, I did make a post on Twitter and in Discord saying what the rest of the schedule will be for these streams. So today we're doing the Obama versus Romney, like I said, starting at noon Eastern time, 10 a.m. for me. And then the next one will be this Friday, 7/21 at 8 p.m. This one I'm assuming will probably be one of our bigger audience polls, I would imagine. Trump versus Clinton this Friday, 8 o'clock Eastern, so that'll be 6 o'clock my time. And then the very last one will be Trump versus Biden, which will be Wednesday, 7/26 at 8 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock my time. The reason, I wanted to do a weekend day. I felt Friday. I think someone suggested it last time that we should do the Clinton and Trump one on a Friday night. I think that's a good call. And it works out in terms of the spacing. Then, next Wednesday, not this coming Wednesday, but the Wednesday after, Trump versus Biden. Since there's only two of them, I think on a weeknight, that's not going to be too bad. So, yeah, looking forward to finishing these up and heading into August, and hopefully there's Republican debates. I don't know when I haven't seen any announcements of them, but I don't know if that's something they would announce right now anyways. There's also rumors that Trump won't even do debates, which would be unfortunate for us. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But regardless, very excited to finish this project. I also Did upload all the way up to, I think it was HW versus Clinton versus Perot on my YouTube channel. They're on there and a little bit more. I didn't like cut things out really. It was just more condensing it into one stream. If there was ever any breaks or anything, I just cut those out. So they're on YouTube. Go check them out if you missed any past streams. I did also highlight the old streams, but they're, like I said, those will include the breaks and any gaps like that. So, but let me recording. I restarted the recording just because I was having audio issues at the start. Let me get let me switch the scene over 1 sec. Let's see. As my nose also starts running, so you don't have to see that. I did take allergy medicine, so hopefully we're good. Oh, by the way, we were listening to the Mitt Romney acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention. So after he wins the primary, which actually, let me get that up too. Ah, man, my nose, dude. It's also really hot in here, so I'm probably gonna die again. All right. Where is my scene? There we go. All right. So, Mitt Romney for president 2012. Officially began running on June 2nd, 2011, where he formally announced his candidacy in New Hampshire. He previously ran in 2008 Republican primaries. We remember that. And I don't think he got any of the... No, he did. He did get 271. So he was a decent challenger for John McCain, but John McCain had it. So he kind of made sense for next in line. He became the presumptive nominee with his victory into the Texas primary in May of 2012. And then in 2012, he announced Paul Ryan, a longtime U.S. representative, Wisconsin's 1st congressional district, as his running mate for vice president. Ryan would be elected to Speaker of the House in 2015. I remember that. So that speech was in Tampa, Florida, of course. If he did win presidency, spoilers, he didn't. He'd become the first Michigan native to serve as president. And the first Mormon president, that's right. Then November 2018, he was elected U.S. Senator from Utah, which is where he's still at today. I wanted to see... Is there like a... Usually there's a tab for... just the primary. Because obviously Obama would just get the nomination again. I want to see the primaries. No, this is just all about... Here we go. Mitt Romney and Ron Paul. Ron Paul got 190 delegates. Looks like he got from Minnesota, Nevada. So is there anyone else? Withdrew after the primary. So really, it was just them two. Ron Paul and Mitt Romney. It's pretty, I guess, light field. Yeah, Newt Gingrich, that's right. Rick Santorum. Rick Perry. I think some of these people would appear in 2016 as well, because in 2016 you had a lot more. I think you had like 6, including Trump. Gary Johnson, that's right. So yeah, not much going on here. So following individuals found for the federal or FEC, blah blah blah. In the table, those marked lighter gray were not featured in any televised debates that occurred while their respective campaigns were active. So there was still some debates like Newt Gingrich and stuff. Okay. But once the voting really came down to it, it was easily Mitt Romney, it looks like. So, I mean, obviously it was. Oh, Newt did get some. Okay. This is a better table here. If anything, Rick Santorum did better. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. 7 major candidates were in the race to become the nominee. Michelle Bachmann was the first drop out, ending her campaign after a poor performance in Iowa. John Huntsman withdrew from the race after placing 3rd in New Hampshire. Rick Perry dropped out of Iowa and New Hampshire, but prior to South Carolina primary after polling poorly. Rick Santorum spent his campaign in April after polls showing a strong possibility he would lose his home state of Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's never a good look. Newt Gingrich withdrew after insufficient funds prevented him from moving forward. Yeah, I don't think anyone gave a shit about Newt Gingrich. I remember Newt Gingrich was such a meme at this time. So, May 14th, 2012, Ron Paul announced that his campaign would switch to a delegate accumulation strategy. On May 29th, according to the projected counts, Mitt Romney crossed the threshold of 1,144 delegates, and he was formally nominated as a Republican at the Republican National Convention on August 28th. Yeah. Okay, this is a lot better. Yeah. Mitt crushed it. I mean, Rick Santorum got a decent amount here. But yeah, so that's Mitt. Any other information? Remember, I think his dad was his dad ran for president once. I remember reading about I think he was part of. Yeah, he's part of the American Motors Corporation. I remember reading this one book about strikes and stuff, and yeah, in the 50s here, and he was like involved with on the American Motors Corporation end. Romney's first son, Taggart. God damn it! I felt it coming. I was trying to stop it. Sorry, folks. Yeah. All right, that's enough about Mitt. We know who Mitt is. We love Mitt. So let's just get into it. This is the first debate. This one was in. Oh yeah, this is the one that took place here in Denver, Colorado. This is where I used to work. It's at University of Denver. So let me see if I recognize this building here. I remember seeing when I first started working, I saw a couple signs that they had like in the office from when this was happening. It was a big deal on campus. All right, let's start it.
Good evening from the Magnus Arena at the University of Denver in Denver, Colorado.
I'll say, so Magnus Arena. Okay. That's the hockey stadium.
I'm Jim Lara of the PBS NewsHour, and I welcome you to the first of the 2012 presidential debates between President Barack Obama the Democratic nominee, and former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney, the Republican nominee. This debate and the next three, 2 presidential, 1 vice presidential, are sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. Tonight's 90 minutes will be about domestic issues and will follow a format designed by the Commission. There will be 6 roughly 15-minute segments with 2-minute answers for the first question, then open discussion for the remainder of each segment. Thousands of people offered suggestions on segment subjects or questions via the internet and other means, but I made the final selections, and for the record, they were not submitted for approval to the Commission or the candidates. The segments, as I announced in advance, will be 3 on the economy and 1 each on health care, the role of government, and governing, with an emphasis throughout on differences, specifics, and choices. Both candidates will also have 2-minute closing statements.
I think this is his
the
last
audience
one,
here
too.
in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, applause, boos, hisses, among other noisy, distracting things, so we may all concentrate on what the candidates have to say. There is a noise exception right now, though, as we welcome President Obama and Governor Romney.
Well, this is so... I'm just trying to think of the layout. So it's at Magnus Arena, like they said. So it's a hockey stadium. So I'm assuming they're on... Because like during graduation stuff too, they will, put stuff over the ice. And so the stage is like basically on the ice. That's what I'm assuming is happening here. Damn, I didn't know they was here. I thought it was going to be at, because they have a bunch of like theaters and stuff. I thought it was going to be at there, but I guess this makes sense too. Yep. Okay, I know. Yeah, this is up here. There's like an upper part for like VIP for the during hockey games and stuff. And then here is the stands, and then they definitely took down the hockey glass and had people sitting down here. This is crazy. This is super surreal for me. Because I've gone here like plenty of times, and I'm like, I didn't know it was Mitt and Obama right here, dude. That's crazy.
Jim?
Gentlemen, welcome to you both. Let's start the economy, segment 1, and let's begin with jobs.
Segment 1, it's going to be segments?
What are the major differences between the two of you about how you would go about creating new jobs? You have 2 minutes. Each of you have 2 minutes to start. A coin toss is determined. Mr. President, you go first.
Well, thank you very much, Jim, for this opportunity. I want to thank Governor Romney and the University of Denver for your hospitality. There are a lot of points I want to make tonight, but the most important one is that 20 years ago I became the luckiest man on earth because Michelle Obama agreed to marry me. And so I just want to wish, sweetie, you happy anniversary and let you know that a year from now we will not be celebrating it in front of 40 million people. 4 years ago, we went through the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. Millions of jobs were lost. The auto industry was on the brink of collapse. The financial system had frozen up. And because of the resilience and the determination of the American people, we've begun to fight our way back. Over the last 30 months, we've seen 5 million jobs in the private sector created. The auto industry has come roaring back, and housing has begun to rise. But we all know that we've still got a lot of work to do. And so the question here tonight is not where we've been, but where we're going. Governor Romney has a perspective that says if we cut taxes, skewed towards the wealthy, and roll back regulations, that we'll be better off.
So the unemployment rate was 7.9% in December of 2012. So I guess a little bit earlier than that. Let's do I mean, around here it would have been like 8, basically 8%. In 2009, it was 9, so he dropped it by, a good 1%, which isn't really that much. But when he went in office in January 2008, it was 5, and then it quickly spiked to 9.8 over the course of the year of 2009. And then, yeah, and after 2009, though, it started to steadily go down, and it would go down to 3.5% by 2019, just in time for it to spike to, what is it here, 14.7% in April of 2020 with the pandemic.
Training. I think it's important for us to develop new sources of energy here in America, that we change our tax code to make sure that we're helping small businesses and companies that are investing here in the United States, that we take some of the money that we're saving as we wind down 2 wars to rebuild America, and that we reduce our deficit in a balanced way that allows us to make these critical investments. Now, it ultimately is going to be up to the voters, to you, which path we should take. Are we going to double down on the top-down economic policies that help to get us into this mess, or do we embrace a new economic patriotism that says America does best when the middle class does best? And I'm looking forward to having that debate.
Governor Romney, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Jim. It's an honor to be here with you, and I appreciate the chance to be with the President. I'm pleased to be at the University of Denver. I appreciate their welcome, and also the Presidential Commission on these debates. And congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your anniversary. I'm sure this was the most romantic place you could imagine, here with me. So congratulations. This is obviously a very tender topic. I've had the occasion over the last couple of years of meeting people across the country. I was in Dayton, Ohio, and a woman grabbed my arm, and she said, "I've been out of work since May. Can you help me?" Ann yesterday was at a rally in Denver, and a woman came up to her with a baby in her arms and said, "Ann, my husband has had 4 jobs in 3 years, part-time jobs. He's lost his most recent job, and we've now just lost our home. Can you help us?" And the answer is yes, we can help, but it's going to take a different path, not the one we've been on, not the one the President describes as a top-down cut taxes for the rich. That's not what I'm going to do. My plan has 5 basic parts. 1, get us energy independent, North American energy independent. What's up, Comrade Yuri? That creates about 4 million jobs. Number 2, open up more trade, particularly in Latin America. Crack down on China if and when they cheat. Number 3, make sure our people have the skills they need to succeed, and the best schools in the world. We're far away from that now. Number 4, get us to a balanced budget. Number 5, champion small business. It's small business that creates the jobs in America. And over the last 4 years...
It's interesting he said that, like, Obama wants to raise or lower taxes for the rich. Is that what he said earlier? Did he misspeak? Because, bro, that's been, like, the Republican Party's, like, thing since Reagan, at least. We know this. How's it going? Good, good, good. I'm, it's a little early in the morning for me, but feeling good, though, now that we're rolling. Yeah, it's been good. It's hot again here. It's hot in here, and I'm hoping I'm not covered in sweat by the end of this. No, it's been good. It's been good. Hope everything's good with you.
For years, small business people have decided that America may not be the place to open a new business because new business startups are down to a 30-year low. I know what it takes to get small business growing again, to hire people. Now, I'm concerned that the path that we're on has just been unsuccessful. The President has a view very similar to the view he had when he ran 4 years ago, that a bigger government, spending more, taxing more, regulating more, if you will, trickle-down government would work.
Oh my!
That's not the right answer for America.
Trickle-down government? That's what they're calling it?
America working again. Thank you.
Mr. President, please respond directly to what the governor just said about trickle-down. His trickle-down approach, as he said yours is.
Well, let me talk specifically about what I think we need to do. First, we've got to improve our education system. And we've made enormous progress drawing on ideas from Democrats and Republicans.
Sorry to hear that. Hopefully it goes well, though. I know medical stuff in general can be stressful for sure. even if it's
that are already
routine or
starting to show
not.
gains in some of the toughest to deal with schools. We've got a program called Race to the Top that has prompted reforms in 46 states around the country, raising standards, improving how we train teachers. So now I want to hire another 100,000 new math and science teachers and create 2 million more
Still hope,
slots
still hope it
in
goes
our
well and
community
it's
colleges
stress-free
so
as
that
possible.
people can get trained for the jobs that are out there right now. And I want to make sure that we keep tuition low for our young people. When it comes to our tax code,
I know for me, like
Governor
it's
Romney
usually,
and I both
I'm always
agree that our
stressed about
corporate
even
tax
just like
rate is
going to
too
the
high.
doctor normally. So,
So I want to lower it, particularly for manufacturing, taking it down to 25%.
and my partner's a
But I
nurse.
also want to
She's a
close,
nurse.
those loopholes that are
But even then,
giving
I'm still
incentive
like,
for
I always get
companies that
like,
are shipping jobs
you know.
overseas. I want to provide tax breaks for companies that are investing here in the United States. On energy, Governor Romney and I, we both agree that we've got to boost American energy production. And
Out of all the
oil and
doctors,
natural
though,
gas
it's the
production
dentist
are,
that scares me the
higher
most.
than they've been in years.
I don't know why. It's always been that.
But I also believe that we've got to look at the energy sources of the future, like wind and solar and biofuels, and make those investments. So all of
Yeah, when did that happen, Obama? It said we just kept drilling for more oil. Where's this solar and stuff, dude?
this is possible. Now, in order for us to do it, we do have to close our deficit. And one of the things I'm sure we'll be discussing tonight is how do we deal with our tax code? And how do we make sure that we are reducing spending in a responsible way, but also how do we have enough revenue to make those investments? And this is where there's a difference, because Governor Romney's central economic plan calls for a $5 trillion tax cut on top of the extension of the Bush tax cuts. That's another $1 trillion, and $2 trillion in additional military spending that the military hasn't asked for. That's $8 trillion.
Yeah, that's my issue too. I haven't gone to the dentist since I was probably like 21, 28 now, I think. I think it's been like, it's at least 5 years. I mean, I know I didn't go in the pandemic. So like, it's been a good while. It's been on my list to do this year. I did go to the doctor earlier this year, just for like a regular checkup. My goal this year is to go to the dentist at some point and then do the eye doctor. Eye doctor I'm not worried about, because at worst case scenario, they're like, yeah, maybe your eyesight's gotten worse. And I don't think it has. So I'm lucky on that regard. But yeah, I mean, I think the dentist for me, most reason I'm like, I get scared about the dentist is because I never had a cavity. And my brother's the one that had like, he's had root canals, all that when he was really young. So like hearing him like get upset about it and whatnot when he was young, I think that's like conditioned me to be like, yeah, dentist causes a lot of pain and anxiety and all that, when it probably isn't even that bad, you know? Like it's something that people get done every day. I need to get my wisdom teeth out too. That's been another thing I don't want to think about too much. But I still think it's good that we at least try to go. I mean, when we're young, we can get away with it, but you know, after you're 40, usually you're supposed to go at least every year.
How we pay for that, reduce the deficit, and make the investments that we need to make without
You got all the wisdom teeth too, yeah.
dumping those costs on the middle-class Americans, I think is one of the central questions of this campaign.
It's also expensive.
Both of you have spoken about a lot of different things.
That's
We're
the other
gonna
thing
try
with
to
like
get
wisdom
through them
teeth is
in as
I'd have to
specific a
probably
way
save
as
some
we
money up
possibly
for
can.
that.
But first, Governor Romney, do you have a question that you'd like to ask the president directly about something he just said?
Well, sure. I'd like to clear up the record and go through piece by piece. First of all, I don't have a $5 trillion tax cut. I don't have a tax cut of the scale that you're talking about. My view is that we ought to provide tax relief to people in the middle class. But I'm not going to reduce the share of taxes paid by high-income people. High-income people are doing just fine in this economy. They'll do fine whether you're president or I am. The people who are having the hard time right now are middle-income Americans. Under the president's policies, middle-income Americans have been buried. They're just being crushed.
Yeah, mine don't hurt either.
Middle-income Americans
Every
have
once
seen
in a
their
while they'll be
income
sore,
come down
but
by
that's about it.
$4,300. This is a tax in and of itself. I'll call it the economy tax. It's been crushing. At the same time, gasoline prices
been
have
crushing.
doubled under
It's
the
been
president.
slapping.
Electric rates are up. Food prices are up. Health care costs have gone up by $2,500 a family. Middle-income families are being crushed. And so the question is how to get them going again. And I've described it. It's energy and trade, the right kind of training programs, balancing our budget, and helping small business.
All the problems you're saying now are happening now. You should run again, Mitt. with the same message and see if it works again.
Those are the cornerstones of my plan. But the president mentioned a couple of other ideas I'll just note. First, education. I agree, education is key, particularly the future of our economy. But our training programs right now, we got 47 of them housed in the federal government, reporting to 8 different agencies. Overhead is overwhelming. We got to get those dollars back to the states and go to the workers.
He's almost
so they can
80,
create
is
their
he?
own pathways to get in the training they need for jobs that will really help them. The second area,
Is he really that
taxation. We
old?
agree we ought to bring the tax rates down, and I do, both for corporations and for individuals. But in order for us not to lose
76.
revenue, have the government run out
He'd
of
be
money,
80 at the end of
we
his
also
term.
lower deductions and credits and exemptions
If he
so that we keep
won.
taking in the same money when you also account for growth. The third area, energy. Energy is critical, and the president pointed out correctly that
So what, he was
production of oil and gas in the U.S. is up,
68 here?
but not due to his policies.
He looks young here.
In spite of his policies. Mr. President, all of the increase in natural gas and oil has happened on private land, not on government land. On government land, your administration has cut the number of permits and licenses in half.
Good. God, I mean, most of the government land is like public parks and stuff. Like, what do you want? I don't I don't know why they think that that will get votes. Like, I feel like even conservatives don't want to like be like, yeah, I want to drill on like in Glacier National Park, like one of the most beautiful places in America. Like, I don't know. I don't get their strategy with being like, we need to drill on public lands and national parks and shit, federal land.
If I'm president, I'll double them and also get the oil from offshore in Alaska. And I'll bring that pipeline in from Canada.
Fuck you.
And by the way, I like coal. I'm going to make sure we can
Fuck you.
continue to burn clean coal. People in the coal industry feel like it's getting crushed by your policies. I want to get America and North America energy independent so we can create those jobs. And finally, with regards to that tax cut, look, I'm not looking to cut massive taxes and to reduce the revenues going to the government. My number one principle is there'll be no tax cut that adds to the deficit. I want to underline that. No tax cut that adds to the deficit. But I do want to reduce the burden being paid by middle-income Americans. And to do that, that also means I cannot reduce the burden paid by high-income Americans. So any language to the contrary is simply not accurate.
Mr. President?
Well, I think let's talk about taxes because I think it's instructive. Now, 4 years ago when I stood on this stage, I said that I would cut taxes for middle-class families. And that's exactly what I did. We cut taxes for middle-class families by about $3,600. And the reason is because I believe that we do best when the middle class is doing well. And by giving them those tax cuts, they had a little more money in their pocket. And so maybe they can buy a new car.
Is this true? Damn, is this
They are
true?
certainly in a better position to weather
That Romney,
the extraordinary recession that we went through. They can buy a computer for their kid who's going off to college, which means they're spending more money.
Damn, Romney,
Businesses
like,
have more customers,
only
businesses
got
make more
to-
profits, and then hire more workers. Now, Governor Romney's proposal,
I mean, it was a little
that
bit
he's been
closer, I
promoting
guess.
for 18 months, calls for
This one
a $5 trillion
makes it seem
tax
like
cut
it was
on
never
top of
Romney had
$2
never a
trillion
shot
of
here.
additional spending for our military. And he is saying that he is going to pay for it by closing loopholes and deductions. The problem is that he's been asked over 100 times how you would close those deductions and loopholes, and he hasn't been able to identify them. But I'm going to make an important point here, Jim. When you add up all the loopholes and deductions that upper income individuals are currently taking advantage of, you take those all away, you don't come close to paying for $5 trillion in tax cuts and $2 trillion in additional military spending. And that's why independent studies looking at this said the only way to meet Governor Romney's pledge of not reducing the deficit or not adding to the deficit is by burdening middle-class families. The average middle-class family with children would pay.
So generally the polls
about
showed
$2,000
Obama in the lead
more.
for
now that's
most of the
not
year.
my analysis. That's the analysis of
Just
economists
based off what I
who've looked
quickly
at
saw
this.
there.
And that kind of top-down economics where folks at the top are doing well, so the average person making $3 million is getting a $250,000 tax break, while middle-class families are burdened further, that's not what I believe is a recipe for economic growth.
All right. What is the difference? Let's just stay on taxes.
Right.
Bill Clinton is the only Dem
Let's just stay on taxes.
my state has went for since
what is
Ford.
the
That's crazy.
Virtually everything he just said about my tax plan is inaccurate.
All right, go.
So if the tax plan he described were a tax plan I was asked to support, I'd say absolutely not. I'm not looking for a $5 trillion tax cut. What I've said is I won't put in place a tax cut that adds to the deficit. That's part one. So there's no economist can say Mitt Romney's tax plan adds $5 trillion if I say I will not add to the deficit with my tax plan. Number two, I will not reduce the share paid by high-income individuals. I know that you and your running mate keep saying that, and I know it's a popular thing to say with a lot of people, but it's just not the case. Look, I got 5 boys. I'm used to people saying something that's not always true, but just keep on repeating it and ultimately hoping I'll believe it. But that is not the case, all right? I will not reduce the taxes paid by high-income Americans. And
This is just classic, like, he said, they said kind of thing about policy, and it's like, you never know what to believe anymore, man. I don't know. We've heard this all the way back to the first debates we lost with JFK and Nixon, where like Nixon said this about JFK's taxes, and then JFK's like, nope, you're wrong, you know.
Number 3, I will not, under any circumstances, raise taxes on middle-income families. I will lower taxes on middle-income families. Now, you cite a study. There's 6 other studies that looked at the study you described and say it's completely wrong. I saw a study that came out today that said you're going to raise taxes by $3,000 to $4,000 on middle.
They got to allow the candidates to pull up stuff. I feel like it'd be really funny to be like, look, they pull up like on Google like the 5 studies he's talking about. You know what I mean? Because you could just say that. How many people are actually going to look it up? You know?
Middle-income families. There are all these studies out there. But let's get to the bottom line. That is, I want to bring down rates. I want to bring the rates down, at the same time lower deductions and exemptions and credits and so forth, so we keep getting the revenue we need. And you think, well, then why lower the rates? And the reason is because small business pays that individual rate. 54% of America's workers work in businesses that are taxed not at the corporate tax rate, but at the individual tax rate. And if we lower that rate, they will be able to hire more people. For me, this is about jobs.
Right.
This is about
That's
getting
where we
jobs
started.
for the American people.
Yeah. Do you challenge what the governor just said about his own plan?
Well, for 18 months, he's been running on this tax plan. And now, 5 weeks before the election, he's saying that his big, bold idea is never mind. And the fact is that if you are lowering the rates,
never mind,
the way you described, Governor, then it is not possible to come up with enough deductions and loopholes that only affect high-income individuals to avoid either raising the deficit or burdening the middle class. It's math. It's arithmetic. Now, Governor Romney and I do share
What's up, cat?
a deep interest in encouraging
I thought my
small
cat was a
business
baby
growth.
in the audience.
So at the same time that my tax plan has already lowered
like, why are they letting
taxes for
families in?
98% of families, I also lowered taxes for small businesses 18 times. And what I want to do is continue the tax rates, the tax cuts that we put into place for small businesses and families. But I have said that for incomes over $250,000 a year, that we should go back to the rates that we had when Bill Clinton was president, when we created 23 million new jobs, went from deficit to surplus, and created a whole lot of millionaires to boot. And the reason this is important is because by doing that, we can not only reduce the deficit, we can not only encourage job growth through small businesses, but we're also able to make the investments that are necessary in education.
I feel like here, Obama's sounding so much more like just your classic corporate Democrat, isn't he? Or just, I don't know, he's like referencing Bill Clinton. Maybe I'm misremembering or whatnot, but like in the other debates we watched with Obama versus McCain, I feel like he kind of like stood on his own. He didn't reference other past Democrats, really. You know what I mean? Especially not Bill Clinton that I can remember. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't know. You just quickly see, like, I feel like how he became a, just part of the Democratic Party.
Or in energy. And we do have a difference, though, when it comes to definitions of small business. Under under my plan, 97% of small businesses would not see their income taxes go up. Governor Romney says, well, those top 3%, they're the job creators, they'd be burdened. But under Governor Romney's definition, there are a whole bunch of millionaires and billionaires who are small businesses. Donald Trump is a small business.
No.
And I know.
No. Why? We're not ready yet. We have to wait 4 more years. You're bringing up Donald Trump now? What? I did not remember this.
Donald Trump doesn't like to think of himself as small anything, but...
Oh my God. It's foreshadowing. It's like it's like a reality TV show, dude. It's fucking like you have the foreshadowing be like out of all the people to name drop, he could have name dropped any other billionaire or millionaire, right? He dropped Donald Trump and talked about him not wanting to be small. Are you kidding me?
But that's how you define
What?
small businesses if
This
you're
is
getting
crazy.
business income. And that kind of approach, I believe, will not grow our economy because the only way to pay for it without either burdening the middle class or
I can't believe he just
blowing
name
up our
dropped
deficit
Trump out of
is to make
out of
drastic
everybody to
cuts
pick.
in
God damn it, dude. I don't know why. It's like fucking weird foreshadowing. I'm blaming Obama here.
things like education, making sure that we are continuing to invest in basic science and research, all the things that are helping America grow. And I think that would be a mistake.
All right.
Jim, let me just come back.
It's like in a movie or something that like you hear about like someone mentions a certain like villain or something like that, right? And you don't even see the villain until like halfway in the season if it's a TV show, right? It's like Thanos in the MCU where like he's name dropped like once in like Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever. And then all of a sudden like he becomes the major part of it.
On that
I feel like it's
point,
the
which
same
is
Just
same
for the
thing.
businesses we're talking about.
Excuse me, just so everybody understands.
Yeah.
We're way over our first 15 minutes.
It's fun, isn't it?
It's okay. It's great.
That's
great.
okay.
No problem. Now you all don't have a
That's
have a
good.
problem. I don't have a problem because we're still on the economy.
Right.
But we're going to come back to taxes and we're going to move on to the deficit and a lot of other things too. Okay, but go ahead, sir.
You bet. Well, Mr. President, you're absolutely right, which is that with regards to 97% of the businesses are not taxed at the 35% tax rate. They're taxed at a lower rate. But those businesses that are in the last 3% of businesses happen to employ half of all the people who work in small business. Those are the businesses that employ 1/4 of all the workers in America. And your plan is to take their tax rate from 35% to 40%. Now, I talked to a guy who has a very small business. He's in the electronics business in St. Louis. He has 4 employees. He said he and his son calculated how much they pay in taxes. Federal income tax, federal payroll tax, state income tax, state sales tax, state property tax, gasoline tax. It added up to well over 50% of what they earn.
Gasoline.
And your plan is to take the tax rate on
They're an electronics
successful
company. What are they-
small businesses
gasoline
from
tax? What are they
35%
doing?
To 40%. The National Federation of Independent
Guess maybe I just don't
Businesses
understand what
said
a
that will
gasoline
cost
tax is.
700,000 jobs. I don't want to cost jobs. My priority is jobs. And so what I do is I bring down the tax rates, lower deductions and exemptions. The same idea behind Bowles-Simpson, by the way. Get the rates down, lower deductions and exemptions to create more jobs, because there's nothing better for getting us to a balanced budget than having
gasoline
more people
taxes
working, earning more money, paying more taxes.
on
That's by
tax
far the
per
most
gallon.
effective and efficient way.
What is the
to get
electronics
this
company
budget
worried about
balanced.
that?
Jim, you may want
Maybe
to
they
move on
drive
to another
around or
topic, but
something?
I would just say this to the American people. If you believe that we can cut taxes by $5 trillion and add $2 trillion in additional spending that the military is not asking for, $7 trillion, just to give you a sense, over 10 years, that's more than our entire defense budget. And you think that by closing loopholes and deductions for the well-to-do, somehow you will not end up picking up the tab, then Governor Romney's plan may work for you. But I think math, common sense, and our history shows us that's not a recipe for job growth. Look, we've tried this.
Andrew
We've tried both
Yang
approaches.
reference? Math and common
The
sense?
approach that Governor Romney's talking about is the same sales pitch that was made in 2001 and
Dude,
2003.
Andrew Yang probably had one of the biggest fall
And
offs when
we
you
ended
when you
up
think about it.
with the slowest job growth.
He went from the
in 50
guy in the
years.
Democratic primary in 2020 where like he didn't get to speak too often, wasn't invited to half the debates, maybe was shafted a little bit in that regard. But then he ran for mayor or whatever and and he had a lead for the New York mayor and then quickly lost it. He freaking lost to what's his name there in New York, who isn't even great. Like he just fell off so hard. The more he talked in the media, the more he just lost people. So I think that's why he was around so long in the 2020 election, despite him not getting many votes or anything. Is that he never really had to talk too much, and that actually helped him. Lily would vote Biden over Yang. Yeah, honestly. The only thing that would interest me under him is the UBI. I don't think UBI will change much, but it'd be just nice to get some money, I guess.
We ended up moving from surplus to deficits, and it all culminated in the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. Bill Clinton tried the approach that I'm talking about. We created 23 million new jobs. We went from deficit to surplus, and businesses did very well. So in some ways, we've got some data on which approach is more likely to create jobs and opportunity for Americans. And I believe that the economy works best when middle-class families are getting tax breaks so that they've got some money in their pockets. And those of us who have done extraordinarily well because of this magnificent country that we live in, that we can afford to do a little bit more to make sure we're not blowing up the deficit.
Jim, the president began this segment, so I think I get the last word. So I'm going to take it.
You're going to get the first word in the next segment.
Well, but he gets the first word of that segment. I get the last word of that segment. I hope. Let me just make this comment. First of all, let me repeat what I said. I'm not in favor of a $5 trillion tax cut. That's not my plan. My plan is not to put in place any tax cut that will add to the deficit. That's point one. So you may keep referring to it as a $5 trillion tax cut, but that's not my plan. Okay. Number two, let's look at history. My plan is not like anything that's been tried before. My plan is to bring down rates, but also bring down deductions and exemptions and credits at the same time, so the revenue stays in.
Sorry, dog was flipping out.
But that we bring down rates to get more people working. My priority is putting people back to work in America. They're suffering in this country. And we talk about evidence. Look at the evidence of the last 4 years. It's absolutely extraordinary. We've got 23 million people out of work or stopped looking for work in this country.
All right.
We've got, when the president took office, 32 million people on food stamps, 47 million on food stamps today. Economic growth this year, slower than last year, and last year slower than the year before. Going forward with the status quo is not going to cut it for the American people who are struggling today.
All right, let's talk. We're still on the economy. This is theoretically now a second segment still on the economy, and specifically on
is this all
what
domestic?
To do about the federal deficit. The federal
yeah,
debt.
this is all domestic.
And
okay.
the question, you each have 2 minutes on this, and Governor Romney, you go first because the president went first on segment one. And the question is this: what are the differences between the two of you as to how you would go about tackling the deficit problem in this country?
Well, good. I'm glad you raised that, and it's a critical issue.
How many debates have we watched where the deficit is mentioned? I feel like all of them, right? I feel like all of them. It's crazy. Like, why do we care? Why do we care so much? For the last 70 years. Just print money. Who cares? Who cares? That's my thing. Who cares about the deficit? Who cares?
I think it's not just an economic issue.
Or if you worry about the deficit, I always go back to just stop giving money to the military. Literally can cut the military budget in half. We'll be fine, I think,
I think it's a moral issue.
Stop making
I think it's frankly
missiles.
not moral for my generation to keep spending massively more than we take in, knowing those burdens are going to be passed on to the next generation. And they're going to be paying the interest and the principal all their lives. And the amount of debt we're adding at $1 trillion a year is simply not moral. So how do we deal with it? Well, mathematically,
moral?
there are 3 ways.
What does that mean? What do you mean it's not moral? To who? What's your morals? That's my question there. It's morally incorrect to add money to the deficit or to let the deficit keep going. What's morally wrong about it? The United States has been doing it for years. Every country has a deficit. What's morally wrong? I don't understand. Like, who's? I'm just having more questions.
Ways that you can cut a deficit. One, of course, is to raise taxes. Number two is to cut spending.
See, if I was in Obama's shoes, I'd be like, what do you mean morally? Because that, like, the deficit isn't a person, you know?
Number three is to grow the economy. Because if more people work in a growing economy, they're paying taxes, and you can get the job done that way. The president would prefer raising taxes. I understand. The problem with raising taxes is that it slows down the rate of growth, and you can never quite get the job done. I want to lower spending and encourage economic growth at the same time. What things would I cut from spending? Well, first of all, I will eliminate all programs by this test if they don't pass it. Is the program so critical it's worth borrowing money from China to pay for it? And if not, I'll get rid of it. Obamacare is on my list. I apologize, Mr. President. I use that term with all respect, by the way. Good. Okay, good. So I'll get rid of that. I'm sorry, Jim. I'm going to stop the subsidy to PBS. I'm going to stop other things. I like PBS. I love Big Bird. I actually like you, too.
Oh, this was the big moment where he got made fun of. This was the moment. I remember this one. Getting like riled up about Big Bird. I remember everyone was talking about this one.
But I'm not gonna keep on spending money on things to borrow money from China to pay for. So that's number one. Number two.
So does China fund Big Bird? Is that the logic here?
Well, take programs that are currently.
Dude, yeah, I remember the Big Bird thing.
I think could be run more efficiently at the state level.
Yeah, that was a gaffe. I remember like even in school the next day, people were being like, anyone who talked about Mitt Romney would be like, brought up Big Bird. Or they'd bring up a binder full of women, which I don't know. I think that was the second debate. We'll get to that one. That one's even more worse of a gaffe. He says he has a binder full of women.
And send them to the state.
Just so weird.
Number three, I'll make government more efficient. And to cut back the number of employees, combine some agencies and departments.
But like, here's the thing: like, who in the right mind? Like, okay, let's say you do want to like cut PBS. I feel like that's not something you'd want to like say out loud. Because I feel like, once again, as a conservative, Mitt Romney is weird in the sense that, like, he'll believe in some weird things, and that, like, I feel like general people just don't, even Republican voters don't agree with. And that's one of them, is like, why would we want to cut PBS? Like, if it was Trump, he would say it's like PBS is woke or something, and then he'll find a way to argue for that, and then people will eat that up, But then the other one was, like I said earlier, I don't know how many people really like want to drill on federal land specifically, like, and most of the time, like I said, that's like national parks and stuff in Alaska. I feel like a lot of people don't like that. Pipelines, that's more of a left-leaning thing, and people don't like pipelines. But just drilling, I feel like in natural areas people don't like, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
My cutbacks will be done through attrition, by the way. This is the approach we have to take to get America to a balanced budget. The president said he'd cut the deficit in half. Unfortunately,
Damn, so I got to work at the same spot where Mitt Romney talked about Big Bird. That's, you know what? I'm very lucky. I'm blessed.
doubled it. $1 trillion deficits for the last 4 years. The president's put in place as much public debt, almost as much debt held by the public as all prior presidents combined.
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
When I walked into the Oval Office, I had more than $1 trillion deficit greeting me, and we know where it came from.
Now I know like the parking situation around here too. I want to know like where they stayed. Because they definitely, I don't know, I just have like so many logistic questions. Like now that I know the layout of this building and everything and the area around it. Because I had a parking spot not too far from there that when I worked there, I parked. What if Obama parked there?
2 wars that were paid for on a credit card, 2 tax cuts that were not paid for, and
yeah, I know I pause at like really awful times, but whatever. Who cares? Fuck him. Bill Clinton went to my high school, but it was for a bad reason. What do you mean, like?
A whole bunch of programs that were
did he
not
visit
paid
for some like
and then,
publicity thing?
A massive economic crisis, and despite that, what we've said is, yes, we had to take some initial emergency measures to make sure we didn't slip into a Great Depression. But what we've also said is, let's make sure that we are cutting out those things that are.
Oh, they have a timer up there now. Okay.
So 77 government programs, everything from aircrafts
Oh,
that the Air Force
shit. Yeah, that's
had ordered,
not a
but
good reason at all.
weren't working very well. 18 government programs for education that were well-intentioned, but weren't helping kids learn. We went after medical fraud in Medicare and Medicaid very aggressively, more aggressively than ever before, and have saved tens of billions of dollars, $50 billion of waste taken out of the system. And I worked with Democrats and Republicans to cut $1 trillion out of our discretionary domestic budget. That's the largest cut in the discretionary domestic budget since Dwight Eisenhower. Now, we all know that we've got to do more. And so I put forward a specific $4 trillion deficit reduction plan. It's on a website. You can look at all the numbers, what cuts we make and what revenue we raise. And the way we do it is $2.50 for every cut. We ask for $1 of additional revenue, paid for, as I indicated earlier, by asking those of us who have done very well in this country to contribute a little bit more to reduce the deficit. Governor Romney earlier mentioned the Bowles-Simpson Commission. Well, that's how the commission, bipartisan commission that talked about how we should move forward, suggested we have to do it in a balanced way with some revenue and some spending cuts. And this is a major difference that Governor Romney and I have. Let me just finish this point because you're looking for contrast. You know, when Governor Romney stood on a stage with other Republican candidates for the nomination, and he was asked, would you take $10 of spending cuts for just $1 of revenue? And he said no. Now, if you take such an unbalanced approach, then that means you are going to be gutting our investments in schools and education. It means that Governor Romney talked about Medicaid and how we could send it back to the states, but effectively this means a 30% cut in the primary program we help for seniors who are in nursing homes, for kids who are with disabilities.
Mr. President,
and that is not a right strategy for us to move forward.
Way over the 2 minutes.
Sorry.
Governor, what about Simpson Bowles? Will you support?
They should add, like in soccer, give him like a yellow card for going over time. Be like, hey, you can get knocked out of the debate. Like, that'd be kind of funny. You went over 3 times. All right, that's a red card. You're done. You can't debate anymore. And then it's just one person on the stage answering questions.
Support Simpson Bowles?
Simpson Bowles, the president should have grabbed that.
No, I mean, do you support Simpson Bowles?
I have my own plan. It's not the same as Simpson Bowles, but in my view, the president should have grabbed it. If he wanted to make some adjustments to it, take it, go to Congress, fight for it.
That's what we've done. Made some adjustments to it, and we're putting it forward before Congress right now. A $4 trillion plan.
But you've been president 4
years.
years. You've been president 4 years.
Right.
You said you cut the deficit in half. It's now 4 years later. We still have $1 trillion deficits. The CBO says we'll have $1 trillion deficit each of the next 4 years. If you're reelected, we'll get to
Well, didn't they do, I think they did the muted thing during the Biden and Trump one, if I remember correctly, when it was remote? Or maybe I'm misremembering. Or at least that was talked about happening. I don't know if it actually happened. I don't remember. Because we watched him live on here, and I don't remember that happening. Maybe it was during a primary or something? I don't remember.
$1 trillion debt. I mean, you have said before you'd cut the deficit in half. And I love this idea of $4 trillion in cuts. You found $4 trillion of ways to reduce or to get closer to a balanced budget, except we still show $1 trillion deficits every year. That doesn't get the job done. Let me come back and say, why is it that I don't want to raise taxes? Why don't I want to raise taxes on people? And actually, you said it back in 2010. You said, look, I'm going to extend the tax policies that we have. Now, I'm not going to raise taxes on anyone, because when the economy is growing slow like this, when we're in recession, you shouldn't raise taxes on anyone. Well, the economy is still growing slow. As a matter of fact, it's growing much more slowly now than when you made that statement. And so if you believe the same thing, you just don't want to raise taxes on people. And the reality is, it's not just wealthy people. You mentioned Donald Trump. It's not just Donald Trump you're taxing.
Stop.
It's all those businesses that employ 1/4 of the workers in America, these small businesses that are taxed as individuals.
Mitt, even you're going to hate Donald very soon.
You raise taxes and you kill jobs. That's
God
why
damn
the
it.
National Federation of Independent
Stop
Businesses
name dropping
said
it.
your plan will kill 700,000 jobs. I don't want to kill
Keep
jobs
mentioning
in this
Thanos.
environment. Let me make one more point.
Okay, let's let him answer the taxes thing for a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, it's literally the equivalence of like mentioning
we've
Thanos
had
in
this
MCU. That's the
discussion
biggest
before.
equivalence I can make.
About the idea that in order to reduce the deficit, there has to be revenue in addition to cuts.
There has to be revenue in addition to cuts. Now, Governor Romney has ruled out revenue. He's ruled out
true, right?
revenue.
Absolutely.
Completely.
Okay, so
Look, the revenue I get is by more people working, getting higher pay, paying more taxes. That's how we get growth and how we balance the budget.
Right.
But the idea of taxing people more, putting more people out of work, you'll never get there. You never balance the budget by raising taxes. Spain spends 42.
And I'll give Romney credit. During COVID, he was one of the first people to mention that we should be sending checks to everybody. If I remember correctly. He was the one that kind of started it, at least the conversation in the Congress about sending checks to everybody. And then the Democrats talked about it. Then obviously Trump talked about it. He wanted to make sure his name was on it. I think I still have mine somewhere. I kept it just for historical record. Put it in a museum.
2% of their total economy
When
on government.
Okay.
We're now spending.
I'll show my kid, be like, this is
42% of our
where
economy on government. I don't want to go down
where the
path
world
of
really
spending.
sucked.
I want to go
Hopefully
down
it's
the path
better.
of growth that puts Americans to work.
By the time
with
I show
more
you
money
this.
coming in because they're working.
But, Mr. President, you're saying in order to get the job done, it's got to be balanced. You've got to have.
If we're serious, we've got to take a balanced.
We need to run the
responsible
ball
approach.
and
By the
pass
way,
the
this
ball.
is
We
not
can't just do
when
one,
it comes
you
to
know?
individual taxes.
You know it isn't going to be better. I'm
Let's talk about corporate tax.
trying to be optimistic. Okay. Hey, maybe it's something. Maybe we finally ended capitalism and we're all vibing. You know what I mean? I could show my kids like, look at this shit. We believed in this thing called money. It was crazy.
Taxes. Now, I've identified areas where we can.
There's this guy called Donald Trump.
make a
Yeah, don't worry
change
about him.
That I believe would actually help the economy. The oil industry gets $4 billion a year in corporate welfare. Basically, they get deductions that those small businesses that Governor Romney refers to, they don't get. Now, does anybody think that ExxonMobil needs some extra money when they're making
Interesting, considering how much you promoted drilling Obama, but whatever.
money every time you go to the pump? Why wouldn't we want to eliminate that?
What were
Why
the
wouldn't
gas
we
prices
eliminate,
like?
Tax breaks for corporate jets. My attitude is if you got a corporate jet, you can probably afford to pay full freight, not get a special break for it. When it comes to corporate taxes, Governor Romney has said he wants to, in a revenue neutral way, close loopholes, deductions. He hasn't
360?
identified which ones
Okay,
they
so
are,
not
but
too far off from
thereby
reality.
bring down the corporate rate. Well, I want to do the
I
same
paid
thing, but I've actually
was it
identified
$369 the other day?
how we can do that. And part of the way to do it is to not give tax breaks to
411 in
companies
July
that are
of
shipping jobs
2008.
overseas. Right now,
Crazy.
you can actually take a deduction for moving a plant overseas. I think most Americans would say that doesn't make sense, and all that raises revenue. And so if we take a balanced
Yeah, I had to
approach,
drive
what
around
that then allows us
the other
to do
day to find a good gas
is
price.
also to help young people the way we already
Because
have
Google will
during my
tell you, right,
administration,
which
make
one's
sure that they
cheapest,
can
and I hate when I
afford to go
get there
to
and
college.
it's not
It
correct.
means that the teacher that I met in Las Vegas, a wonderful young lady, who describes to me
Vegas,
she's got
baby.
42 kids in her class. The first 2 weeks, she's got some of them sitting on the floor until finally they get reassigned. They're using textbooks that are 10 years old. That is not a recipe for growth. That's not how America was built. And so budgets
Yeah,
reflect
Google
choices.
Maps is.
Ultimately, we're going to have
I
to
don't
make
know.
some decisions.
It's
And
fine.
if we're asking for no revenue,
It's nice when
then
you can
that
like
means that
download
we've got to
maps
get
ahead of
rid a whole
time.
bunch
Like
of
it's great
stuff.
for like
And
traveling.
the
but
magnitude of the tax cuts that you're
and
talking about
generally speaking, with
would
traffic,
end up
but
resulting in severe
It's not perfect.
hardship for people, but more importantly, would not help us grow. As I indicated before, when you talk about shifting Medicaid to states, we're talking about potentially a 30% cut in Medicaid over time. Now, that may not seem like a big deal when it just is paper, numbers on a sheet of paper. But if we're talking about a family who's got an autistic kid and is depending on that Medicaid,
What's up,
that's
Ryro?
a big problem.
Hello,
and
hello.
Governors are creative. There's no doubt about it. But they're not creative enough to make up for 30% of revenue on something like Medicaid. What ends up happening is some people end up not getting help.
Jim,
Give me a route the other day that literally added an hour to the drive from the way that I kind of knew. And I was just like, fuck it. Yeah.
Schools
Come back to Medicaid.
oil to
Yeah.
tax breaks and companies.
That's happened to me too, where like sometimes the first route that they suggest is like the most eco-efficient route, but it'll be like a couple minutes different, and like I'll take that once in a while. But I hate when it's like, hey, take this way, it's quicker, and then like it feels just as awful as like if I just sat in traffic on the highway. You know, like I took some back roads way, and then like there's traffic on the back roads because everyone else had the same idea. But maybe it's just a Denver problem because Denver's overpopulated.
Companies going overseas. So let's go through them one by one. First of all, the Department of Energy has said the tax break for oil companies is $2.8 billion a year. And it's actually an accounting treatment, as you know, that's been in place for...
When I worked at DU, where this takes place, yeah, the traffic was super inconsistent. Sometimes I can get there in 30 minutes. Sometimes it'd be 45 minutes. Sometimes it'd be an hour. I usually tried to leave at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'd work the rest of my shift at home. And it would only take 19 minutes to get home. But it just goes to show like how like bad the traffic was just in general. At least my traffic now isn't too bad. It's at least consistent.
It's time to end it.
And in 1 year, you provided $90 billion in breaks to the green energy world. Now, I like green energy as well, but
No,
that's
you don't.
about 50
No, you don't.
years worth of what oil and gas receives. And you say Exxon and Mobil. Actually, this $2.8 billion goes largely to small companies, to drilling operators and so forth. But you know, if we get that tax rate from 35% down to 25%, why that $2.8 billion is on the table. Of course it's on the table. That's probably not going to survive if you get that rate down to 25%. But don't forget, you put $90 billion,
Billions
like 50
of
years
dollars.
worth of breaks into solar and wind, to Solyndra and Fisker and Tesla and Enter1. I mean, I had a friend who said you don't just pick the winners and losers, you pick the losers.
Yeah, cities really should
this
just
is
be
not-
public
this
transit.
is not the kind of policy you want to have. You want to get America energy secure. The second topic,
At least in the United
which is you said
States,
you get
like,
a deduction for taking a plant overseas.
Traveling to any like major
Look, I've been in
city
business
just
for
sucks
25
ass.
years. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Even if it's like
I
2
maybe
miles
need to
away,
get a
it
new
just
accountant.
sucks ass.
But the idea that you get a break for shipping jobs overseas is simply not the case.
Here
What
too,
we
yeah.
have right now is a setting where I'd like to bring money from overseas back to this country. And finally, Medicaid to states, I'm not quite sure where that
Like
came
Europe,
in,
at
except
least,
this,
I feel like it's
which
pretty
is,
good
I would like to take
to
the
travel
Medicaid
to
dollars
cities there because of
to go
their
to states
public transit
and say to a
options.
state, you're going to get what you got last year, plus inflation, plus 1%.
Like Denver just only has a
And
light
then you're
rail
gonna
that goes
manage your care
north
for
and
your
south
poor
and then
in the way
east
you
and
think
west, but
best.
there's
And
not
I remember as a
there's
governor,
not enough
when this idea was
to make it
floated
worth
by
it.
Tommy
It's
Thompson,
just as long to take the light rail
the
than it is to
governors,
drive.
Republican and Democrats, said, please let us do that. We can care for our own poor in so much better and more effective a way than having the federal government tell us how to
And the bus
care
routes
for our
suck.
poor. So let's states. One of the magnificent things about this country is the whole idea that states are the laboratories of democracy. Don't have the federal government tell everybody what kind of training programs they have to have and what kind of Medicaid they have to have. Let states do this. And by the way, if a state gets in trouble, well, we could step in and see if we can find a way to help them.
Let's go.
But the right approach is one which relies on the brilliance of our people and states, not the federal
2
government.
seconds, and we're going on, still on the economy on another part of it.
Okay.
All right, this is segment 3, the economy. Entitlements. First answer.
Oh yeah, high-speed rail
goes
would
to
just
you.
like it just I feel like we're so far gone that like it's hard to like visualize it. But yeah, I've talked about it before where I wanted to go to Chicago for this thing, and I was looking at trains there. I'm like, oh, we have Union Station in Denver, downtown Denver. It's a cute little old-fashioned train station. I'm like, oh, I wonder if they have a train to Chicago. You know, that kind of makes sense. You know, it's pretty horizontal across, and it's not too far away. I would like for a train, I feel like. And I looked it up, and yeah, there's trains, direct trains, but it was only at like 6 o'clock in the evening, and it would go all overnight. And you get there at 8 a.m. and it was $100 to there, and I'm like, okay, that's not terrible for one person. Still a little pricey considering it would take just as long as it would be to drive it, but I get you're not driving, so whatever. Then on the way back from Chicago to Denver, it was $200. So you're talking about $300 round trip for almost 30 hours of travel time on a train, just as if you drove. And I'm like, at that point, you might as well just drive and pay for the gas and all that. But I was like, oh, maybe there's other routes to get there. No, there isn't. It's either that or nothing. There is no like, hey, let me take a train to Montana to Chicago. No, there's none of that. There's no train that goes to Montana, probably. It only goes east and west, and it's one way. It's crazy to me.
2 minutes, Mr. President. Do you see a major difference between the two of you on Social Security?
Like, shit, like, I would go to, like, so many more places if I knew it was just a quick train ride there. You know, I would make it a trip, you know what I mean? But it's too expensive. It's cheaper to fly to Chicago.
You know, I suspect that on Social Security, we've got a
Now we get there
somewhat
probably in,
similar
what,
position.
4
Social
hours?
Security is,
5 hours? Not even?
structurally sound. It's going to have to be tweaked the way it was by Ronald Reagan and Democratic Speaker Tip O'Neill. But it is, the basic structure is sound. But I want to talk about the values behind Social Security and Medicare, and then talk about Medicare, because that's the big driver of our deficits right now. You know, my grandmother, some of you know, helped to raise me. My grandparents did. My grandfather died a while back. My grandmother died 3 days before I was elected president. And she was fiercely independent. She worked her way up, only had a high school education, started as a secretary, ended up being the vice president of a local bank. And she ended up living alone by choice. And the reason she could be independent was because of Social Security and Medicare. She had worked all her life, put in this money, and understood that there was a basic guarantee, a floor under which she could not go. And that's the perspective I bring when I think about what's called entitlements. You know, the name itself implies some sense of dependency on the part of these folks. These are folks who've worked hard, like my grandmother, and there are millions of people out there who are counting on this. So my approach is to say, how do we strengthen the system over the long term?
I looked it up, and the longest high-speed rail line in the world is 1,400 kilometers, and it's in China, and it costs $134 for the cheapest seats. And it also takes 8 hours for the trip. But still, it's so far. How many is that in miles? That's got to be what? At least 1,300 miles, probably. I don't know how to
And in
do
Medicare,
the math in my head, but
what we did was we said, we are going to have to bring down the costs if we're going to deal with our long-term
$134, shit.
deficits. But to do that, let's look where some of the money is going. $716 billion we were able to save.
we're hoping to
from the
go
Medicare
to
program
Japan
by no
next year, and
longer
I
overpaying
really want to take
insurance companies.
I'm going to try to
by
rely on
making
public
sure that
transportation,
we weren't overpaying
specifically
providers.
the trains and stuff there.
Using
Looking
that
forward
money, we
to
were
it.
actually able to lower prescription drug costs for seniors by an average of $600.
Only 869
And
miles?
we were
I mean, that's
also
still
able to
pretty
make
far.
make a significant dent in providing them the kind of preventive care
Going around
that
100
will
miles an
ultimately
hour,
save
basically?
money throughout the system. So the way for us to deal with Medicare in particular is to lower healthcare costs. When it comes to Social Security, as I said, you don't
But
need
yeah,
a
our plan was to go to maybe Japan, then maybe like China or South Korea. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I think we might only be able to afford Japan. But we've had people that told us who've gone to Japan that like you could spend just your entire vacation in Japan. There was always something to do, which I believe it. So,
major structural change in order.
but part of me
to
does
make
want to
sure
go
that
to
Social
like
Security is there for the
Korea,
future.
Follow
China.
up on this. First, Governor Romney, you
I'm
have
gonna go to,
2
like,
minutes
Vietnam.
on Social Security and entitlements.
I'd make it a whole
Well, Jim,
thing, but
our seniors
you know.
depend on these programs, and I know anytime
Money
we
and,
talk about
PTO.
entitlements, people become concerned that
Vacation
something's
time.
going to happen that's going to change their life for the worst. And the answer is neither the president nor I are proposing any changes for any current retirees or near retirees, either to Social Security or Medicare. So if you're 60 or around 60 or older, you don't need to listen any further. But
You
for
could afford
younger
all of
people, we
Indochina
need
in
to
one
talk
trip.
about what changes are going to be occurring.
Yeah, I believe
I
it.
just thought about one. And that is, in fact, I was wrong when I said the president isn't proposing any changes for current retirees. In fact, he is on Medicare.
You're not going to be put in
On
jail
Social
in
Security,
China.
He's not. But on Medicare, for current retirees, he's cutting $716
you're more likely probably to be put in
billion
jail
from
in
the program.
America
Now, he
than
says by
China.
not
Let's be real.
overpaying hospitals and providers.
The statistics.
Actually,
That's
just
the
going to them and
statistics.
saying we're going to reduce the rates you get paid across the board. Everybody's going to get a lower rate. That's not just going after
My mom went
places
to
where there's
China for
abuse,
work.
That's saying we're cutting the rates. Some 15% of hospitals and nursing homes say they won't take any more Medicare patients under that scenario.
She generally liked it
We also
there.
have 50% of doctors who say they won't take more Medicare patients. We have 4 million people on Medicare Advantage that will lose Medicare Advantage because of those $716 billion in cuts. I can't understand how you can cut Medicare $716 billion for current recipients of Medicare. Now you point out, well, we're putting some back. We're going to give them a better prescription program. That's $1 for every 15 you've cut. They're smart enough to know that's not a good trade. I want to take that $716 billion you've cut and put it back into Medicare. By the way, we can include a prescription program if we need to improve it. But the idea of cutting $716 billion from Medicare.
I don't know how true that really is, though, either, of like being critical of, you know, the China government in China. A lot of our information about China comes from American resources, and you gotta understand what the game that America is playing. Not saying China's perfect. I'm not a China defender. I'm not one of those. There's some leftists who like swear by China that they are doing everything correct. I don't believe in that, but I also think that there's a lot of propaganda about China too. But not saying you could be incorrect, but I'm just saying that like I don't know how like they make it seem that you say like you mutter it and like all of a sudden like 20 policemen come out of the woodwork and like beat your ass like I don't.
Be able to balance the additional cost of Obamacare is, in my opinion, a mistake. And with regards to young people coming along, I've got proposals to make sure Medicare
What's
and
up,
Social
Friar Wolf?
Security
Hello.
are there for them without any question.
Mr. President.
First of all, I think it's important for Governor Romney to present this plan that he says will only affect folks in the future.
Like, think about this, too. The United States has more cameras per person. America is much more of a surveillance state because of the Patriot Act than China is. Just trying to restrict, websites and stuff? Sure. But the United States does a lot of other spying on their citizens than China does.
And the essence of the plan.
So that's my thing is, like, I feel like China is...
he would turn Medicare into a voucher program.
In certain regards, is less...
it's called premium support, but...
less scary than the United States
program.
In that regard.
His running mate...
And you don't support that?
I don't. And let me explain why.
No, I think China has a decent amount of cameras per person, but the United States is higher. At least last time I checked, which was last year.
Again, that's for future.
I understand.
Because
right,
think about this
retirees.
too. Think about how many cell phones we have that have cameras on it, laptops, working from home, that the government can access at any time.
So if you're
the
54
Patriot Act.
or 55, you might want to listen, because this will affect you. The idea, which was originally presented by Congressman Ryan, your running mate, is that we would give.
I don't know. I remember reading about it last year.
Like,
I'm not just pulling numbers out of my ass, but I remember it was America had a higher cameras per person
The problem is that
ratio.
because the
China's
voucher
was up
wouldn't
there
necessarily
too,
keep
but
up
it
with
was
healthcare
United States
inflation,
was number one.
It was estimated that this would cost the average senior about $6,000 a year.
I mean, I have two
In
now.
fairness,
Here,
what Governor Romney has now said is he'll maintain
See?
traditional Medicare alongside it. But there's still a problem.
Spooky.
Because what happens is those insurance companies are pretty clever at figuring out who are the younger and healthier seniors. They recruit them, leaving the older, sicker seniors in Medicare. And every healthcare economist who looks at it says over time what will happen is the traditional Medicare system will collapse. And then what you've got is folks like my grandmother at the mercy of the private insurance system, precisely at the time when they are most in need of decent health care. So I don't think vouchers are the right way to go. And this is not my only my opinion. AARP thinks that the savings that we obtained from Medicare
so it's like
the
slightly
system,
higher.
lengthened the Medicare trust fund.
Like I
by
said,
8
China was
years.
up there too.
Benefits
but
were not affected at all. And ironically, if you repeal Obamacare, and I have become fond of this term, Obamacare, if you repeal it, what happens is those seniors right away are going to be paying $600 more in prescription care. They're now going to have to be paying copays for basic checkups that can keep them healthier.
Did he just say ironically? No, I don't know. I missed it if he did. We'll pretend he did.
Repeal are insurance companies.
Ironically? Oh my God.
are estimated to gain billions of dollars back when they aren't making seniors any healthier. And I don't think that's the right approach when it comes to making sure that Medicare is stronger over the long term.
We'll talk about specifically about health care in a moment. But
yeah, just generally speaking, the United States has more prison population than any other country in the world. Our cops get paid more than other other countries' militaries. We are a police state a lot more than
do you support
than we want to believe, and it's just and then I was going back with the China thing, is that like so much of the propaganda that we have against China, or at least American propaganda, is like talking about how China is this police state, and you know it has definitely police and issues with that I have. But like, I don't like the idea of like that just assumes that America is just great. Like I think it was New York City's police is like the size of a military in other countries
and near retirees to
in terms of money and stuff.
And the president supports taking $716 billion out of that program.
What about the voucher?
So that's number one.
All right.
Number two
Why have
is
slaves
for
and
people coming
prisoners,
along
right?
that are young. What I do to make sure that we can keep Medicare in place for them is to allow them to either to choose the current Medicare program.
I gotta stop pausing. I'm doing the
plan,
thing again where I
their
pause, and
choice.
it's gonna be like
They get to choose, and they'll have at least 2 plans that will be
the stream's gonna be like
entirely
7
at no
hours. And it
cost
could
to
only
them.
be 5.
So they don't have to pay additional money, no additional $6,000. That's not going to happen. They'll have at least
I'm
2
gonna be
plans.
mad
And
at
by the way,
myself later when I'm
if
like
the government can be
sweating
as efficient as the
and
private
feeling
sector
gross.
and offer premiums that are as low as the private sector, people will be happy to get traditional Medicare, or they'll be able to get a private plan. I know my own view is I'd rather have a private plan. I just assume
Why?
not have the government telling me what kind of health care I get. I'd rather be able to have an insurance company.
because
if I
you-
don't like them, I can get rid of them and
you
find a
have-
different insurance company. But people will make their own choice. The other thing we have to do to save Medicare, we have to have the benefits high for those that are low income, but for higher income people,
Oh,
we're gonna
agreed,
have to lower
comrade.
some of
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
benefits. We have to make sure this program is there for the long term. That's the plan that I put
I
forward.
mean, you're
By the
also
way,
a
the
slave
idea
to your
came
job in the
not even
sense
from
that
Paul
you
Ryan
have to
or
work.
Senator Wyden,
You
who's
can
the
choose
co-author
your
of the bill
master at
with
least,
Paul Ryan
but
in the Senate, but also it came from
you have to go to work.
Bill Clinton's chief of staff. This is an idea that's been around a long time, which is saying, hey, let's see if we can't get competition into the Medicare
Oh my God.
world,
Fucking
so that
capitalism,
people can get
brain
the
rot.
choice of different
Competition,
plans
competition.
at lower cost, better
Everything's like a
quality.
sport.
I believe in competition.
Yeah, Romney does look
Jim,
older
if I
now,
can just
but
respond
he
very
looks
quickly.
looks
First of
pretty
all,
young here.
every study has shown that Medicare has lower administrative
Yeah, what does
costs
Romney look
than
like now? Let's see.
private insurance does, which is why seniors are generally pretty happy with it.
His
And
2019
private
portrait's
insurers
not
have
too
to make
bad.
a profit. Nothing wrong with that. That's what they do. And so you've got higher administrative costs plus profit.
Yo,
that.
bearded Romney?
And if you are going to save
What?
any money through what Governor Romney's proposing,
I kind of dig this.
what has to happen is that the money has to come from somewhere. And
Punished
when
Romney.
you move to a voucher system, you are putting seniors at the mercy of those insurance companies. And over time, if traditional Medicare
Yeah.
has decayed or fallen
Yeah.
apart, then there's
This is the look, Romney. You got to roll
this
with
is the
this.
reason
Let's
why
run again,
AARP
baby.
has said that your
Punish
plan
Romney.
would weaken Medicare substantially.
I respect that,
And
comrade.
that's
I
why
love
they were
ATV
supportive of the
rides.
approach that
Hell
we took.
yeah. Enjoy that
One
shit.
last
Be
point I
safe,
wanna
though,
make.
too.
We do have to
Go
lower
mudding.
the cost of health care, not just in Medicare and
Talk
Medicaid,
about that in a minute.
but overall.
Yo, okay.
And so
That's a big topic. Can we,
Oh,
can we stay
is
on
that- is
Medicare?
that-
Can we
is that
finish?
a
Yeah, we're
separate
going to.
topic?
Yeah, I want to
I'm
get to
sorry.
it, but all I want to do is very quickly
Let's get back to
before we leave
Medicare.
the economy.
Let's get back to Medicare.
No,
The
no,
president
no,
said that
no,
the government
mute
can
him.
provide the service at lower cost and without a profit.
All right.
If that's the case, then it will always be the best product that people can purchase. But my
Wait a minute,
experience,
Governor.
my
Okay,
experience
good.
is the private
What? Okay, good. Isn't that the whole point?
sector typically is able to provide a better product at a lower cost.
Can we?
Isn't that point of
can
capitalism,
the
making
two
the
of you
best
agree
product at the
that
lowest
voters have a
cost and
choice, a clear choice
winning
between
Absolutely.
the
two of you on
competition?
Medicare?
Absolutely.
All right. So to finish quickly, briefly on the economy, what is your view about the level of federal regulation of the economy right now? Is there too much? And in your case, Mr. President, should there be more? Beginning with you. This is not a new.
We've been
2-minute
talking
segment
about
to
this
start,
for-
and we'll
for,
go a few minutes, and then
49
we're gonna go to
minutes already.
healthcare, okay?
Regulation is essential. You can't have a free market work if you don't have regulation. As a business person,
That's
I
not a
had
free
to have
market, then.
I need to know the regulations. I needed them there.
That's a
You
contradiction.
couldn't have people opening up banks in their garage and making loans.
That's literally what, like,
you have to
right-wing
have
libertarians
regulations
always
so that
say.
you can have an economy work. Every free economy has
It's
good
like they
regulation.
talk about the free market.
At the
They don't
same
want
time,
any
regulation can become
regulation.
Is it excessive now,
Well,
do you think?
in some places, yes.
So
Some
Mitt's
places,
a little bit more,
It can become out of date. And what's happened with some of the legislation that's been passed
On the political
during the
compass, he's a little bit
president's
more
term,
upper
you've seen
right, maybe.
regulation become excessive, and it's hurt the economy. Let me give you an example. Dodd-Frank was passed, and it includes within it a number of provisions that I think has some unintended consequences that are harmful to the economy. One is it designates a number of banks as too big to fail, and they're effectively guaranteed by the federal government. This is the biggest kiss that's been given to New York banks I've ever seen.
Kiss.
This is an enormous boon for them. There
Wanna
have been
kiss the banks.
122 community and small banks have closed since Dodd-Frank. So there's one example. Here's another. In Dodd-Frank, it says...
You want to repeal Dodd-Frank?
Well, I would repeal it and replace it. We're not going to get rid of all regulation. You have to have regulation.
Okay. All right.
And there's some parts of Dodd-Frank that make all the sense in the world. You need transparency. You need to have leverage limits for institutions.
Well, here's a specific.
But let's mention the other one. Let's talk the other big
Well,
one.
let's not.
Okay.
Let's let him respond. Let's let him respond to this specific on Dodd-Frank and what the governor just said.
Well, I think this is a great example. The reason we have been in such an enormous economic crisis was prompted by reckless behavior across the board. Now, it wasn't just on Wall Street. You had loan officers that were given loans and mortgages that...
This was, isn't this during, we looked it up before, but if I remember correctly, I think, was Occupy Wall Street over at this point? I think it might have been. I think it was 2011, yeah. Yeah. September 17th, November 15th, 2011. Hell yeah, Rage Against the Machine. Yes, sir. Yeah, because when did Obama help out the banks? When was that? Obama bank bailout. Was that 2009? Looks like. This is too long for me to read. I just want January 6th. Oh my God, January 6th, guys. I'm just trying to find like just a quick blurb about it. Yeah, here we go. After rescuing the nation's banking system from utter disaster last fall, Washington now faces arguably much trickier tasks, putting the bailout genie back in the bottle. Yeah, because I know. From what we read, yeah, there's the Economic Stabilization Act of 2008, which was technically under Bush, but then Obama continued some of it as well. Regardless, whatever, doesn't matter.
really shouldn't have been given because the folks didn't qualify. You had people who were borrowing money to buy a house that they couldn't afford. You had credit agencies that were stamping these as A1 great investments when they weren't. But you also had banks making money hand over fist, churning out products that the bankers themselves didn't even understand.
Basically, I was trying to look up to see like how much really did Obama, because I know he was part of the reason like there was the bailouts for the banks, and
in order to make big profits, but knowing that it made the entire
he could have been much harsher on the banks and stuff, but
system vulnerable. So what did we do? We stepped in and had the toughest reforms on Wall Street since the 1930s. We said, you've got banks, you've got to raise your capital requirements. You can't engage in some of this risky behavior that is putting Main Street at risk. We're going to make sure that you've got to have a living will so we can know how you're going to wind things down if you make a bad bet.
But this is basically the Occupy Wall Street question.
Taxpayer bailouts. In the meantime, by the way,
to a
we
certain
also
degree.
made sure that all the help that we provided those banks was paid back every single dime with interest.
As part of the Occupy movement was
Now,
also talking about, like,
Governor
you know,
Romney
the
has said
1%
he wants to
and all
repeal
that.
Dodd-Frank. And, you know, I appreciate, and it appears we've got some agreement that a marketplace to work has to have some regulation. But in the past, Governor Romney has said he just wants to repeal Dodd-Frank, roll it back. And so the question is, does anybody out there think that the big problem we had is that there was too much oversight and regulation of Wall Street? Because if you do, then Governor Romney is your candidate. But that's not what I believe.
That's just not the facts. Look, we have to have regulation on Wall Street. That's why I'd have regulation. But I wouldn't designate 5 banks as too big to fail and give them a blank check. That's one of the unintended consequences of Dodd-Frank. It wasn't thought through properly. We need to get rid of that provision because it's killing regional and small banks. They're getting hurt. Let me mention another regulation in Dodd-Frank. You say we were giving mortgages to people who weren't qualified. That's exactly right.
How they
it's one
say,
of the reasons
is it
for
Dodd,
the great financial
Dodd?
calamity we had. And so Dodd-Frank correctly says we need to have
Three Ds.
qualified mortgages, and if you give a mortgage that's not qualified, there are big penalties. Except they didn't ever go on to define what a qualified mortgage was. It's been 2 years. We don't know what a qualified mortgage is yet. So banks
Here's him
are
signing
reluctant
it.
to make loans,
2010.
mortgages. Try and get a mortgage these days. It's hurt the housing market because Dodd-Frank didn't anticipate putting in place the kinds of regulations you have to have. It's not that Dodd-Frank always was wrong with too much regulation. Sometimes they didn't come out with the clear regulation. I will make sure we don't hurt the functioning of our marketplace and our businesses because I want to bring back housing and get good jobs.
All right, I think we have another clear difference between the two of you. Now let's move to health care, where I know there is a clear difference. And that has to do with
Every
the
bank with more than
Affordable Care
$50
Act,
billion of assets
Obamacare,
must take an
and
annual
it's a
stress
two-minute
test by the Federal Reserve, which can help determine if the
segment,
institution can
and
survive
it's,
a
needs 2
financial
minutes each, and
crisis.
you go first, Governor Romney. You wanted repealed. You want the Affordable Care Act repealed. Why?
I sure do. Well, in part, it comes again from my experience. I was in New Hampshire. A woman came to me and she said, look, I can't afford insurance for myself or my son. I met a couple in Appleton, Wisconsin, and they said, we're thinking of dropping our insurance.
And
We
under
can't
Trump,
afford
they
it.
got rid of some of the
And
consumer
number of
protection
small businesses
provisions
I've gone
in the
to that are
Dodd-Frank
saying
Act.
They're dropping insurance because they can't afford it.
Interesting.
The cost of health care is just prohibitive, and we've got to deal with cost. And unfortunately, when you look at Obamacare, the Congressional Budget Office has said it will cost $2,500 a year more than traditional insurance. So it's adding to cost. And as a matter of fact, when the president ran for office, he said that by this year, he would have brought down the cost of insurance for each family by $2,500 a family. Instead, it's gone up by that amount. So it's expensive. Expensive things hurt families. So that's one reason I don't want it. Second reason, it cuts $716 billion from Medicare to pay for it. I want to put that money back in Medicare for our seniors. Number 3, it puts in place an unelected board that's going to tell people ultimately what kind of treatments they can have. I don't like that idea. Fourth, there was a survey done of small businesses across the country. It said, what's been the effect of Obamacare on your hiring plans? And 3/4 of them said it makes us less likely to hire people. I just don't know how the president could have come into office facing 23 million people out of work, rising unemployment, an economic crisis at the kitchen table, and spent his energy and passion for 2 years fighting for Obamacare instead of fighting for jobs for the American people. It has killed jobs. And the best course for health care is to do what we did in my state, craft a plan at the state level that fits the needs of the state. And then let's focus on getting...
But you're trusting states to do that. Not every state is your state, Romney. That's the issue, right? There's plenty of states that don't give two shits about the health care in their state, and they've, and it's awful there.
The cost down for
Straight
people
up.
rather than raising it with the $2,500 additional premium.
Mr. President, the argument against repeal.
This is where Romney care came
Well,
into play.
4 years ago, when I was running for office, I was traveling around and having those same conversations that Governor Romney talks about. And it wasn't just that small businesses were seeing costs skyrocket and they couldn't get affordable coverage even if they wanted to provide it to their employees. It wasn't just that this was the biggest driver of our federal deficit, our overall health care costs, but it was families who were worried about going bankrupt if they got sick. Millions of families all across the country. If they had a pre-existing condition, they might not be able to get coverage at all. If they did have coverage, insurance companies might impose an arbitrary limit. And so as a consequence, they're paying their premiums. Somebody gets really sick. Lo and behold, they don't have enough money to pay the bills because the insurance companies say that they've hit the limit. So we did work on this alongside working on jobs because this is part of making sure that middle-class families are secure in this country. And let me tell you exactly what Obamacare did. Number one, if you've got health insurance, it doesn't mean a government takeover. You keep your own insurance, you keep your own doctor, but it does say insurance companies can't jerk you around. They can't impose arbitrary lifetime limits. They have to let you keep your kid on your insurance plan until you're 26 years old. And
I'll give Obama credit for that one because I was able to do that. My mom kept me on her insurance till I was 26 and very much appreciated that I was able to do that.
It also says that you're going to
I think I was actually like 25, but
insurance companies are spending
regardless, I had the
more
option of doing it
on administrative costs and profits than they are on actual care. Number two, if you don't have health insurance, we're essentially setting up a group plan that allows you to benefit from group rates that are typically 18% lower than if you're out there trying to get insurance on the individual market. Now, the last point I'd make before
2 minutes is up, sir.
No, I think I had 5 seconds before you interrupted me. Was
yo.
the irony is that we've seen this model work really well.
Obama, chill.
In Massachusetts, because Governor Romney did a good thing, working with Democrats in the state to set up what is essentially the identical model. And as a consequence, people are covered there. It hasn't destroyed jobs. And as a consequence, we now have a system in which we have the opportunity to start bringing down costs as opposed to just leaving millions of people out in the cold.
Your 5 seconds went away a long time ago.
All
right, Governor, tell the president directly why you think what he just said is wrong about Obama.
Well, I did with my first statement, but I'll go on.
Please elaborate.
I'll elaborate. Exactly right. First of all, I like the way we did it in Massachusetts. I like the fact that in my state we had Republicans and Democrats come together and work together. What you did instead was to push through a plan without a single Republican vote. As a matter of fact, when Massachusetts did something quite extraordinary, elected a Republican senator to stop Obamacare, you pushed it through anyway. So entirely on a partisan basis, instead of bringing America together and having a discussion on this important topic, you pushed through something that you and Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reid thought was the best answer.
Nancy Pelosi.
And drove it through. What we did in the legislature, 87% Democrat, we worked together. 200 legislators in my legislature.
I feel like 2012 too is like when Nancy Pelosi was like starting to become more of a household name, girl boss, you know.
Only 2 voted against the plan by the time we were finished. What were some differences? We didn't raise taxes. You've raised them by $1 trillion under Obamacare. We didn't cut Medicare. Of course, we don't have Medicare, but we didn't cut Medicare.
Well, I guess Nancy Pelosi's been in it for a long time, so maybe not, but it's the first time we've heard it on the debate stage, at least.
By $716 billion. We didn't put in place
We also heard Donald Trump in this debate twice.
a board that could
Crazy.
tell people ultimately what treatments they're going to receive. We didn't
So they're
also,
introducing the side characters who are going to have
do something that I
major
think
plot lines, you know,
a
later
number
on.
of people across this country recognize, which is put people in a position where they're going to lose the insurance they had and they wanted. Right now, the CBO says up to 20 million people will lose their insurance as Obamacare goes into effect next year. And likewise, a study by McKinsey and Company of American businesses said 30% of them are anticipating dropping people from coverage. So for those reasons, for the tax, for Medicare, for this board, and for people losing their insurance, this is why the American people don't want Medicare, don't want Obamacare. It's why Republicans said, do not do this. And the Republicans had the plan. They put a plan out. They put out a plan, a bipartisan plan. It was swept aside. I think something this big, this important, has to be done on a bipartisan basis. And we have to have a president who can reach across the aisle and fashion important legislation.
He did. He watered it down. It could have been so much stronger. He did water it down. He did work across the aisle.
With the input from both parties.
Come on, give Obama credit
Governor
here.
Romney said this has to be done on a bipartisan basis. This was a bipartisan idea. In fact, it was a Republican idea. And Governor Romney, at the beginning of this debate, wrote and said, what we did in Massachusetts could be a model for the nation. And I agree that the Democratic legislators in Massachusetts might have given some advice to Republicans in Congress about how to cooperate. But the fact of the matter is, we use the same advisors, and they say it's the same plan. When Governor Romney talks about this board, for example, unelected board that we've created, what this is a group of healthcare experts, doctors, et cetera, to figure out how can we reduce the cost of care in the system overall. Because there are two ways of dealing with our healthcare crisis. One is to simply leave a whole bunch of people uninsured and let them fend for themselves, to let businesses figure out how long they can continue to pay premiums until finally they just give up and their workers are no longer getting insured. And that's been the trend line. Or alternatively, we can figure out how do we make the cost of care more effective. And there are ways of doing it. So at Cleveland Clinic, one of the best healthcare systems in the world, they actually provide great care, cheaper than average. And the reason they do is because they do some smart things. They say, if a patient's coming in, let's get all the doctors together at once, do one test instead of having the patient run around with 10.
This is true. Where I work now, like, it's part of like the medical industry, and a lot of like the medical colleges now have like that kind of care where all the doctors are in at once, like he's saying, and they like look at everything together. So it's not like one doctor's looking at it, then they get sent to another one, then time passes and all that stuff and more money. Yeah, it's just, you go in, it's like a one and done kind of thing. You go in, find out information that day, and then you move forward with whatever you need to do.
10 tests. Let's make sure that we're providing preventive care, so we're catching the onset of something like diabetes. Let's pay providers on the basis of performance as opposed to on the basis of how many
It's mind-boggling that most people believe that the only two
in.
possible economic
Now,
systems are
so
capitalism
what
or a
this board
state-run
does is
economy. It
basically
goes beyond
identifies best practices and
ignorance.
says,
Seems like most
let's
people are just
use
devoid of imagination or
purchasing power,
curiosity.
Medicare,
Oh, I
and
agree.
Medicaid to help to
Yeah,
institutionalize
you're cooking there,
all
for sure.
these good things that we do. And the fact of the matter is that when
I mean, just generally speaking, it's like the concept that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism, because we've just been, told that it's the only system that works. We fought the Cold War, and granted, I think the USSR was more state capitalism than anything. But yeah, I mean, we've been conditioned to think, black and white thinking, and that it's either this or we die, kind of. Like, that's the attitude.
Obamacare is fully implemented, we're going to be in a position to show that.
But the funny thing is, in like history, being radical, like being a left radical, usually in the history books, you go down in the history in a good way. Just saying. Whether it was abolitionists for slavery,
Costs
I think that's the
are
biggest
going
one for
down.
me.
And over the last
People like
2
John
years,
Brown.
Healthcare premiums have gone up. It's true, but they've gone up slower than any time in the last 50 years. So we're already beginning to see progress. In the meantime,
Yeah, capitalism
folks
has
out
an economic system part of it, but capitalism is a social. It's built on social relationships. It controls everything we do. Me streaming, it affects me of whether or not I want to stream today, whether or not I want to invest the time in, because time is money. I could theoretically be working a part-time job and trying to get some extra dough. But I'm actually, I'm one of the lucky people who doesn't need to do that. But you know what I mean? Capitalism
with
controls
insurance,
everything.
You're already getting a rebate.
Every decision we do, how much time we want to spend on something, whether it's, maybe making yourself a nice dinner versus just going to a fast food restaurant.
Let me make one.
But people
last
don't
point.
often think of capitalism like that. They often they think about it as an economic system first, and that is part of it. But it's so much more than that. It's always about
Romney says
the social relationships, the dominance
we
of
should
everything.
replace it. I'm just going to repeal it, but we can replace it with something. But the problem is he hasn't described what exactly we'd replace it with, other than saying we're going to leave it to the states.
It's the ignorance is bliss
But the
thing,
fact of
though.
the matter
I
is
get it.
That some of the
Once you see the
prescriptions that he's offered,
contradictions,
like
it
letting
gets-
you buy
gets
insurance across
depressing.
state lines, there's no indication that somehow is going to help somebody who's got a pre-existing condition be able to finally buy insurance. In fact, it's estimated that by repealing Obamacare, you're looking at 50 million people losing health insurance at a time when it's vitally important.
Let's let the governor explain what you would do if Obamacare is repealed. How would you replace it?
Well, actually, it's a lengthy description, but number one, pre-existing conditions
Romney
are covered
care.
under my plan. Number two, young people are able to stay on their family plan. That's already offered in the private marketplace. You don't have to have the government mandate that for that to occur. But let's come back to something the President and I agree on, which is the key task we have in healthcare is to get the cost down so it's more affordable for families. And then he has as a model for doing that a board of people at the government, an unelected board, appointed board, who are going to decide what kind of treatment you ought to have. In my opinion, the government is not effective in bringing down the cost of almost anything.
Not out of context, but it sounds like someone dropped something. Did Obama stomp his foot or something?
As a matter of fact, free people and free enterprises trying to find ways to do things better are able to be more effective in bringing down the cost than the government.
Probably someone dropped a water bottle
Your example of the Cleveland Clinic
nearby or something.
is my case in point.
Because the place echoes a
along with
lot.
several others I could
You can
describe.
hear it, that there's an echo.
This is the private market. These are enterprises competing with each other, learning how to do better and better jobs. I used to consult to hospitals and to healthcare providers. I was astonished at the creativity and innovation that exists in the American people. In order to bring the cost of healthcare down, we don't need to have a board of 15 people telling us what kinds of treatments we should have. We instead need to put insurance plans, providers, hospitals, doctors on target such that they have an incentive, as you say, performance pay for doing an excellent job for keeping costs down, and that's happening. Intermountain Healthcare does it superbly well. Mayo Clinic is doing it superbly well. Cleveland Clinic, others. But the right answer is not to have the federal government take over healthcare and start mandating to the providers across America, telling a patient and a doctor what kind of treatment they can have. That's the wrong way to go. The private market.
So, Mitt, would you say that you believe that maybe healthcare is a human right? Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's a stretch, but the idea that you don't want people deciding what kind of care that they need or what they can't get. So maybe we should just make it for everybody, that you can just get whatever healthcare you want, and it doesn't matter, and you should never be denied it. I don't know. Maybe too radical.
And individual responsibility always work best.
Let me just point out, first of all, this board that we're talking about can't make decisions about what treatments are given. That's explicitly prohibited in the law. But let's go back to what Governor Romney indicated, that under his plan, he would be able to cover people with pre-existing conditions. Well, actually, Governor, that isn't what your plan does. What your plan does is to duplicate what's already the law, which says, if you are out of health insurance for 3 months, then you can end up getting continuous coverage, and an insurance company can't deny you if it's been under 90 days. But that's already the law, and that doesn't help the millions of people out there with pre-existing conditions. There's a reason why Governor Romney set up the plan that he did in Massachusetts. It wasn't a government takeover of healthcare. It was the largest expansion of private insurance. But what it does say is that insurers, you've got to take everybody. Now, that also means that you've got more customers. But when Governor Romney says that he'll replace it with something, but can't detail how it will be in fact, replaced. And the reason he set up the system he did in Massachusetts was because there isn't a better way of dealing with the pre-existing conditions problem. It just reminds me of, he says that he's going to close deductions and loopholes for his tax plan. That's how it's going to be paid for, but we don't know the details. He says that he's going to replace Dodd-Frank, Wall Street reform, but we don't know exactly which ones. He won't tell us. He now says he's going to replace Obamacare and assure that all the good things that are in it are going to be in there, and you don't have to worry. And at some point, I think the American people have to ask themselves, is the reason that Governor Romney is keeping all these plans to replace secret because they're too good? Is it because that somehow middle-class families are going to benefit too much from them? No, the reason is because when we reform Wall Street, when we tackle the problem of pre-existing conditions, then these are tough problems, and we've got to make choices. And the choices we've made have been ones that ultimately are benefiting middle-class families all across the country.
We're going to move to a...
No, I have to respond to that,
well,
which is my experience as a governor is if I come...
He's done it for so long, and he's awful at, like, quieting people. Like... just saying, like, no, time is up, we're moving on. Like, he will let this go on and on and on.
And lay down a piece of legislation and say it's my way or the highway, I don't get a lot done. What I do is the same way that Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan worked together some years ago. When Ronald Reagan ran for office, he laid out the principles that he was going to foster. He said he was going to lower tax rates. He said he was going to...
For the upper class and corporations. Yeah, he did deliver on that. That's for sure.
Broaden the base. You've said the same thing. You're going to simplify the tax code, broaden the base. Those are my principles. I want to bring down the tax burden on middle-income families. And I'm going to work together with Congress to say, okay, what are the various ways we could bring down deductions, for instance? One way, for instance, would be to have a single number. Make up a number, $25,000, $50,000. Anybody can have deductions up to that amount. And then that number disappears for high-income people. That's one way one could do it. One could follow Bowles-Simpson as a model and take deduction by deduction and make differences that way. There are alternatives to accomplish the objective I have, which is to bring down rates, broaden the base, simplify the code, and create incentives for growth. And with regards to health care, you had remarkable details with regards to my pre-existing condition plan. You obviously have studied up on my plan. In fact, I do have a plan that deals with people with pre-existing conditions. That's part of my health care plan. And what we did in Massachusetts is a model for the nation, state by state. And I said that at that time. The federal government taking over health care for the entire nation and whisking aside the 10th Amendment, which gives states the rights for these kinds of things, is not the course for America to have a stronger, more vibrant economy.
That is a terrific segue to our next segment, and is the role of government.
What do you mean the role? We've been talking about this. That was like your second question. Was like, how much should the government be involved in the economy? What, just a little bit broader now? Oh my gosh.
And let's see, role of government, and it is you are first.
Thank God it's his last one,
Mr. President. And the question is this: do you believe, both of you, but you had the first 2 minutes on this, Mr. President. Do you believe there's a fundamental difference between the two of you as to how you view the mission of the federal government?
Well, I definitely think there are differences. The first role of the federal government is to keep the American people safe. That's its most basic function. And as Commander-in-Chief, that is something that I have
keeping you safe by drone striking children in the Middle East. Hell yeah.
But I also believe that government has the capacity, the federal government has the capacity to help open up opportunity and create ladders of opportunity and to create frameworks where the American people can succeed. Look, the genius of America is the free enterprise system and freedom, and the fact that people can go out there and start a business, work on an idea, make their own decisions, but
start a Twitch
as Abraham
channel.
Lincoln understood, there are also some things we do better together. So in the middle of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln said, let's help to finance the Transcontinental Railroad. Let's start the National Academy of Sciences. Let's start land-grant colleges, because we want to give these gateways of opportunity for all Americans, because if all Americans are getting opportunity, we're all going to be better off. That doesn't restrict people's freedom, that enhances it. And so what I've tried to do as president is to apply those same principles. And when it comes to education, what I've said is we've got to reform schools that are not working. We used something called race to the top. It wasn't a top-down approach, Governor. What we've said is to states, we'll give you more money if you initiate reforms. And as a consequence, you had 46 states around the country who have made a real difference. But what I've also said is, let's hire another 100,000 math and science teachers to make sure we maintain our technological lead and our people are skilled and able to succeed. And hard-pressed states right now can't all do that.
Like I mentioned earlier, it's always about, under capitalism, it's about competition and being the number one, but it's like the race never ends. This isn't like, it's not like sports where, like, you know, the clock runs out and we had the most points, so we won. Like, it's never ending. You know, like, why do we have to be number one? Like, and why do we even like look at the world like that? That's always my question. Why do we have to be number one? And why do we look at the world in this lens of like competition? Oh, that's right, because capitalism is all about competition and dominance and
we've seen
survival of the fittest.
Hundreds of thousands of teachers over the last several years, and Governor Romney doesn't think we need more teachers. I do, because I think that that is the kind of investment where the federal government can help. It can't do it all, but it can make a difference. And as a consequence, we'll have a better trained workforce, and that will create jobs because companies want to locate in places where we've got a skilled workforce.
2 minutes, Governor, on the role of government. Your view.
Well, first, I love great schools. Massachusetts, our schools are
Love
ranked
schools.
number one of all 50 states. And
I love walks on the beach. I love art, and I love school. I love schools, you know. It's on Mitt Romney's dating profile, just vague, boring shit.
Key to great schools, great teachers. So I reject the idea that I don't believe
love
in great
music.
teachers or more teachers.
I listen to
Every
all
school
kinds of
district, Every
music.
state should make that decision on their own. The role of government. Look behind us. The Constitution and the Declaration of Independence.
I
The
love
role
to
of
have
government
fun.
is to promote and protect the principles of those documents.
Checking boxes,
First,
yeah.
life and liberty. We have a responsibility to protect
Yes,
the
sir.
lives and liberties of our people, and that means a military second to none. I do not believe in cutting our military. I believe in maintaining the strength of America's military.
Because
Second,
okay.
and that line that says we are endowed by our Creator with our rights. I believe we must maintain our commitment
who's
to
the
religious
creator?
tolerance and freedom in this country.
Yours or
That statement also says that we are endowed by our Creator with the right to pursue happiness as we choose.
okay? You know what would
I
make me
interpret that
happy?
as-
Ending capitalism. Can I do that, please? Thank you. Oh no, I have to go to work. Sorry.
One, making sure that those people who are less fortunate and can't care for themselves are cared by one another. We're a nation that believes that we're all children of the same God, and we care for those that have
No, it's not true.
difficulties,
Stop
those that
speaking
are
for everybody.
elderly
That's
and
not
have
true.
problems.
That's not true. Romney, you can't just say that. Everyone believes this. No?
Problems and challenges, those that are disabled, we care for them. And we look for discovery and innovation, all these things desired out of the American heart to provide the pursuit of happiness for our citizens. But we also believe in maintaining for individuals the right to pursue their dreams and not to have the government substitute itself for the rights of free individuals. And what we're seeing right now is, in my view, a trickle-down government approach, which has government thinking it can do a better job than free people pursuing their dreams, and it's not working.
They're really trying to like do the reverse like trickle down economics thing. It's not working. It's dumb.
And the proof of that is 23 million people out of work. The proof of that is one out of
Trickle
6
down
people
government.
in poverty. The proof of that is we've gone from 32 million on food stamps to 47 million on food stamps.
The government juice is dripping down to the middle class. All right, the government juice.
The proof of that is that 50% of college graduates this year can't find work. We know that the path we're taking is not working. It's time for a new path.
All right, let's go through some specifics in terms of how each of you views the role of government. Education. Does the federal government have a responsibility to improve the quality of public education in America?
Well, the primary responsibility for education is of course, at the state and local level. But the federal government also can play a very important role. And I agree with Secretary Arne Duncan. It's some ideas he's put forward on Race to the Top, not all of them, but some of them I agree with, and congratulate him for pursuing that. The federal government can get local and state schools to do a better job. My own view, by the way, is I've added to that. I happen to believe I want the kids that are getting federal dollars from IDEA or Title I. These are disabled kids or poor kids or lower income kids, rather. I want them to be able to go to the school of their choice. So all federal funds, instead of going to the state or to the school district, I'd have go, if you will, follow the child and let the parent and the child decide where to send their student.
How do you see the federal government's responsibility to, as I say, to improve the quality of public education in this country?
Well, as I've indicated, I think that it has a significant role to play. Through our Race to the Top program, we've worked with Republican and Democratic governors to initiate major reforms, and they're having an impact right now.
Do you think you have a difference with your views and those of Governor Romney about education? In the federal
This is where budgets matter, because budgets reflect choices. So when Governor Romney indicates that he wants to cut taxes and potentially benefit folks like me and him, and to pay for it, we're having to initiate significant cuts in federal support for education. That makes a difference. You know, his running mate, Congressman Ryan, put forward a budget that reflects many of the principles that Governor Romney's talked about. And it wasn't very detailed. This seems to be a trend, but what it did do is to, if you extrapolated how much money we're talking about, you'd look at cutting the education budget by up to 20%. When it comes to community colleges, we are seeing great work done out there all over the country, because we have the opportunity to train people for jobs that exist right now. And one of the things I suspect Governor Romney and I probably agree on is getting businesses to work with community colleges so that they're setting up their training programs.
Community college is like the only cheap
let me
way
just
to
finish.
get a higher
It's-
education.
I suspect it'll be a small
going very well in my
agreement.
Cheap
state, by
is
the
in
way,
air
yeah.
quotes, but
Where
Cheap
they're
is.
partnering so that they're designing training programs, and people who are going through
Unless
them
you're
know
like
that there's a job waiting for
really,
them.
really good at
That makes a big difference, but that requires
school, and you
some
can
federal support.
maybe
Let me
get a
just
free
say,
ride somewhere.
One final example. When it comes to
But
making
that's very select
college
amount of
affordable,
people.
whether it's 2-year or 4-year, one of the things that I did as president was we were sending $60 billion to banks and lenders as middlemen for the student loan program, even though the loans were guaranteed. So there was no risk for the banks or the lenders, but they were taking billions out of the system. And we said, why not cut out the middleman? And as a consequence, what we've been able to do is to provide millions more students assistance, lower or keep low interest rates on student loans. And this is an example of where our priorities make a difference. Governor Romney, I genuinely believe, cares about education. But when he tells a student that, you should borrow money from your parents to go to college, that indicates the degree to which, there may not be as much of a focus on the fact that folks like myself, folks like Michelle, kids who attend University of Denver, just don't have that option. And for us to be able to make sure that,
like I said, I used to work at University of Denver. A lot of people there have some money. Okay, it's like $70,000 to $80,000 a semester at this school. They have money, or they're taking out crazy loans, and I don't know. But no, you got to have some money to go to this school. Let me tell you.
that they've got that opportunity and they can walk through that door. That is vitally important, not just to those kids. It's how we're going to grow this economy over
Yeah,
the
I
long
mean, in high school, I did my high school was one of the first in our area to do like the IB diploma, and I was part of the IB program, but like I didn't get the IB diploma at the end. But I did get some IB credits, which did help in college. But I mean, I was even like outside of IB, like I was very much a like B to C student. Mostly the B's, but there was a couple like math and science I struggled with at some points. I know IB Bio I failed. That was the only class I failed in high school. But luckily it didn't affect me not graduating or something like that. But like I was only good at history, That was the only one I would get A's in is history. Then sometimes English, I would get higher B's, lower A's. So writing and history. That's why I'm here.
We're running out of time, gentlemen.
Jim,
So you have a chance.
Yeah, you
Yes,
have a chance.
respond to that. Yes, sir,
Mr.
Governor.
Mr. President, you're entitled as a president to your own airplane and to your own house, but not to your own facts. All right, I'm not going to cut education funding. I don't have any plan to cut
But I'm not going to boost it either.
education funding and grants that go to people going to college. I'm planning on continuing to grow, so I'm not planning on making changes there. But you make a very good point, which is that the place you put your money.
But yeah, there's people I know who are, I would say, smarter than me, or at least have, much stronger skill sets for certain things, and like some of them aren't doing their what their quote unquote dream job is. Some of them still are living with their parents, or they are doing the dream job, but maybe that job isn't the most high paying. So maybe at least they're happy, hopefully. But yeah, I don't know. It's just there's a lot of problems with it, with higher education. I don't think there's a perfect way of doing it. I would say now, like maybe look at a state school or at least on the financial aspects. Like I don't regret going to college. I went to a private school out of state, so I'm paying a lot more in loans. I don't regret it, but I do wish it was cheaper. I think there's no reason it should have been as expensive as it was. And that wasn't even my top choice in college. But so I don't regret it. I loved my college experience. I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't be here without it to a certain degree. But I do think a lot of it is luck as well. Right place, right time. But there's a lot of people who I think, like I said, are smarter than me, who went to college like I went to, and maybe aren't as in my position. There's some people who are a little bit better, but generally speaking, I feel like I'm like in an above average position. Like I'm lucky with like the pay I get and the position I get, considering my age and everything. But there's a lot of people I know who are paying a lot of money and maybe not paid a lot of money and they're not seeing the benefits of it, because it's not a guarantee. The way college is sold is that you're getting a guarantee that you will find a job after college. You will find your dream career and all that. And I mean, shit, I got a history degree. I'm not even a history person. Honestly, I probably would like to just work at a museum, maybe working the gift shop or something, honestly. But that can't pay any of my bills. So that's their issue, is that, okay, you paid all this money for this degree and now you're paying debt on it, and the debt that's owed on it every month forces you to go into a different career path or a different field. And that's why I'm in communications and social media and not history, because history doesn't either that, or I had to go back to school to get museum studies, which I think is crazy, to do anything in a museum.
It makes a pretty clear indication of where your heart is. You put $90 billion into green jobs.
I'm going for a money career
And
instead of what I went in college. And I'm
energy.
second guessing
90
myself. I agree with
billion.
that in some extent, but
That
someone needs to be told
would
that
have hired 2 million
that when majoring in
teachers.
dance or some shit, then
$90
I
billion.
don't. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing is like he's talking about he said it. I believe in the American dream and all that, and like even myself, I fall into that a lot. Where like I get mad at myself for not pursuing something or not pursuing. Like I wish I did art in school. Like I'm a very creative person. That's why I try to do streaming here and there, because it helps me at least get my creative energy out. But I like to play my bass guitar and stuff, and I love music. And I kind of wish like I tried a little bit more in music or whatnot. I wish I tried a little bit more in like all the video editing I do. I learned myself on like over the years, but I wish I maybe did digital media maybe in college. But at the same time, who knows? Maybe I wouldn't be having any job in the arts anyways. So I don't know. But there's no right or wrong. I feel like it just kind of just sucks that we're kind of like forced to either, once you graduate high school, either join the military, work at a retail job, and maybe you go to a trade school, maybe you can do that, and then it's just go to college. But the bachelor's degree is becoming the new like high school degree, where it's just required. And that's just part of the systems, telling you need to keep going to school and do that. But it's not. It's for the reasons of money making rather than the means of education. and exploration. You know, like I went to a liberal arts school and I was forced to do one class of every subject. I mean, that was cool. And it was like my senior year, where I was like, oh shit, maybe I should be doing communications if I'm probably not going to get a job doing history stuff. My mom wanted me to be a teacher, and I'm glad I didn't do that, didn't pursue that, considering where teachers are right now. But yeah, I think usually if I had went with my degree, I'm probably maybe doing something in a museum, but I'd probably be making $10 an hour.
And these businesses, many of them have gone out of business. I think about half of them, of the ones that have been invested in, have gone out of business. A number of them happen to be owned by people who are contributors to your campaign.
Am I still going to try to do some creative stuff? Of course, I'm going to try my best to at least enjoy my life, But yeah, most museum staff are fucking volunteers, yeah.
Look, the right course for America's...
But or be the guy who helps make exhibits. That'd be kind of fun. Be like, okay, we're making the Neanderthal exhibit. Let's go get some fake trees. Let's go get a statue of a Neanderthal and make it. I don't know. I like that kind of shit. Would be cool.
Government, we're talking about the role of government, is not to become the economic player, picking winners and losers, telling people what kind of
freaking volunteer,
treatment they can receive.
Museums don't get shit.
System that has existed in this
That's
country
why museum tickets are expensive,
for a long
because
time, and has produced the best
they don't make any money.
In the world. The right answer for government is to say, how do we make
they're
the
usually
private
state
sector
funded
become more efficient and more effective? How do we get schools to be more competitive? Let's grade them. I propose we grade our schools so parents know which schools are succeeding and failing, so they can take their child to a school that's being more successful. I don't want to cut our commitment to education. I wanted to make it more effective and efficient. And by the way, I've had that experience. I don't just
I
talk
love
about
museums.
it. I've been there. Massachusetts schools are ranked #1 in the nation. This is not because I didn't have commitment to education. It's because I care about it.
See, Mitt Romney says he loves education. I love museums. I'm putting that on my dating profile.
Education for all of our kids.
All right, gentlemen, look, excuse me one sec. Excuse me, sir. We barely have 3 minutes left. I'm not going to grade the two of you and say your answers have been too long or I've done a poor job.
You've done a great job.
Oh, well, no. But the fact is,
I know Kentucky doesn't have a lot of good ranks for,
we've lost
I know, impoverished, yeah.
So we only have three minutes left in the debate before we go to your closing statements. And so I want to ask finally here, and remember, we got 3 minutes total time here. And the question is this. Many of the legislative
I misread that. Yeah.
Right now
that's good though, at least. I mean, just in general, I know Kentucky has some.
If elected,
is ranked usually in the lower end for education and stuff. But that's good that for at least.
Jim, I had the great
graduation
experience.
rate's good.
It seemed like it at the time of being elected in a state where my legislature was 87% Democrat, and that meant I figured out from day one I had to get along, and I had to work across the aisle to get anything done. We drove our schools to be #1 in the nation. We cut taxes 19 times.
What would you do as president?
As president, I will sit down on day one, actually the day after I get elected, I'll sit down with leaders, the Democratic leaders, as well as Republican.
So he's going to give himself 1 day to celebrate. I got you. I respect it.
And continue, as we did in my state. We met every Monday for a couple hours, talked about the issues and the challenges in our state.
Remember when Biden did 5 executive orders on his first day, and I was for a half second started becoming a lib again, and I was like, oh, is he actually gonna do some crazy shit? No. He's he's like a one-hit wonder band, in the sense that you go to a show and this band's known for one song, and Biden plays that. He's the first song he plays is that. Yeah, it's the same equivalence, and everything else you're whatever.
State in that case, we have to work on a collaborative basis, not because we're going to compromise our principle, but because there's common ground. And the challenges America faces right now. Look, the reason I'm in this race is there are people that are really hurting today in this country. And
Afghan withdrawal.
This deficit could crush the
classic banger, dude. When I first heard Afghan withdrawal, I'm like, wow, I don't know who these guys are, but whew, what a banger of a song.
Future generations. What's happening?
Everything else in the album, skippable, but hey, I would take being a one-hit wonder. That's fine by me.
Happening in the Middle East. There are developments around the world that are of real concern. And Republicans and Democrats both love America, but we need to have leadership leadership
I
in
love
Washington that will
America.
actually bring people together and get the job done, and could not care less if it's a
I love
Republican or a
schools.
Democrat. I've done it before. I'll do it again.
Mr. President.
Well, first of all, I think Governor Romney's going to have a busy first day.
No, I mean, like, yeah, of course. Us finally leaving Afghanistan was a win. But remember we heard in the first debates with Obama and McCain, Obama talking about leaving Afghanistan. I'm like, LOL.
Because he's also going to repeal Obamacare, which will not be very popular among Democrats as you're sitting down with them. But look, my philosophy has been, I will take ideas from anybody, Democrat or Republican, as long as they're advancing the cause of making middle-class families stronger,
Then,
and giving
yeah,
ladders of
straight back
opportunity
into
to the
another
middle
war,
class.
though, with Ukraine.
That's how we
Right.
cut taxes for middle-class families and small businesses. That's how we cut
The United States treats foreign affairs like season passes, battle passes in Fortnite. They're like, yep, the Afghan battle pass is over. We're on to a new chapter, y'all. Ukraine.
$1 trillion to
And for this cheap rate of $15, you can upgrade, get some skins.
spending that wasn't
Get a
advancing that
Zelensky
cause.
skin for your
That's how
Fortnite
we
character.
signed 3 trade deals into law that are helping
I'm
us
actually
to double
surprised
our
that hasn't
exports
happened yet.
and sell more American products around the world. That's how we repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell. That's
Has Fortnite done any political skins? I don't think so, right?
how we ended the war in Iraq, as I promised, and that's how we're going to wind down the war in Afghanistan. That's how we
Yeah,
went
right.
after
Speaking of
Al-Qaeda
which.
and bin Laden. So we've seen progress even under Republican control of the House of Representatives. But ultimately, part of being principled, part of being a leader is, A, being able to describe exactly what it is that you intend to do, not just saying, I'll sit down, but you have to have a plan. Number 2, what's important is occasionally you've got to say no to folks both in your own party and in the other party. And yes, have we had some fights between me and the Republicans when they fought back against us reining in the excesses of Wall Street? Absolutely, because that was a fight that needed to be had. When we were fighting about whether or not we were going to make sure that Americans had more security with their health insurance, and they said no, yes, that was a fight that we needed to have.
All right.
And so part of leadership and governing is both saying what it is that you are for, but also being willing to say no to some things. And I've got to tell you, Governor Romney, when it comes to his own party during the course of this campaign, has not displayed that willingness to say no to some of the more extreme parts of his party.
That brings us to closing statements. There's a coin toss. Governor Romney, you won the toss. And
Once
you
again, I
elected
say
to go
show
last,
the
so
show the coin
you have a
toss.
closing
Make it like a
2
sport,
minutes.
because that's what everyone
President.
treats it as.
Well, Jim, I want to thank you, and I want to thank Governor Romney, because I think this was a terrific debate, and I very much appreciate it. And I want to thank the University of Denver.
Do you?
4 years ago,
9-time hockey
we were
national
going
champs,
through
baby.
a major crisis. And yet, my faith and confidence in the American future is undiminished. And the reason is because of its people. Because the woman I met in North Carolina who decided at 55 to go back to school because she wanted to inspire her daughter and now has a job from that new training that she's gotten. Because a company in Minnesota who was willing to give up salaries and perks for their executives to make sure that they didn't lay off workers during a recession. The auto workers that you meet in Toledo or Detroit take such pride in building the best cars in the world, not just because of a paycheck, but because it gives them that sense of pride that they're helping to build America. And so the question now is, how do we build on those strengths? And
Does
everything
anyone
that I've
think
tried
that
to
way
do,
now?
And everything that I'm now proposing for the
Do you know anybody who thinks, like, while they're at work, like, man, at least I'm helping build America? Do you think that's... I don't even think it's ever really happened at all. Maybe after 9/11? Maybe, but, like... I don't know. I've never gone to work and be like, man... Even when I wasn't even thinking, like, in a political way, like, growing up, I can't think of a time when I was like, man, at least I'm helping America. Like, even me working at a grocery store, I was never like, man, I'm helping, like, families eat. Like, I didn't really think about it that way. It's just like, I'm here to get money.
the next 4 years in terms of improving our education system or developing American energy, or making sure that we're closing loopholes for companies that are shipping jobs overseas and focusing on small businesses, companies that are creating jobs here in the United States, or closing our deficit in a responsible, balanced way that allows us to invest in our future. All those things are designed to make sure that the American people, their genius, their grit, their determination is channeled, and they have an opportunity to succeed. And everybody's getting a fair shot, and everybody's getting a fair share. Everybody's doing a fair share, and everybody's playing by the same rules. You know, 4 years ago, I said that I'm not a perfect man and I wouldn't be a perfect president, and that's probably a promise that Governor Romney thinks I've kept. But I also promised that I'd fight every single day on behalf of the American people, and the middle class, and all those who are striving to get in the middle class. I've kept that promise, and if you'll vote for me, then I promise.
Yeah, I mean, I guess healthcare, like they think about, like, yeah, I'm helping to save the patient or help the patient, and I believe that. Yeah, I get that. But like, I'm like specifically the United States. Like, I'm helping the nation. Maybe if you're in a government job, I guess.
I'll fight just as hard in a second term.
But that's like very
Governor
few
Romney, your 2
people.
minute close.
Thank you, Jim.
And I mean like a government job that's like policy making or maybe the military, I guess. I guess the military, I take it back. I guess joining the military is the perfect equivalent to being like, I'm helping my country.
Mr. President, thank you for tuning in this evening. This is an important election, and I'm concerned about America. I'm concerned about the direction
This is
America
the most
has been
important
taking
election
over the last
ever.
4 years. I know this is bigger than an election about the two of us as individuals. It's bigger than our respective parties. It's an election about the course of America. What kind of America do you want to have for yourself and for your children? And there really are two very different paths that we began speaking about this evening. And over the course of this month, we're going to have 2 more presidential debates and a vice presidential debate. We'll talk about those 2 paths. But they lead in very different directions.
I get, government
and
official,
it's not just
military,
looking to our words that you have to take an evidence of where they go. You can look at the record. There's no question in my mind that if the president were to be reelected, you'll continue to see a middle-class squeeze with incomes going down and prices going up. I'll get incomes up again. You'll see chronic unemployment. We've had 43 straight months with unemployment above 8%. If I'm president, I will help create 12 million new jobs in this country with rising incomes. If the president's reelected, Obamacare will be fully installed. In my view, that's going to mean a whole different way of life for people who counted on the insurance plan they had in the past. Many will lose it. You're going to see health premiums go up by some $2,500 per family. If I'm elected, we won't have Obamacare. We'll put in place the kind of principles that I've put in place in my own state and allow each state to craft their own programs to get people insured, and we'll focus on getting the cost
Romney
of healthcare
care.
down. If the president were to be reelected, you're going to see a $716 billion cut to Medicare. You'll have 4 million people who will lose Medicare Advantage. You'll have hospitals and providers that will no longer accept Medicare patients. I'll restore that $716 billion to Medicare. And finally, military. The president's reelected, you'll see dramatic cuts to our military. The Secretary of Defense has said these
What are you talking
would
about?
be even devastating. I will
Not
not
once did he
cut
mention
our
that.
commitment to our military. I will keep America strong and get America's middle class working again. Thank you, Jim.
In the military.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mr. President. The next debate will be the vice presidential event on Thursday, October 11th at Center College in Danville, Kentucky. For now,
Kentucky.
from the
Hey, we're going
University of
Kentucky.
Denver, I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good night.
Damn, it's still surreal for me to see this happen like where I used to work. Just crazy to me. I don't know. Yeah, buddy. Kentucky. Wonder where in Kentucky it'll be. Wait, did he mess up? It's not. It's New York. Oh, did he say the vice president debate? Did he say vice president? Did he fuck up?
Strong and get America's middle class working again. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mr. President. The next debate will be the vice presidential
Okay.
event on Thursday.
Sorry, we're not going to Kentucky. There's a vice president debate. There's always one. There's always one every time. We aren't watching those. I think we'll save that for possibly another time. Or maybe never. I don't know. As my stream dies. God damn it. I restarted the router, and so far we're good. But I'm going to take a break, and then also let it... We'll just a triple check. We'll let it go. But I'm making food, so it should only be a couple minutes. But I'll be right back. I'll play the Mitt Romney acceptance speech again. Because it's like 30 minutes long. All right, be right back. I think I have a good angle for this. Part of me wants to maybe switch them. I don't know. But I'm so tiny usually anyway, so I don't want to be, center screen. All right, we are back. Made some lunch. Let's get into the second debate here. Let's keep cruising. I think we're already at, 2 hours? About 45 minutes, maybe, we've added. Or I've added. All right, let me switch over. Okay. Let's do it. God, I've been seasoned all day today.
Good evening from Hofstra University in Hempstead, New York. I'm Candy
Oh,
Crowley
is this
from
a-
CNN State of the Union. We are here for the second presidential debate at Town Hall,
Yes.
sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The Gallup organization chose 82
Yes.
uncommitted voters
I love the town halls. This is how every debate should be this, in my opinion.
from the New York area. Their questions will drive the night. My goal is to give the conversation direction and to ensure questions get answered. The questions are known to me and my team only. Neither the commission nor the candidates have seen them. I hope to get to as many questions as possible, and because I am the optimistic sort, I'm sure the candidates will oblige by keeping their answers concise and on point. Each candidate has as much as 2 minutes to respond to a common question, and there will be a 2-minute follow-up. The audience here in the hall has agreed to be polite and attentive, no cheering or booing or outbursts of any sort. We will set aside that agreement just this once to welcome President Barack Obama and Governor Mitt Romney.
Oh shit, the red tie's out. Yeah, red tie Obama. He should stick with the... I like that color. Yeah. Not feeling the stripes though. This is too old school, Mitt. Come on now.
Gentlemen, thank you both for joining us here tonight. We have a lot of folks who have been waiting all day to talk to you, so I want to get right to it. Governor Romney, as you know, you won the coin toss, so the first question will go to you. And I want to turn to a first-time voter, Jeremy Epstein, who has a question for you.
Epstein? Hopefully not related to,
Mr.
Jeffrey.
President, Governor Romney, as a 20-year-old college student, all I hear from professors, neighbors, and others is that when I graduate, I will have little chance to get employment. What can you say to reassure me, but more importantly, my parents, that I will be able to sufficiently support myself after I graduate?
Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate your question, and thank you for being here this evening, and to all of those from Nassau County here that have come, thank you for your time. Thank you to Hofstra University and to Candy Crowley for organizing and leading this event. Thank you, Mr. President, also for being part of this debate. Your question is one that's being asked by college kids all over this country.
Do they have the counter running on a laptop? Is that just like a Dell laptop? That's amazing.
I was in Pennsylvania with someone who just graduated.
Or maybe it's a
This
TV.
was in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it looks like a
She
TV. Never
said,
mind.
I've got my degree. I can't find a job. I've got 3 part-time jobs. They're just barely enough to pay for my food and pay for an apartment. I can't begin to pay back my student loans. So what we have to do is 2 things. We have to make sure that we make it easier for kids to afford college, and also make sure that when they get out of college, there's a job. When I was governor of Massachusetts, to get a high school degree, you
I
had
got
to
a
pass an
veggie corn
exam.
dog,
If you
sis.
graduated in
They're
the
amazing.
top quarter of your class, we gave you a John and Abigail Adams scholarship, 4 years tuition free to the college of your choice in Massachusetts. It's a public institution. I want to make sure we keep our Pell Grant program growing. We're also going to have our loan program so that people are able to afford school. But the key thing is to make sure you can get a job when you get out of school. And what's happened over the last 4 years has been very, very...
But no conversation about like making it more affordable from Mitt. He's like, we'll just give out more loans because that's what we want.
hard for America's young people. I want you to be able to get a job. I know what it takes to get this economy going. With half of college kids graduating this year without a job, and without a college-level job, that's just unacceptable. And likewise, you've got more and more debt on your back. So more debt and less jobs. I'm going to change that. I know what it takes to create good jobs again. I know what it takes to make sure that you have the kind of opportunity you deserve. and kids across this country are going to recognize we're bringing back an economy. It's not going to be like the last 4 years. The middle class has been crushed over the last 4 years, and jobs have been too scarce. I know what it takes to bring them back, and I'm going to do that and make sure when you graduate. When do you graduate? 2014. When you come out in 2014, I presume I'm going to be president. I'm going to make sure you get a job. Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, you bet.
Mr. President.
Jeremy, first of all, your future is bright. And the fact that you're making an investment in higher education is critical, not just to you, but to the entire nation. Now, the most important thing we can do is to make sure that we are creating jobs in this country, but not just jobs, good paying jobs, ones that can support a family. And what I want to do is build on the 5 million jobs that we've created over the last 30 months in the private sector alone. And there are a bunch of things that we can do to make sure your future is bright. Number one, I want to build manufacturing jobs in this country again. You know, when Governor Romney said we should let Detroit go bankrupt, I said we're going to bet on American workers and the American auto industry, and it's come surging back. I want to do that in industries, not just in Detroit, but all across the country. And that means we change our tax code, so we're giving incentives to companies that are investing here in the United States and creating jobs here. It also means we're helping them and small businesses to export all around the world in new markets. Number two, we've got to make sure that we have the best education system in the world. And the fact that you're going to college is great, but I want everybody to get a great education. And we've worked hard to make sure that student loans are available for folks like you. But I also want to make sure that community colleges are offering slots for workers to get retrained for the jobs that are out there right now and the jobs of the future. Number three, we've got to control our own energy. You know, not only oil and natural gas, which we've been investing in, but also we've got to make sure we're building the energy sources of the future. Not just thinking about next year, but 10 years from now, 20 years from now. That's why we invest in solar and wind and biofuels, energy efficient cars. We've got.
And then there was an interview with was it Hassan Minhaj interviewed Obama, and Obama basically just was like, yeah, we're just gonna have to deal with climate change basically. Yeah, we can reduce its impact, but it's here, and yeah, sorry. Basically, it's like, bro, you were president for 8 years.
We've got to reduce our deficit, but we got to do it in a balanced way. Asking the wealthy to pay a little bit more along with cuts so that we can invest in education like yours. And let's take the money that we've been spending on war over the last decade to rebuild America. Roads, bridges, schools. We do those things, not only is your future going to be bright, but America's future is going to be bright as well.
Let me ask you for a more immediate answer, beginning with Mr. Romney. Just quickly, what can you do? We're looking at a situation where 40% of the unemployed have been unemployed for 6 months or more. They don't have the 2 years that Jeremy has. What about those long-term unemployed who need a job right now?
Well, what you're seeing in this country is 23 million people struggling to find a job. And a lot of them, as you say, Candy, have been out of work for a long, long, long time. The president's policies have been exercised over the last 4 years, and they haven't put Americans back to work. We have fewer people working today than we had when the president took office. If the unemployment rate was 7.8% when he took office, it's 7.8% now. But if you calculated that unemployment rate, taking back the people who dropped out of the workforce, it would be 10.7%. We have not made the progress we need to make to put people back to work. That's why I put out a 5-point plan that gets America 12 million new jobs in 4 years and rising take-home pay. It's going to help Jeremy get a job when he comes out of school. It's going to help people across the country that are unemployed right now. And one thing that the president said, which I want to make sure that we understand, he said that I said we should take Detroit bankrupt. And that's right. My plan was to have the company go through bankruptcy like 7-Eleven did at Macy's and at Continental Airlines.
7-Eleven went through bankruptcy?
And I know he keeps saying, you wanted to take Detroit bankrupt. Well, the president took Detroit bankrupt. You took General Motors bankrupt. You took Chrysler bankrupt. So when you say that I wanted to take the auto industry bankrupt, you actually did. And I think it's important to know that that was a process that was necessary to get those companies back on their feet so they could start hiring more people. That was precisely what I recommended and ultimately what happened.
Let me give the president a chance. Go ahead.
Candy, what Governor Romney said just isn't true. He wanted to take them into bankruptcy without providing them any way to stay open. And we would have lost 1 million jobs. And that, don't take my word for it, take the executives at GM and Chrysler, some of whom were Republicans, may even support Governor Romney. But they'll tell you his prescription wasn't going to work. And Governor Romney says he's got a 5-point plan. Governor Romney doesn't have a 5-point plan, he has a 1-point plan. And that plan is to make sure that folks at the top play by a different set of rules. That's been his philosophy in the private sector, that's been his philosophy as governor, that's been his philosophy as a presidential candidate. You can make a lot of money and pay lower tax rates than somebody who makes a lot less. You can ship jobs overseas and get tax breaks for it. You can invest in a company, bankrupt it, lay off the workers, strip away their pensions, and you still make money. That's exactly the philosophy that we've seen in place for the last decade. That's what's been squeezing middle-class families. And we have fought back for 4 years to get out of that mess. The last thing we need to do is to go back to the very same policies that got us there.
Mr. President, the next question is going to be for you here. And Mr. Romney, Governor Romney, there'll be plenty of chances here to go on, but I want to, we have all these folks. I will let you absolutely.
That Detroit answer and the rest of the answer way off the mark.
Okay, you certainly will have lots of time here coming up. Because I want to move you on to something that sort of.
She's already doing a better job than our boy Jim there of keeping them in check already so far, I think. Early, though. Early. We'll see what happens later in the debate. But, yeah, cut them off. Tell them, like, no, you're done.
Connected to cars here. and go over, and we want to get a question from Philip Turcola.
Jim, he has front row seat.
Your Energy Secretary, Stephen Chu, has now been on record 3 times stating it's not policy of his department to help lower gas prices. Do you agree with Secretary Chu that this is not the job of the Energy Department?
The most important thing we can do is to make sure we
Very
control
specific question, but I kind
our
of
own
dig it.
energy. So here's what I've done since I've been president.
I feel like the Department of
We
Energy
have
should care about
increased
oil
oil
prices.
production to the highest levels in 16 years.
Type of energy.
Natural gas production is the highest it's been in decades. We have seen increases in coal production and coal employment. But what
Great.
I've also said is we can't just produce traditional sources of energy. We've also got to look to the future. That's why we doubled fuel efficiency standards on cars. That means that in the middle of the next decade, any car you buy,
What's up,
you're going to end
alcoholic?
up
2012 was a
going twice as
wacky
far
year
on a
for
gallon
you?
of gas. That's why we've doubled.
I mentioned at the start of the stream that this is the first presidential debates that I watched. I was trying to think of how old I was. I guess I didn't do the math. It's 11 years ago. What? 17? 16?
Clean energy production like wind and solar and biofuels. And all these things have
It's
contributed
like I didn't
to
get
us
to vote in this one, but
lowering our oil imports to the lowest levels in 16 years.
yeah, that's right, because I was 1 year off
Now,
from voting.
I want to build on that.
And I was a little bummed about that.
And that means, yes, we still continue to open up new areas for drilling.
But yeah, 2012, I was a huge Obama fan.
We continue to make it a
But
priority.
like my family, we were always kind of living paycheck to paycheck. It's the best Formula One season. I wasn't watching. I actually just started watching Formula One this year a little bit. So I don't know
For
what was
us-
happening with Formula One in 2012, but
to go after natural gas, we've got potentially 600,000
freaking
jobs.
it's just
and
Red
100
Bull all the
years' worth of
time
energy
winning. So
right
it's kind
beneath
of
our
boring
feet
in that
for natural
regard.
gas. And we can do it in an environmentally sound way.
Need more
But
parity.
we've also got to continue to figure out how we have efficient energy, because ultimately that's how we're going to reduce demand, and that's what's going to keep gas prices lower. Now, Governor Romney will say he's got an all-of-the-above plan, but basically his plan is to let the oil companies write the energy policies. So he's got the oil and gas part, but he doesn't have the clean energy part.
And then Obama get elected, and we are still relying so much on oil and gas.
And if we are only thinking about tomorrow or the next day and not thinking about 10 years from now, we're not going to control our own economic future. Because China, Germany, they're making these investments. And I'm not going to cede those jobs of the future to those countries. I expect those new energy sources to be built right here in the United States. That's going to help Jeremy get a job. It's also going to make sure that you're not paying as much for gas.
Governor, on the subject of gas prices.
Well,
Oops,
let's
I forgot
look
to
at the
close the
president's
door.
policies,
I'm
all
there.
right, as opposed to the rhetoric, because we've had 4 years of policies being played out. And the president's right in terms of the additional oil production, but none of it came on federal land. As a matter of fact, oil production is down 14% this year on federal land, and gas production is down 9%. Why? Because the president cut in half the number of licenses and permits for drilling on federal lands and in federal waters. So where'd the increase come from? Well, a lot of it came from the Bakken Range in North Dakota. What was his participation there? The administration brought a criminal action against the people drilling up there for oil, this massive new resource we have. And what was the cause? 20 or 25 birds were killed, and they brought out a Migratory Bird Act to go after them on a criminal basis. Look, I want to make sure we use our oil, our coal, our gas, our nuclear, our renewables. I believe very much in our renewable capabilities. Ethanol, wind, solar will be an important part of our energy mix. But what we don't need is to have the president keeping us from taking advantage of oil, coal, and gas.
I was like, why is Mickey? Mickey's usually not popping in here. Hello, Mickey. Hello. Yes. All right, you can't be too distracting. Okay. We're already behind schedule.
This has not been Mr. Oil or Mr. Gas or Mr. Coal. Talk to the people that are working in those industries. I was in coal country. People grab my arms and say, please, save my
Everyone
job.
was with Obama where I was.
The head of the EPA said you can't build a coal plant.
I think where I lived,
You know,
I lived in
virtually-
upstate New
it's
York
virtually
at the time.
impossible given
I
our
think most people
regulations.
voted for
When the
Mitt.
president ran for office.
remember.
He said if you build a coal plant, you can go ahead, but you'll go bankrupt. That's not the right course for
Guess I
America.
gotta look it up.
Let's take advantage of the energy resources we have, as well as the energy sources for the future. And if we do that, if we do what I'm planning on doing, which is getting us energy independent, for North America energy independence, within 8 years, you're going to see manufacturing jobs come back because our energy is low cost. They're already beginning to come back because of our abundant energy. I'll get America and North America
I voted Obama.
energy independent.
Okay.
I'll do it
Never
by
mind.
more drilling, more permits and licenses.
This is my county.
We're going to bring that pipeline in from Canada. How in the world the president said no to that pipeline, I will never know. This is about bringing good jobs back for the middle class of America.
I think they
And
voted
that's what I'm
Trump,
gonna
though.
Mr. President, let me just see if I can move you to the
I love
the
old
gist
school
of this
websites, man.
question, which is,
I dig it.
Are we looking at the new normal? I can tell you that tomorrow morning, a lot of people in Hampstead will wake up and fill up, and they will find that the price of gas is over $4 a gallon. Is it within the purview of the government to bring those prices down, or are we looking at the new normal?
Candy, there's no doubt that world demand's gone up, but our production is going up, and we're using oil more efficiently. And very little of what
God
Governor
damn, I
Romney
keep
just
sneezing
said is
today.
true.
Oh no, they voted
We've
Hillary.
opened
Never
up
mind.
public lands. We're actually drilling more on public lands than in the previous
What do I know?
administration.
I
And
thought-
the previous president was an oil man.
I don't know. Upstate New York's a lot more conservative than people believe. You'd probably believe, especially in like Buffalo and whatnot. Because everyone there, like, if you go to any bar in like Rochester, New York, most of the time they're playing Fox News and stuff. So on the TVs.
And natural gas isn't just appearing magically. We're encouraging it and working with the industry. And when I hear Governor Romney say he's a big coal guy, I mean, keep in mind when you were governor of Massachusetts, you stood in front of a coal plant and pointed at it and said, "This plant kills," and took great pride in shutting it down.
Based Mitt, maybe? Mitt's gonna probably deny it, but yeah, you should close down coal plants.
And now
Yes.
suddenly you're a big champion of coal. So what I've tried to do is be consistent. With respect to something like coal, we made the largest investment in clean coal technology to make
God,
sure
clean coal.
that even as we're producing more coal, we're producing it cleaner and smarter.
You're from
Same thing with
Chicago?
oil,
Right on.
Same thing with natural gas. And the proof is,
I was just
oil
talking about
imports-
Chicago earlier. Actually, I was talking about we're talking about transportation and how I wanted to go to Chicago by train from I'm in Denver, and how there's only one train that goes to Denver, and it's overnight during the week, and it's $300 round trip, 100 one way, $200 back, and how yeah, it's all overnight, leaves at like 6 o'clock, gets there at like 8 in the morning. Super inconvenient.
down to the lowest levels, In 20 years, oil production is up.
But
natural
Chicago's on
gas
my list
production
of
is up,
cities to
and
like
most importantly,
really
we're also
dive into
starting
because
to
I've
build
flown
cars
into there.
that are more efficient.
I've spent
And
some
that's
time
creating
like
jobs.
outside of it,
That means those
but
cars
not
can be
like
exported
in the
'cause that's
city.
the demand around the world.
Like I want to go to a Cubs
And
game.
it
I'm
also
a big
means that
baseball
it'll save money
fan.
in your pocketbook. That's the strategy you need on all of the above strategy, and that's what we're going to do.
You been on that train? Yeah, it goes from Union
But that's not what
Station,
you've done in the
Denver
last
to
4
Union
years.
Station,
That's the problem.
Chicago.
In the last 4 years, you cut permits and licenses on federal land and federal waters in half.
Not true, Governor Romney.
So how much did you cut them by?
Not true.
Well, how much did you cut them by then?
Governor, we have actually produced more oil.
No. How much did you cut licenses and permits on federal land and federal waters?
Governor Romney, here's what we did. There were a whole bunch of oil
No,
companies.
I had a question, and the question was, how much did you cut them by?
You want me to answer
How
a
much did you
question?
cut them by?
I'm happy to answer the question.
All right, and it is?
Here's what happened. You had a whole bunch of oil companies who had leases on public lands that they weren't using. So what we said was, you can't just sit on this for 10, 20, 30 years, decide when you want to drill, when you want to produce.
This is not as good as the moment where was it Al Gore like walked up when Bush was answering a question and Bush like act all shook. That was iconic.
When it's most
This was close to
profitable for
it.
you,
They both
these are
were
public lands.
getting a little close.
So if you want to drill on public lands, you use it.
You're
or
a
you
Sox
lose it.
fan?
Okay,
I mean,
so-
I want to go to every baseball stadium. So if I'm going to Chicago, I probably will go to the White Sox stadium as well. I like the White Sox uniforms better, if that counts for anything. I'm an Orioles fan. Picked them when I was younger, and then we lived in Baltimore for like 4 years after college, and now I'm in Denver. So I guess the Rockies are my NL team, but
What we did was take away those
But they're not
leases,
very
and we
good.
are now reletting them so that we can actually make a profit.
And production on government lands
production is up.
down.
No, it isn't.
Production on government land of oil is down 14%.
Good.
Governor,
Good.
And production
Good.
on
What you're saying
gas
is
is
just
down
not true.
9%.
It's just not true.
It's absolutely true. Look, there's no question but that the people recognize that we have not produced more
I'll give you
oil
your time.
and
Go
gas
ahead.
on federal lands and in federal waters. And coal production is not up. Coal jobs are not up. I was just at a coal facility where some
Sox team has
1,200
better
people
food and
lost their
parking.
jobs.
yeah, I mean,
The
you're
right
probably
course
paying
America
for
is to
the
have a true all of the above policy.
for like
I
the
don't think anyone
vintageness
really
of
believes
the Cubs. I'm sure.
that you're a person who's going to be pushing for oil and gas and coal. You'll get your chance in a moment. I'm still speaking.
Well,
And the
Governor,
answer is I don't believe people
if you're
think that's the
asking me a
case
question,
because
I'm happy to answer.
that wasn't a question.
Okay.
That was
Go
a
ahead.
statement. I
It's
don't
a
think
little
the American
feisty.
people believe
I
that.
love it.
I will fight for oil, coal, and natural gas. And the proof of whether a strategy is working or not is what the price is that you're paying at the pump. If you're paying less than you paid a year or two ago, why then the strategy is working. But you're paying more. When the president took office, the price of gasoline here in Nassau County was about $1.86 a gallon. Now it's $4 a gallon. Price of electricity is up. If the president's energy policies are working, you're going to see the cost of energy come down. I will fight to create more energy in this country to get America energy secure. And part of that is bringing in a pipeline of oil from
No.
Canada, taking advantage of the oil and coal we have here,
No.
drilling offshore in Alaska, drilling offshore in Virginia where the
Let me
people
give-
want it. Those things will get us the energy we need.
Mr. President, could you address, because we did finally get to gas prices here, could you address what the governor said, which is if your energy policy was working, the price of gasoline would not be $4 a gallon
Well,
here.
think
Is that
about what the
true?
governor. Think about what the governor just said. He said, "When I took office."
Now I remember this time because my mom would go to there's a place in Rochester called BJ's, which was basically like a Sam's Club or a what's the other one? A Costco. But they had like their own gas station. If you were like a member, you got discounted gas. And like my mom would drive out of her way, which it wasn't like nearby. She would drive out of her way to go get the BJ's gas because of how much more cheaper it was. I think it was like 10 or 15 cents cheaper. But I'm like, you're paying for the thing to go to, you're paying the $15 a month or whatever to go to BJ's. I'm like, is it really saving money? I don't know. And then you're driving there, you know.
The price of gasoline was 180, 186. Why is that? Because the economy was on the verge of collapse. Because we were about to go through the worst
Yeah, we were
recession
talking about that
since the Great
earlier
Depression.
about how like even now, because I graduated college in 2017, graduated high school in 2013, so was on my mind a little bit, like college and everything. And the thing, what we were talking about was like how you go to college to maybe pursue your dreams or whatever, get your dream career, and then it's like some of those paths are not places where you get a lot of money, so a lot of people don't even follow their dreams, and then they're not even guaranteed a job after college anyways, and then if you do get that job, it's probably not paying you enough to pay off your student loan debts in less than 10 years. Like for me, I'm paying off my student loan debt for the next 20, my private loans at least.
As a consequence of some of the same policies that Governor Romney is now promoting. So it's conceivable that Governor Romney could bring down gas prices because with his policies,
took an allergy pill and everything.
Same mess. What I want to do is to create an economy that is strong and at the same time produce energy. And with respect to this pipeline that Governor Romney keeps on talking about, we've built enough pipeline to wrap around the entire earth once. So I'm all for pipelines. I'm all for oil production.
Was this during, what was that one, or was that more under Trump? What was that one pipeline? I forget the name of it. That was on indigenous land, Native American land. What was it called? And they had there was the protests and everything there for forever. I forgot the name of it though. Fuck.
What I'm not for is us ignoring the other half of the equation. So, for example, on wind energy, when Governor Romney
I'm trying to remember the name of
says
it.
These are imaginary jobs, when you've got thousands of people right now in Iowa, right now in Colorado, who are working,
Colorado,
creating wind power with good-paying manufacturing jobs, and the Republican Senate
here in Colorado, I haven't seen one freaking. I think I've only seen. Yeah, I don't think I've seen one windmill. I've seen them in Wyoming, but I have not seen one here.
and that's
Or air turbines,
Iowa,
whatever they're called.
Is all for it, providing tax credits to help this work. And Governor Romney says, I'm opposed. I'd get rid of it. That's not an energy strategy for the future. And we need to win that future. And I intend to win it as President of the United States.
I got to move you along. And the next question is for you.
He actually got the first question, so I get the last question, last answer on that one.
Actually, in the follow-up, it doesn't quite work like that, but I'm going to give you a chance here. I promise you I'm going to. And the next question is for you. So if you want to, continue on, but I don't want to leave all these guys sitting here.
Candy, I don't have a policy of stopping wind jobs in Iowa, and that they're not phantom jobs. They're real jobs.
Okay.
I appreciate wind jobs in Iowa and across our country. I appreciate
Cut
the
'em off.
jobs in coal
Cut 'em off.
and oil and gas.
I love
I'm
gas.
gonna
I
make
love
sure
oil.
that taking
Thank you,
advantage of our
Governor.
energy resources will bring back manufacturing to America. We're going to get
All right, I was
through
looking up the
a
pipeline
very
before my
aggressive
nose
energy
started
policy,
bothering me.
3.5 million more jobs in this country. It's critical to our future.
Candy, it's
We're
okay.
going to move you
I'm
along
used,
to
I'm used
taxes.
to being interrupted.
All right, we're going to move you both along to taxes over here and all these.
Oh, there was the one. There was
Governor,
there was the Dakota Access Pipeline. That was in 2016 though, where like over 800 people were arrested because it was on a reservation. That was one. I thought there was one under Obama. Let me look. Yeah, Obama halted the North Dakota towards the end of his term. That's right. He halted it. And then under Trump, they tried to push for it again. Yeah, that was in 2016. Towards the end of his term.
This question is for you. It comes from Mary Polano, sorry.
Hi, Mary.
Governor Romney, you have stated that if you're elected president, you would plan to reduce the tax rates for all the tax brackets, and that you would work with the Congress to eliminate some deductions in order to make up for the loss in revenue. Concerning these various deductions, the mortgage deduction, the charitable deductions, the child tax credit, and also the, what's that other credit? I forgot.
You're doing great.
Oh, I remember. The education credits, which are important to me because I have children in college. What would be your position on those things, which are important to the middle class?
Thank you very much. And let me tell you, you're absolutely right about part of that, which is I want to bring the rates down. I want to simplify the tax code, and I want to get middle-income taxpayers to have lower taxes. And the reason I want middle-income taxpayers to have lower taxes is because middle-income taxpayers have been buried over the past 4 years. You've seen, as middle-income people in this country, incomes go down $4,300 a family, even as gasoline prices have gone up $2,000. Health insurance premiums up $2,500. Food prices up. Utility prices up. The middle-income families in America have been crushed over the last 4 years. So I want to get some relief to middle-income families. That's part one. Now, how about deductions? Because I'm going to bring rates down across the board for everybody, but I'm going to limit deductions and exemptions and credits, particularly for people at the high end, because I am not going to have people at the high end pay less than they're paying now. The top 5% of taxpayers will continue to pay 60% of the income tax the nation collects. So that'll stay the same.
That's not enough.
Middle-income people are going to get a tax break. And so in terms of bringing down deductions, one way of doing that would be to say everybody gets, I'll pick a number, $25,000 of deductions and credits. And you can decide which ones to use. Your home mortgage interest deduction, charity, child tax credit, and so forth. You can use those as part of filling that bucket, if you will, of deductions. But your rate comes down, and the burden also comes down on you for one more reason, and that is every middle-income taxpayer no longer will pay any tax on interest, dividends, or capital gains. No tax on your savings. That makes life a lot easier. If you're getting interest from a bank, if you're getting a statement from a mutual fund, or any other kind of investments you have, you don't have to worry about filing taxes on that, because there'll be no taxes for anybody making $200,000 a year and less on your interest, dividends, and capital gains. Why am I lowering taxes on the middle class? Because under the last 4 years, they've been buried. And I want to help people in the middle class. And I will not, under any circumstances, reduce the share that's being paid by the highest income taxpayers. And I will not, under any circumstances, increase taxes on the middle class. The president's spending, the president's borrowing, will cause this nation to have to raise taxes on the American people, not just at the high end. A recent study has shown the people in the middle class will see $4,000 a year higher taxes as a result of the spending and borrowing of this administration. I will not let that happen. I'll get us on track to a balanced budget, and I'm going to reduce the tax burden on middle-income families. And what's that going to do? It's going to help those families, and it's going to create incentives to start growing jobs again in this country.
Thanks, Governor.
Thank you.
Besides Romney interrupting, I feel like Romney's doing a better job in this debate than his first one. I don't think he was bad in the first debate. He just was a little bit confusing, especially when it came to the healthcare, like what was different under him towards Obama. Romney-care versus Obamacare, right? Obviously, he was trying to push more for like states to do their own healthcare systems, basically, rather than a federal level. But so far, I think Romney's doing a little bit better this time around. But Obama has the charisma. He always does well.
My philosophy on taxes has been simple, and that is I want to give middle-class families and folks who are striving to get in the middle class some relief, because they have been hit hard over the last decade, over the last 15, over the last 20 years. So 4 years ago, I stood on a stage just like this one. Actually, it was at a town hall, and I said I would cut taxes for middle-class families, and that's what I've done, by $3,600. I said I would cut taxes for small businesses, who are the drivers and engines of growth, and we've cut them 18 times. And I want to continue those tax cuts for middle-class families and for small businesses. But what I've also said is, if we're serious about reducing the deficit, if this is genuinely a moral obligation to the next generation, then in addition to some tough spending cuts, we've also got to make sure that the wealthy do a little bit more. So what I've said is, your first $250,000 worth of income, no change. And that means 98% of American families, 97% of small businesses, they will not see a tax increase. I'm ready to sign that bill right now. The only reason it's not happening is because Governor Romney's allies in Congress have held the 98% hostage because they want tax breaks for the top 2%. But what I've also said is, for above $250,000, we can go back to the tax rates we had when Bill Clinton was president. We created 23 million new jobs. That's part of what took us from deficits to surplus. it will be good for our economy, and it will be good for job creation. Now, Governor Romney has a different philosophy. He was on 60 Minutes just 2 weeks ago, and he was asked, is it fair for somebody like you making $20 million a year to pay a lower tax rate than a nurse or a bus driver, somebody making $50,000 a year? And he said, yes, I think that's fair. Not only that, he said, I think that's what grows the economy. Well, I fundamentally disagree with that. I think what grows the economy is when you get that tax credit that we put in place for your kids going to college. I think that grows the economy. I think what grows the economy is when we make sure small businesses are getting a tax credit for hiring veterans who fought for our country.
Obama's using more progressive language now. In the first one, I feel like he wasn't as much. In this one, I mean, he's talking about the 2% and the wealthy. So
that grows our economy. So we just have a different theory.
Granted, like I said, he's didn't really fundamentally change our system.
And when Governor Romney stands here after a year of campaigning, when during a Republican primary he stood on stage and said, I'm going to give tax cuts. He didn't say tax rate cuts. He said tax cuts to everybody, including the top 1%. You should believe him, because that's been his history. And that's exactly the kind of top-down economics that is not going to work if we want a strong middle class and an economy that's thriving for everybody.
Governor Romney, I'm sure you've got a reply there.
You're absolutely right. You heard what I said about my tax plan. The top 5% will continue to pay 60% as they do today. I'm not looking to cut taxes for wealthy people. I am looking to cut taxes for middle-income people. And why do I want to bring rates down and at the same time lower exemptions and deductions, particularly for people at the high end? Because if you bring rates down, it makes it easier for small business to keep more of their capital and hire people. And for me, this is about jobs.
Or they just keep more money. Like what has been shown to happen is that if the wealthy can hoard more money, they will just do that instead of quote unquote hiring more people. Or if they do hire more people, they're probably paying them shit, and then they just get more surplus value from them, and they get more money. So yeah, you're helping them get more and more wealthy, but sure.
I want to get America's economy going again. 54% of America's workers work in businesses that are taxed as individuals. So when you bring those rates down, those small businesses are able to keep more money and hire more people. For me, I look at what's happened in the last 4 years and say, this has been a disappointment. We can do better than this. We don't have to settle for how many months? 43 months with unemployment above 8%. 23 million Americans struggling to find a good job right now. There are 3.5 million more women living in poverty today than when the president took office. We don't have to live like this. We can get this economy going again. My 5-point plan does it. Energy independence for North America in 5 years, opening up more trade, particularly in Latin America, cracking down on China when they cheat, getting us to a balanced budget, fixing our training programs for our workers, and finally,
what is China cheating
small
at?
business. I want to help small businesses grow and thrive. I know how to make that happen. I spent my life in the private sector. I know why jobs come and why they go. And they're going now because of the policies of this administration.
Governor, let me ask the president something about what you just said. The governor says that he is not going to allow the top 5%, I believe is what he said, to have a tax cut, that it will all even out, that what he wants to do is give that tax cut to the middle class. Settled?
No, it's not settled. Look, the cost of lowering rates for everybody across the board, 20%, along with what he also wants to do in terms of eliminating the estate tax, along with what he wants to do in terms of corporates.
Eliminate the estate tax?
Tax code, it costs about $5 trillion. Governor Romney then also wants to spend
to get rid of the estate tax
on additional military programs, even though the military is not asking for them. That's $7 trillion. He also wants to continue the Bush tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. That's another $1 trillion. That's $8 trillion. Now, what he says is he's going to make sure that this doesn't add to the deficit, and he's going to cut middle-class taxes. But when he's asked, how are you going to do it, which deductions, Which loopholes are you going to close? He can't tell you. The fact that he only has to pay 14% on his taxes when a lot of you are paying much higher, you know, he's already taken that off the board. Capital gains are going to continue to be at a low rate, so we're not going to get money that way. We haven't heard from the governor any specifics beyond Big Bird and eliminating
There it
funding
is.
for Planned Parenthood in terms of how he pays for that.
There it is, the Big Bird. I remember, like we were saying, the first debate there, how that was a gaffe, and doesn't seem like it was anything too crazy, but it was a gaffe for him. Like I said, I don't think bringing up you wanting to cut PBS is a point that even Republican voters would want to hear. Like I said, and yeah, good on Obama bringing it up.
Now, Governor Romney was a very successful investor. If somebody came to you, Governor, with a plan that said, here, I want to spend $7 or $8 trillion, and we're going to pay for it, but we can't tell you until maybe after the election how we're going to do it, you wouldn't have taken such a sketchy deal, and neither should you, the American
What's
people.
up, BCZ? How you doing?
Because the math doesn't add
What up?
up.
What up? What up?
And what's at stake here is one of two things. Either, Candy, this blows up the deficit, because keep in mind, this is just to pay for the additional spending that he's talking about. $7-8 trillion, that's before we even get to the deficit we already have. Or alternatively, it's got to be paid for not only by
This is
closing
the
deductions
second.
for
We're in
wealthy
the
individuals.
second debate
That'll
of
pay for
the
about
Obama's
4%
second run
reduction in
here.
tax rates.
So we're in
You're going to
2012.
be paying for it. You'll lose some deductions. And you can't buy this sales pitch. Nobody who's looked at it that's serious actually believes it adds up.
Mr. President, let me get the governor in on this. And Governor, let's, before we get into a vast
got our guy
array
Mitt.
of who says what study says what, if it shouldn't add up, if somehow when you get in there isn't enough tax revenue coming in, if somehow the numbers don't add up, would you be willing to look again at a 20%?
Well, of course they add up. I was someone who ran businesses for 25 years and balanced the budget. I ran the Olympics and balanced the budget. I ran the state of Massachusetts as a governor, to the extent any governor does, and balanced the budget all 4 years. When we're talking about math that doesn't add up, how about $4 trillion of deficits over the last 4 years? $5 trillion. That's math that doesn't add up.
Deficit
We have a
conversation
president talking
again.
about someone's plan in a way that's completely foreign to what my real plan is. And then we have his own record, which is we have 4 consecutive years where he said when he was running for office he would cut the deficit in half. Instead, he's doubled it. We've gone from $10 trillion of national debt to $16 trillion of national debt. If the president were reelected, we go to almost $20 trillion of national debt. This puts us on a road to Greece. I know what it takes to balance budgets. I've done it my entire life. So, for instance, when he says, yours is a $5 trillion cut, well, no, it's not, because I'm offsetting some of the reductions.
Yeah, wasn't Greece like
withholding
super?
down some of the deductions. And
Governor, I gotta actually, I need to have you both hang up. I understand this.
It wasn't Greece like in the middle of bankruptcy or like in a really high inflation or something at this time? I totally forgot about that. Greece 2012. Yeah, there were strikes, rising crime, tax hikes, pay cuts. The ascension of the neo-Nazi party. Oh boy.
Mistakes here, I understand.
Maybe Mitt's not wrong on that regard of us possibly turning into Greece, but it might be more of the fact that we had a certain figure that was name dropped in the first debate, coincidentally enough.
But I will get
Giannis
run
could tell you.
out
And
of
I just
town
described,
if I don't allow
to you,
all
Mr.
people
President,
to
I just
get-
described to you
would
precisely
get-
how I do it with
okay.
this, with a single number that people can put, and they can put their deductions and credits into
Mr.
that
President,
bucket.
we're keeping.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I was just making the connection about the rise of Nazism in Greece and how it might be rising in the United States too. But yeah, Donald Trump was name dropped twice in the first debate, and I was like, no. And I was saying how it was like how in the MCU, Thanos was name dropped a couple times before, Avengers Infinity War, or before he was ever shown. I mean, and also Nancy Pelosi was dropped. So you have all our favorite characters being casually introduced into our favorite TV show here.
Track, I
Okay.
promise you. And Mr. President, the next question is for
Great.
you, so stay
Looking forward to it.
standing. And it's Catherine Fenton who has a question for you.
In what new ways do you intend to rectify the inequalities in the workplace, specifically regarding females making only 72% of what their male counterparts earn?
Well, Catherine, this is a great question. And
That's a great question. First off, it can't be through unions or strikes because I'm against those. Dude, Obama is such a.
I was raised.
He's gonna say a great answer here, I bet. But then it's just like he's an anti-strike guy. Him and Biden.
Who had to put herself through school.
Granted, at least Biden got some credit for actually working with the railroad unions, but he did stop a strike that was going to happen, which I think would have been better if it happened, just because fuck the economy,
Looking after 2 kids. And she worked hard every day and made a lot of sacrifices.
Politics don't really
to make
change if
sure
you have
we
most of
got
the same players, yeah.
everything we needed.
It was just funny to hear Nancy
grandmother.
Pelosi and Trump. I'm just like,
She
oh, it's
started
like
off,
setting up new
as
characters
secretary in a bank.
for you to learn.
She never got college education, even though she was smart as a whip. And she worked her way up to become a vice president of a local bank.
Smarter than a
but
whip.
She hit the glass ceiling. She trained people who would end up becoming her bosses during the course of her career. She didn't complain. That's not what you did in that generation. And this is one of the reasons why the first bill I signed was something called the Lilly Ledbetter Bill. And this is named after this amazing woman who had been doing the same job as a man for years, found out that she was getting paid less, and the Supreme Court said that she couldn't bring suit because she should have found out about it earlier. She had no way of finding out about it. So we fixed that. And that's an example of the kind of advocacy that we need, because women
He brought this up in the last town
are
hall
increasingly the breadwinners in
in
the family.
2008. The same story.
This is not just a women's issue. This is a family issue. There's a middle-class issue. And that's why we've got to fight for it. It also means that we've got to make sure that young people like yourself are able to afford a college education. Earlier, Governor Romney talked about he wants to make Pell Grants and other education accessible for young people. Well, the truth of the matter is that that's exactly what we've done. We've expanded Pell Grants for millions of people, including millions of young women all across the country. We did it by taking $60 billion that was going to banks and lenders as middlemen for the student loan program, and we said, let's just cut out the middleman. Let's give the money directly to students.
And 10 years
As a
later,
consequence,
we
we've
have
seen
people saying
millions
that we need to get rid of loans. So, like, could have been ahead of the curve, Obama. Talking about, like, yeah, we gave out more loans. We did it. We gave out
young
more
people
loans.
be able to afford college.
And now it's like,
That's going to make sure that young women
Too many
are going to be able
loans.
to compete in that marketplace.
let's make it
But we've
free.
got to enforce the laws.
Don't
which
have
is
to worry
what
about
we are
loans if you
doing.
make it free.
And we've also got to make sure that in every walk of life, we do not tolerate discrimination. That's been one of the hallmarks of my administration. I'm going to continue to push on this issue for the next 4 years.
Governor Romney, pay equity for women.
Thank you, and important topic, and one which I learned a great deal about, particularly as I was serving as governor of my state, because I had the chance to pull together a cabinet, and all the applicants seem to be men. And I went to my staff and I said, how come all the people for these jobs are all men?
Oh, is this gonna be the binder full of women? Is this gonna be the next gaff? Is this it right here?
They said, well, these are the people that have the qualifications. And I said, well, gosh, can't we find some women that are also qualified? And so we took a concerted effort to go out and find women who had backgrounds that could be qualified to become members of our cabinet. I went to a number of women's groups and said, can you help us find folks? And they brought us whole binders full of women. I was proud of the fact that after I staffed my...
We got it. Yes. Oh, gaffs used to be so funny because like no one reacted in a certain way, but then like afterwards everyone's like, yo, that was kind of weird. So it was Big Bird, and now the binder's full of women. This used to be like the worst possible thing you can do. And then you have someone like Donald Trump come up and just saying the most crazy, unhinged shit. And he got away with it. We used to care about these gaffes, okay?
Cabinet and my senior staff that the University of New York in Albany did a survey of all 50 states and concluded that mine had more women in senior
We had
leadership
more binders and
positions
more
than any other state in
women
America.
than any other state.
Now, one of the reasons I was able to get so many good women to be part of that team was because of our recruiting effort, but number two, because I recognize that if you're going to have women in the workforce, that sometimes they need to be more flexible. My chief of staff, for instance, had 2 kids that were still in school. She said, I can't be here until 7 or 8 o'clock at night. I need to be able to get home at 5 o'clock so I can be there for making dinner for my kids and being with them when they get home from school. So he said, fine, let's have a flexible schedule so you can have hours that work for you. We're going to have employers in the new economy, in the economy I'm going to bring to play, that are going to be so anxious to get good workers, they're going to be anxious to hire women. In the last 4 years, women have lost 580,000 jobs. That's the net of what's happened in the last 4 years. We're still down 580,000 jobs. I mentioned 3.5 million women more now in poverty than 4 years ago. What we can do to help young women and women of all ages is to have a strong economy, so strong that employers are looking to find good employees and bringing them into their workforce and adapting to a flexible work schedule that gives women the opportunities that they would otherwise not be able to afford. This is what I've done. It's what I look forward to doing, and I know what it takes to make an economy work. And I know what a working economy looks like. And an economy with 7.8% unemployment is not a real strong economy. An economy that has 23 million people looking for work is not a strong economy. An economy with 50% of kids graduating from college that can't find a job or a college-level job, that's not what we have to have. I'm going to help women in America get good work by getting a stronger economy and by supporting women in the workforce.
Mr. President, why don't you get in on this quickly, please?
Catherine, I just want to point out that when Governor Romney's campaign was asked about the Lilly Ledbetter bill, whether he supported it, he said, I'll get back to you. And that's not the kind of advocacy that women need in any economy. Now, there's some other issues that have a bearing on how women succeed in the workplace. For example, their health care. Now, a major difference in this campaign is that Governor Romney feels comfortable having politicians in Washington decide the health care choices that women are making. I think that's a mistake. In my health care bill, I said insurance companies need to provide contraceptive coverage to everybody who's insured. Because this is not just
Wow,
a
Obama's
health issue,
promoting
it's an economic
sex.
issue
That's
for women.
gross.
It makes a difference. This is money out of that family's pocket. Governor Romney not only opposed it, he suggested that, in fact, employers should be able to make the decision as to whether or not a woman gets contraception through her insurance coverage. That's not the kind of advocacy that women need.
That's kind of weird, too. It's kind of weird to be like, hey, boss, can I get some contraceptives, please?
When Governor Romney says that we should eliminate funding for Planned Parenthood,
I know it's
there
not
are
exactly like that, but you know what I mean.
millions of women all across the country who rely on Planned Parenthood for not just contraceptive care, they rely on it for mammograms, for cervical cancer screenings. That's a pocketbook issue for women and families all across the country. And it makes a difference in terms of how well and effectively women are able to work. When we talk about child care and the credits that we're providing, that makes a difference in terms of whether they can go out there and earn a living for their family. These are not just women's issues. These are family issues. These are economic issues. And one of the things that makes us grow as an economy is when everybody participates and women are getting the same fair deal as men are. And I've got 2 daughters, and I want to make sure that they have the same opportunities that anybody's sons have. And that's part of what I'm fighting for as President of the United States.
I want to move us along here to Susan Katz, who has a question, and Governor, it's for you.
Governor Romney, I am an undecided voter because I'm disappointed with the lack of progress I've seen in the last 4 years. However, I do attribute much of America's economic and international problems to the failings and missteps of the Bush administration. Since both you and President Bush are Republicans, I fear a return to the policies of those years should you win this election. What is the biggest difference between you and George W. Bush, and how do you differentiate yourself from George W. Bush?
Great.
Well, I'm not from Texas, you see. That's the first thing I was going to say.
Thank you, and I appreciate that question. I just want to make sure that I think I was supposed to get that last answer, but I want to point out that I don't believe.
I don't think so, Candy.
I don't believe.
I want to make sure our timekeepers are
Okay.
working here.
The timekeepers are all working, and let me tell you that the last.
How long you been at it? At what? This marathon? We started in June, and we are almost there. We're in 2012. We're almost there. We're almost caught up.
It's for the two of you to talk to one another, and it
Yeah.
isn't quite as ordered.
It's been a journey.
But go ahead and use this 2 minutes anyway.
I've heard the word deficit at least 100 times now, I think.
Question is on the floor.
I just note that I don't believe that bureaucrats in Washington should tell someone whether they can use contraceptives or not. And I don't believe employers should tell someone whether they could have contraceptive care or not. Every woman
Was
in
it worth
America
it?
should have access to contraceptives.
I mean, it's been kind of fun.
And the president's statement in my
I don't think I could
policy
do
is
it in like
completely
one
and
sitting,
totally wrong.
obviously, because that'd
Let me
be
come
like
back and answer
3
your
days or
question.
whatever.
President Bush and I are different people.
But
And
it's
these are
interesting to
different
see
times.
like how the debates have changed, which was one of my main goals to see like how have the debates changed. Has any of the messages from the Republicans or Democrats changed in any way? Have like what wins debates? What formats do we like? I still say the town hall like this is the best format. They should just do all of them like this, in my opinion. Have your average American ask. It's also kind of interesting to watch some of these with the hindsight that we have, the knowledge that we have. Like for example, watching like the W. Bush and Kerry debates, like them talking about for over an hour and a half about Afghanistan and Iraq, like knowing what we know now and like just seeing through the bullshit, you know. So I think it is educational still, I think, to when we watch future debates to like be like, okay, can we tell if they're bullshitting? Is this just classic debate shit right here? And yeah, and see if like have candidates really followed through, you know. If anyone who's followed through, it's been Reagan. And not in a good way, I don't mean.
And that's why my 5-point plan is so different than what he would have done. I mean, for instance, we can now, by virtue of new technology, actually get all the energy we need in North America without having to go to the Arabs or the Venezuelans or anyone else. That wasn't true in his time. That's why my policy starts with a very robust policy to get all that energy in North America and become energy secure. Number 2, trade. I'll crack down on China. President Bush didn't. I'm also going to dramatically expand trade in Latin America. It's been growing about 12% per year over a long period of time. I want to add more free trade agreements so we have more trade. Number 3, I'm going to get us to a balanced budget. President Bush didn't. President Obama was right. He said that was outrageous to have deficits as high as $500 billion under the Bush years. He was right. But then he put in place deficits twice that size for every one of his 4 years. And his forecast for the next 4 years is more deficits, almost that large. So that's the next area I'm different than President Bush. And then let's take the last one, championing small business. Our party has been focused on big business too long. I came through small business. I understand how hard it is.
Mitt really came through with small business. You know, he started off as an Etsy account. You know, he really grinded his way to the top. You know what I mean?
To start a small business. That's why
that's what he wants for
everything I'll
everybody.
do is designed to help small businesses grow and add jobs. I want to keep their taxes down on small business. I want regulators to see their job as encouraging small enterprise, not crushing it. And the thing I find most troubling about Obamacare, well, it's a long list, but one of the things I find most troubling is that when you go out and talk to small businesses and ask them what they think about it, they tell you it keeps them from hiring more people. My priority is jobs. I know how to make that happen. And President Bush had a very different path for a very different time. My path is designed in getting small businesses to grow and hire people.
Thanks.
And now no one wants to work anymore, you know? We made all the jobs, and now no one wants to work.
Governor, Mr. President.
Well, first of all, I think it's important to tell you that we did come in during some tough times. We were losing 800,000
Jesus Christ.
jobs.
Sorry, y'all. Hold up. All right, hopefully I didn't scare anybody. It scares me when he just randomly, my dog will randomly just go out of nowhere.
Started. But we have been digging our way out of policies that were misplaced and focused on the top doing very well and middle-class folks not doing well. Now, we've seen 31 consecutive months of job growth.
Sorry that I have to keep
5.2
freaking rubbing my
million
nose
new
on
jobs
stream and
created.
shit. My nose has been running.
And the
since
plans that I
started.
talked about will create even more.
I don't know what it is today.
But when Governor Romney says that he has a very different economic plan, the centerpiece of his economic plan are tax cuts. That's what took us from surplus to deficit. When he talks about getting tough on China, keep in mind that Governor Romney invested in companies that were pioneers of outsourcing to China and is currently investing in countries, in companies that are building surveillance equipment for China to spy on its own folks. That's, Governor, you're the last person who's going to get
We were just
tough on
talking about
China.
spying.
And what we've done when it comes to trade is not only sign 3 trade deals to open up new markets, but we've also set up a task force for trade that goes after anybody who is taking advantage of American workers or businesses and not creating a level playing field. We've brought twice as many cases against unfair trading practices than the previous administration, and we've won every single one that's been decided. When I said that we had to make sure that China was not flooding our domestic market with cheap tires, Governor Romney said I was being protectionist, that it wouldn't be helpful to American workers. Well, in fact, we saved 1,000 jobs. And that's the kind of tough trade actions that are required. But the last point I want to make is this. You know, there are some things where Governor Romney is different from George Bush. You know, George Bush didn't propose turning Medicare into a voucher. George Bush embraced comprehensive immigration reform. He didn't call for self-deportation. George Bush never suggested that we eliminate funding for Planned Parenthood. So there are differences between Governor Romney
George Bush
and
didn't want
but
to
they're not on
defund
economic policy.
Big Bird.
In some ways, he's gone to a more extreme place when it comes to social policy. And I think that's a mistake. That's not how we're going to move our economy forward.
I want to move you both along to the next question because it's in the same wheelhouse, so you will be able to respond. But the president does get this question. I want to call on Michael Jones.
Mr. President, I voted for you in 2008. What have you done or accomplished to earn my vote in 2012? I'm not that optimistic as I was in 2012. Most things I need for everyday living are very expensive.
Well, we've gone through a tough 4 years. There's no doubt about it. But 4 years ago, I told the American people, and I told you, I would cut taxes for middle-class families. And I did. I told you I'd cut taxes for small businesses, and I have. I said that I'd end the war in Iraq, and I did. I said we'd refocus attention on those who actually attacked us on 9/11. And we have gone after al-Qaeda's leadership like never before, and Osama bin Laden is dead. I said that we would put in place health care reform to make sure that insurance companies can't jerk you around, and if you don't have health insurance, that you'd have a chance to get affordable insurance.
Remember in the last debates, too, with Obama and McCain, how for the first time in debates, we've had a presidential candidate say that he promises he will kill somebody. Obama promised he'd kill Osama bin Laden.
And I have. I committed that I would rein in the excesses of Wall Street, and we passed the toughest Wall Street reforms since the 1930s. We've created 5 million jobs, gone from 800,000 jobs a month being lost, and we are making progress. We saved an auto industry that was on the brink of collapse. Now, does that mean you're not struggling? Absolutely not. A lot of us are. And that's why the plan that I've put forward for manufacturing and education and reducing our deficit in a sensible way, using the savings from ending wars to rebuild America and putting people back to work, making sure that we are controlling our own energy, but not just the energy of today, but also the energy of the future. All those things will make a difference. So the point is, the commitments I've made, I've kept. And those that I haven't been able to keep, it's not for lack of trying, and we're going to get it done in a second term. But you should pay attention to this campaign because Governor Romney has made some commitments as well. And I suspect he'll keep those too. You know, when members of the Republican Congress say we're going to sign a no-tax pledge so that we don't ask a dime from millionaires and billionaires to reduce our deficit so we can still invest in education and helping kids go to college, he said, me too. When they said, we're going to cut Planned Parenthood funding, he said, me too. When he said, we're going to repeal Obamacare, first thing I'm going to do, despite the fact that it's the same health care plan that he passed in Massachusetts and is working well, he said, me too. That is not the kind of leadership that you need, but you should expect that those are promises he's going to keep.
Mr.
And
President,
the choice in this election is going to be whose promises are going to be more likely to help you in your life, make sure your kids can go to college, make sure that you are getting a good paying job, making sure that Medicare and Social Security will be there for you.
Thank you. Governor.
Mickey, come on.
I think you know better. I think you know that these last 4 years haven't been so good as the president just described, and that you don't feel like you're confident that the next 4 years are going to be much better either. I can tell you that if you were to elect President Obama, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get a repeat of the last 4 years. We just can't afford 4 more years like the last 4 years. He said that by now we'd have unemployment at 5.4%. The difference between where it is and 5.4% is 9 million Americans without work. I wasn't the one that said 5.4%. This was the president's plan. Didn't get there. He said he would have by now put forward a plan to reform Medicare and Social Security because he pointed out they're on the road to bankruptcy. He would reform them. He'd get that done. He hasn't even made a proposal on either one. He said in his first year he'd put out an immigration plan that would deal with our immigration challenges. Didn't even file it. This is a president who has not been able to do what he said he'd do. He said that he'd cut in half the deficit. He hasn't done that either. In fact, he doubled it. He said that by now middle-income families would have a reduction in their health insurance premiums by $2,500 a year. It's gone up by $2,500 a year. And if Obamacare is passed or implemented, it's already been passed, if it's implemented fully, it'll be another $2,500 on top. The middle class is getting crushed under the policies of a president who has not understood what it takes to get the economy working again. He keeps saying, look, I've created 5 million jobs. That's after losing 5 million jobs. The entire record is such that the unemployment has not been reduced in this country. The unemployment, the number of people who are still looking for work, is still 23 million Americans. There are more people in poverty, 1 out of 6 people in poverty. How about food stamps? When he took office, 32 million people were on food stamps. Today, 47 million people are on food stamps. How about the growth of the economy? It's growing more slowly this year than last year, and more slowly last year than the year before. The president wants to do well, I understand, but the policies he's put in place, from Obamacare to Dodd-Frank, to his tax policies, to his regulatory policies, these policies combined have not led this economy take off and grow like it could have. You might say, well, you got an example of when it worked better? Yeah. In the Reagan recession, where unemployment hit 10.8%, between that period, the end of that recession, and equivalent period of time to today, Ronald Reagan's recovery created twice as many jobs as this president's recovery. 5 million jobs doesn't even keep up with our population growth. And the only reason the unemployment rate seems a little lower today is because of all the people that have dropped out of the workforce. The president has tried, but his policies haven't worked. He's great as a speaker and describing his plans and his vision. That's wonderful, except we have a record to look at. And that record shows he just hasn't been able to cut the deficit, to put in place reforms for Medicare and Social Security, to preserve them, to get us the rising incomes we need.
Yeah, Mitt is right on, like, Obama's really good at, like I said, public speaking and, like, doing one-on-one. Like, I feel like in a town hall like this, he's in his element. But, yeah, he's really good at messaging and everything, and it's always watered down at best.
Median incomes down $4,300 a family, and 23 million Americans out of work. That's what this election is about. It's about who can get the middle class in this country a bright and prosperous future and assure our kids the kind of hope and optimism they deserve.
Governor, I want to move you along. Don't go away, and we'll have plenty of time to respond. We are quite aware of the clock for both of you, but I want to bring in a different subject here. Mr. President, I'll be right back with you. Lorraine Osorio has a question for you about a topic we have not heard. Yes, this is for Governor Romney, and we'll be right with you, Mr. President. Thanks.
Is it Lorena?
Lorraine.
Lorraine?
Yeah, Lorraine. Yes.
Lorraine.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
President. Romney, what do you plan on doing with immigrants without their green card that are currently living here as productive members of society?
Thank you. Lorraine, did I get that right? Good. Thank you for your question. And let me step back and tell you what I'd like to do with our immigration policy broadly and include an answer to your question. First of all, this is a nation of immigrants. We welcome people coming to this country as immigrants. My dad was born in Mexico of American parents. Ann's dad was born in Wales and is a first-generation American. We welcome legal immigrants into this country. I want our legal system to work better. I want it to be streamlined. I want it to be clearer. I don't think you shouldn't have to hire a lawyer to figure out how to get into this country legally. I also think that we should give visas to people, green cards rather, to people who graduate with skills that we need. People around the world with accredited degrees in science and math get a green card stapled to their diploma, come to the US of A. We should make sure that our legal system works. Number two, we're going to have to stop illegal immigration. There are 4 million people
that was a meme.
who are waiting in line to get here legally.
People legitimately say that?
Those who've come here illegally take their place. So I will not grant amnesty to those who've come here illegally. What I will do is I'll put in place an employment verification system and make sure that employers that hire people who have come here illegally are sanctioned for doing so. I won't put in place magnets for people coming here illegally. So, for instance, I would not give driver's licenses to those that have come here illegally, as the president would. The kids of those that came here illegally, those kids, I think, should have a pathway to become a permanent resident of the United States.
Oh, my God.
And
Sorry,
military service,
scared
for
the
instance,
shit out
is
of me
one way
again.
they would have that kind of pathway to become a permanent resident. Now, when the president ran for office, he said that he'd put in place, in his first year, a piece of legislation. He'd file a bill in his first year that would reform our immigration system, protect legal immigration, stop illegal immigration. He didn't do it. He had a Democrat House and Democrat Senate, supermajority in both houses. Why did he fail to even promote legislation that would have provided an answer for those that want to come here legally and for those that are here illegally today? That's a question I think the president will have a chance to answer right now.
Good. I look forward to it. Was Lorraine, we are a nation of immigrants. I mean, we're just a few miles away from Ellis Island. We all understand what this country has become because talent from all around the world wants to come here. People who are willing to take risks. People who want to build on their dreams and make sure their kids have even bigger dreams than they have. But we're also a nation of laws. So what I've said is we need to fix a broken immigration system, and I've done everything that I can on my own and sought cooperation from Congress to make sure that we fix this system. First thing we did was to streamline the legal immigration system, to reduce the backlog, make it easier, simpler, and cheaper for people who are waiting in line, obeying the law to make sure that they can come here and contribute to our country. And that's good for our economic growth. They'll start new businesses. They'll make things happen that create jobs here in the United States. Number two, We do have to deal with our border. So we put more Border Patrol on than any time in history, and the flow of undocumented workers across the border is actually lower than it's been in 40 years. What I've also said is, if we're going to go after folks who are here illegally, we should do it smartly and go after folks who are criminals, gangbangers, people who are hurting the community, not after students, not after folks who are here just because they're trying to figure out how to feed their families. And that's what we've done. And what I've also said is, for young people who come here, brought here oftentimes by their parents, have gone to school here, pledged allegiance to the flag, think of this as their country, understand themselves as Americans in every way except having papers, then we should make sure that we give them a pathway to citizenship. And that's what I've done administratively. Now, Governor Romney just said that he wants to help those young people too, but during the Republican primary, he said, I will veto the DREAM Act that would allow these young people to have access. His main strategy during the Republican primary was to say, we're going to encourage self-deportation, making life so miserable on folks that they'll leave. He called the Arizona law a model for the nation. Part of the Arizona law said that law enforcement officers could stop folks because they suspected maybe they looked like they might be undocumented workers.
Jesus Christ.
And check their papers. And you know what? If my daughter or yours looks to somebody like they're not a citizen, I don't want to empower somebody like that. So we can fix this system in a comprehensive way. And when Governor Romney says the challenge is, well, Obama didn't try, that's not true. I sat down with Democrats and Republicans at the beginning of my term, and I said, let's fix this system, including senators previously who had supported it on the Republican side. But it's very hard for Republicans in Congress to support comprehensive immigration reform if their standard bearer has said that this is not something I'm interested in supporting.
Let me get the governor in here, Mr. President. Let's speak to, if you could, Governor, the idea of self-deportation.
Let me go back and speak to the points that the president made, and let's get them correct. I did not say that the Arizona law was a model for the nation in that aspect. I said that the E-Verify portion of the Arizona law, which is the portion of the law which says that employers could be able to determine whether someone is here illegally or not illegally, that was a model for the nation. That's number one. Number two.
What does that even, how does that work though? Like, how does your employer?
I asked the president a question I think Hispanics and immigrants all over the nation have asked. He was asked this on Univision the other day. Why, when you said you'd file legislation in your first year, didn't you do it? And he didn't answer. He doesn't answer that question. He said the standard bearer wasn't for it. I'm glad you thought I was a standard bearer 4 years ago, but I wasn't. 4 years ago, you said in your first year you would file legislation. In his first year, I was licking my wounds from having been beaten by John McCain. All right, I was not the standard bearer. My view is that this president should have honored his promise to do as he said. Now, let me mention one other thing, and that is self-deportation says let people make their own choice. What I was saying is we're not going to round up 12 million people, undocumented, illegals, and take them out of the nation. Instead, let people make their own choice. And if they find that they can't get the benefits here that they want, and they can't find the job they want, then they'll make a decision to go a place where they have better opportunities. But I'm not in favor of rounding up people and taking them out of this country. I am in favor, as the president has said, and I agree with him, which is that if people have committed crimes, we got to get them out of this country. Let me mention something else the president said. It was a moment ago, and I didn't get a chance to, when he was describing Chinese investments and so forth.
Candy, hold on a second.
Mr. President, I'm still speaking.
I'm sorry.
Mr. President, wait till let me finish.
I'm
going to continue. I'm going to continue.
Governor Romney, if you can make it short. See all these people? They've been waiting for you. Could you
Just
make it
make
short?
a point. Any investments I have over the last 8 years have been managed by a blind trust. And I understand they do include investments outside the United States, including in Chinese companies. Mr. President, have you looked at your pension? Have you looked at your pension?
I've got to say.
Mr. President, have you looked at your pension?
You know, I don't look at my pension. It's not as big as yours, so it doesn't
Well,
take as long.
let me give you some. Let me give you some advice.
I don't check it that often.
Let me give you some advice. Look at your pension. You also have investments in Chinese companies.
Yeah.
You also have investments outside the United States.
Yeah.
You also have investments through a Cayman.
Sorry
Trust.
again for
Right.
keep getting up and everything and whatnot. Sorry, I've been getting easily distracted by the dog, and my freaking nose is really bothering me right now for whatever reason. I usually have allergies in here. I mean, I know the cat is sitting like right here, so I think that might be part of it. But I don't know. Whatever today, for whatever reason today, my allergies are really
so
bad.
Mr. President,
We're a little off topic.
Completely
Come on.
off the immigration.
I thought we were talking about immigration.
And we were.
I came back to what you spoke about
I do
before.
want to make sure
If I could
that
have you sit down, Governor Romney, thank you.
I do want to make sure that we just understand something. Governor Romney says he wasn't referring to Arizona as a model for the nation. His top advisor on immigration is the guy who designed the Arizona law, the entirety of it, not E-Verify, the whole thing. That's his policy, and it's a bad policy, and it won't help us grow.
And don't worry, Republicans will shift to building the wall as their immigration policy after this.
Look, when we think about immigration, we have to understand there are folks all around the world who still see America as the land of promise. And they provide us energy, and they provide us innovation, and they start companies like Intel and Google, and we want to encourage that. Now, we've got to make sure that we do it in a smart way, in a comprehensive way, and we make the legal system better. But when we make this into a divisive political issue, and when we don't have bipartisan support, I can deliver, Governor, a whole bunch of Democrats to get comprehensive immigration reform done, and
I'll
we
get it
can't.
done. I'll get it done. First year.
We have not seen
Mr. President,
Republicans
let me move you on
serious
here,
about this
please.
issue at all.
Mr.
And it's time
President.
for them to get serious on it. This
Don't
used to
go
be a
away,
bipartisan
though.
issue.
Right. Don't go away because
I'm here.
I want you to talk to Carrie Lotka, who wants to switch a topic for us.
Okay. Hi, Karen.
Good evening, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
It's Carrie Latka.
Great to see you.
This question actually comes from
I thought she said Kara too.
a brain trust of my friends at Global Telecom Supply in Mineola yesterday. We were sitting around talking about Libya, and we were reading and became aware of reports that the State Department refused extra security for our embassy in Benghazi, Libya, prior to the attacks that killed 4 Americans. Who was it that denied enhanced security, and why?
Well, let me first of all talk about our diplomats, because they serve all around the world and do an incredible job in a very dangerous situation. And these aren't just representatives of the United States, they're my representatives. I send them there, oftentimes into harm's way. I know these folks, and I know their families. So nobody's more concerned about their safety and security than I am. So as soon as we found out that the Benghazi consulate was being overrun, I was on the phone with my national security team, and I gave them 3 instructions. Number 1, beef up our security and procedures, not just in Libya, but in every embassy and consulate in the region. Number 2, investigate exactly what happened, regardless of where the facts lead us, to make sure that folks are held accountable and it doesn't happen again. And number 3, we are going to find out who did this, and we're going to hunt them down. Because one of the things that I've said throughout my presidency is, when folks mess with Americans, we go after them. Now,
With
Governor
drones.
Romney had a very different response. While we were...
And sometimes we accidentally don't even hit our mark. Maybe like a hospital, perhaps.
still dealing with our diplomats being threatened, Governor Romney put out a press release trying to make political points. And that's not how a commander-in-chief operates. You don't turn national security into a political issue. Certainly not right when it's happening. And people, not everybody agrees with some of the decisions I've made. But when it comes to our national security, I mean what I say. I said I'd end the war in Libya, in Iraq, and I did. I said that we'd go after al-Qaeda and bin Laden. We have. I said we'd transition out of Afghanistan and start making sure that Afghans are responsible for their own security. That's what I'm doing. And when it comes to this issue, When I say that we are going to find out exactly what happened, everybody will be held accountable, and I am ultimately responsible for what's taking place there because these are my folks, and I'm the one who has to greet those coffins when they come home. You know that I mean what I say.
Mr. President, I got to move us along. Governor?
Thank you, Carrie, for your question. It's an important one. And I think the President just said correctly that the buck does stop at his desk. And
Buck
he
stops.
takes responsibility
Buck stops
for,
with me,
for
or
that,
whatever
for
Biden says.
The failure in providing those security resources, and those terrible things may well happen from time to time. I feel very deeply sympathetic for the families of those who lost loved ones. And today there's a memorial service for one of those that was lost in this tragedy. We think of their families and care for them deeply. There were other issues associated with this tragedy. There were many days that passed before we knew whether this was a spontaneous demonstration or actually whether it was a terrorist attack. And there was no demonstration involved. It was a terrorist attack. And it took a long time for that to be told to the American people. Whether there was some misleading or instead whether we just didn't know what happened, I think you have to ask yourself, why didn't we know 5 days later when the ambassador to the United Nations went on TV to say that this was a demonstration? How could we have not known? But I find more troubling than this, that on the day following the assassination of a United States ambassador, the first time that's happened since 1979, when we have 4 Americans killed there, when apparently we didn't know what happened, that the President, the day after that happened, flies to Las Vegas for a political fundraiser, then the next day to Colorado for another event, another political event. I think these actions taken by a president and a leader have symbolic significance, and perhaps even material significance, in that you'd hope that during that time we could call in the people who were actually eyewitnesses. We've read their accounts now about what happened. It was very clear.
But the thing is, like, you could say that, but, like, if it was reversed, it'd be the same shit. And this is the election season, you know. No one's really doing their actual office job. Like, Obama's focusing on re-election right now. So, is that morally right or wrong? I don't know, but I could guarantee you if it was reverse, Republicans do the same shit, a Republican president does the same shit, they're probably not gonna stop you know, their re-election campaign, unless it was something, I know it sounds fucked up, someone was assassinated, but just like something more extreme than that, right?
This was not a demonstration. This was an attack by terrorists. And this calls into question the president's whole policy in the Middle East. Look what's happening in Syria, in Egypt, now in Libya. Consider the distance between ourselves and Israel. The president said that he was going to put daylight between us and Israel. We have Iran 4 years closer to a nuclear bomb. Syria is not just the tragedy of 30,000 civilians being killed by a military, but also a strategically significant player for America. The president's policies throughout the Middle East began with an apology tour and pursue a strategy of leading from behind, and this strategy is unraveling before our very eyes.
Because we're closing in, I want to still get a lot of people in. I want to ask you something, Mr. President, and then have the governor just quickly. Your Secretary of State, as I'm sure you know, has said that she takes full responsibility for the attack on the diplomatic mission in Benghazi. Does the buck stop with your Secretary of State as far as what went on here?
AKA Hillary Clinton, if I remember correctly.
Secretary Clinton has done an extraordinary job, but she works for me. I'm the president. And I'm always responsible. And that's why nobody's more interested in finding out exactly what happened than I did. The day after the attack, Governor, I stood in the Rose Garden and I told the American people and the world that we were going to find out exactly what happened, that this was an act of terror, and I also said that we're going to hunt down those who committed this crime. And then a few days later, I was there greeting the caskets coming into Andrews Air Force Base and grieving with the families. And the suggestion that anybody in my team, whether the Secretary of State, our UN ambassador, anybody on my team would play politics or mislead when we've lost 4 of our own, Governor, is offensive. That's not what we do. That's not what I do as president. That's not what I do as commander-in-chief.
I can't tell. I mean, I feel like he is kind of actually mad here. That, like, I feel like, yeah, it was kind of a low blow by Romney, but at least in this kind of setting. But I go back to, I mean, I don't remember this, but the thing is too is like, because Romney's saying that he wasn't at this certain specific spot or whatever the day after or whatever, but it's like you have the power of television and stuff to like not be at the exact same spot. You can do a speech about it at any point. But regardless, like I said, I think if the roles were reversed, it'd be the same shit where it's like it's re-election season, they don't really give a fuck. They're just trying to get some fundraising. So
Governor, if you want to
Yeah,
reply just quickly to this,
I
please.
certainly do. I think it's interesting. The president just said something which is that on the day after the attack, he went to the Rose Garden and said that this was an act of terror. That's what I said. You said in the Rose Garden, the day after the attack, it was an act of terror. It was not a spontaneous demonstration. Is that what you're saying?
Please proceed, Governor.
I
Yeah,
want to
he's
make sure we
mad.
get that for the record, because it took the president 14 days before he called the attack in Benghazi an act of terror.
Get the transcript.
He
Get the
did, in
transcript.
fact, sir. So let me call it an act of terror.
Can you say
in the
that a
Rose
little
Garden.
louder,
He used
Candy?
the word. He did call it an act of terror. It did.
shit, dude. Yeah, Romney's just fucking up, dude. From the binder full of women, which goofy, whatever, and Big Bird, which was just weird. Yeah, this is much worse gaff.
As well.
Because like usually nowadays, like we watched all these, right? Where early in like the 70s, I feel like all our panelists, or we usually were journalists. They actually challenged both of them and were pretty like they weren't making it fun and games at these debates. And nowadays in this present era, like they, people like Jim in the other debates, they're like, they try to they almost give them too much respect, in my opinion. And what I wanted to say with that is that they give so much respect that they never really correct or like verify something that one of the candidates has said. You don't really see this anymore, where they're like, no, yeah, he did say that. So
It did as well take 2 weeks or so for the whole idea of there being a riot out there about this tape to come out. You're correct about that.
The administration indicated that this was a reaction to a video and was a spontaneous reaction.
Knows.
It took
So
them
sick of
a
it.
long time to say this was a terrorist act by a terrorist group. And to suggest, am I incorrect in that regard? On Sunday, your secretary, the ambassador of the United Nations, one of the Sunday television shows, and spoke about how
Candy,
this was a spontaneous
I'm
reaction.
happy to have a longer conversation about foreign policy.
Absolutely, but I want to move you on, and
Okay,
also
I'm
people
happy to do
can
that
go
too.
to the transcripts
I just want
and,
to make sure that
figure
all
out what
these
was said
wonderful
and
folks
when.
are going to have a chance to get some of their questions answered.
because what I want to do, Mr. President, stand there for a second, because I want to introduce you to Nina Gonzalez, who brought up a question that we hear a lot, both over the internet and from this crowd.
President Obama, during the Democratic National Convention in 2008, you stated you wanted to keep AK-47s out of the hands of criminals. What has your administration done or plan to do to limit the availability of assault weapons?
We're a nation that believes in the Second Amendment, and I believe in the Second Amendment.
I wonder if she meant like ARs, because I feel like AK-47s were never really like the. I don't know. I've never heard of someone being like, we got to get the AKs off the streets or anything like that. It's always been like ARs and stuff.
We've got a long tradition of hunting and sportsmen and people who want to make sure they can protect themselves. But there have been too many instances during the course of my presidency where I've had to comfort families who've lost somebody, most recently out in Aurora.
Shit, I forgot about that. But that was that's like, yeah, that's where I am. Freaking Aurora, Denver area. Freaking Theater shooting, and then obviously Columbine's a little bit further to the about like 30 minutes west towards the mountains.
A couple.
Freaking crazy. I always forget that like here you have Aurora, Columbine, and then most recently was the Club Q in Colorado Springs.
A couple of weeks ago, actually, probably about a month, I saw a mother who I had met at the bedside of her son who had been shot in that theater. And her son had been shot through the head. And we spent some time and we said a prayer. And remarkably, about 2 months later, this young man and his mom showed up, and he looked unbelievable, good as new. But there were a lot of families who didn't have that good fortune, and whose sons or daughters or husbands didn't survive. So my belief is that, A, we have to enforce the laws we've already got, make sure that we're keeping guns out of the hands of criminals, those who are
I'm surprised.
We've done
I mean, I
much
guess it
better
was
job in terms of background checks, but
mostly
we've got more to
economy
do
in the first debate. But I
when
was
it comes to
surprised the
enforcement.
Aurora thing wasn't brought up
But
at
I also
the
share your
the
belief
University
that
of Denver
weapons that were
one, though.
designed for soldiers in
The
war
first
theaters
debate.
don't belong on our streets. And so what I'm trying to do is to get a broader conversation about how do we reduce the violence generally. Part of it is seeing if we can get an assault weapons ban reintroduced, but part of it is also looking at other sources of the violence. Because frankly, in my hometown of Chicago, there's an awful lot of violence, and they're not using AK-47s, they're using cheap handguns. And so what can we do to intervene to make sure that young people have opportunity, that our schools are working, that if there's violence on the streets, that working with faith groups and law enforcement, we can catch it before it gets out of control. And so what I want is a comprehensive strategy. Part of it is seeing if we can get automatic weapons that kill folks in amazing numbers out of the hands of criminals and the mentally ill. But part of it is also going deeper and seeing if we can get into these communities and making sure we catch violent impulses before they occur.
Governor Romney, the question is about assault weapons, AK-47s.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of new pieces of legislation on guns and taking guns away or making certain guns illegal. We, of course, don't want to have automatic weapons, and that's already illegal in this country to have automatic weapons. What I believe is we have to do, as the President mentioned towards the end of his remarks there, which is to make enormous efforts to enforce the gun laws that we have and to change the culture of violence we have. And you ask, how are we going to do that? And there are a number of things. He mentioned good schools. I totally agree. We were able to drive our schools to be #1 in the nation in my state. And I believe if we do a better job in education, we'll give people the hope and opportunity they deserve and perhaps less violence from that. But let me mention another thing, and that is parents. We need moms and dads helping raise kids. Wherever possible, the benefit of having two parents in the home, and that's not always possible. A lot of great single moms, single dads.
Mitt's response is do
to
nothing.
tell our kids that before they have babies, they ought to think about getting married to someone. That's a great idea, because if there's a two-parent family, the prospect of living in poverty goes down dramatically. The opportunities that the child will.
So you're saying you should just get married? That'll help reduce school shootings or just shootings in general, violence?
Be able to achieve increase dramatically. So we can make changes in the way our culture works to help bring people away from violence and give them opportunity and bring them in the American system. The greatest failure we've had with regards to gun violence in some respects is what is known as Fast and Furious, which was a program
Vin Diesel, baby.
Under this administration, and how it worked exactly, I think we don't know precisely, but where thousands of automatic and AK-47 type weapons were given to people that ultimately gave them to drug lords. They used those weapons against their own citizens and killed Americans with them. And this was a program of the government. For what purpose it was put in place, I can't imagine. But it's one of the great tragedies related to violence in our society, which has occurred during this administration, which I think the American people would like to understand fully. It's been investigated to a degree, but the administration has carried out executive privilege to prevent all the information from coming out. I'd like to understand who it was that did this, what the idea was behind it, why it led to the violence. Thousands of guns going to Mexican drug lords.
Governor, if I could, the question was about these assault weapons that once were banned and are no longer banned. I know that you signed an assault weapons ban when you were in Massachusetts. Obviously, with this question, you no longer do support that. Why is that, given the kind of violence that we see sometimes with these mass killings? Why is that you've changed your mind?
Well, Candy, actually, in my state, the pro-gun folks and the anti-gun folks came together and put together a piece of legislation. And it's referred to as an assault weapon ban, but it had, at the signing of the bill, both the pro-gun and the anti-gun people came together because it provided opportunities for both that both wanted. There were hunting opportunities, for instance, that hadn't previously been available and so forth. So it was a mutually agreed upon piece of legislation. That's what we need more of, Candy. What we have right now in Washington is a place that's gridlocked.
So if you could get people to agree to it, you'd be for it.
We haven't had the leadership in Washington to work on a bipartisan basis. I was able to do that in my state and bring these two together.
Quickly, Mr. President.
First of all, I think Governor Romney was for an assault weapons ban before he was against it. And he said that the reason he changed his mind was in part because he was seeking the endorsement of the National Rifle Association. So that's on the record. But I think that one area we agree on is the importance of parents and the importance of schools. Because I do believe that if our young people have opportunity, then they're less likely to engage in these kinds of violent acts. We're not going to eliminate everybody who is mentally disturbed, and we've got to make sure that they don't get weapons, but we can make a difference in terms of ensuring that every young person in America, regardless of where they come from, what they look like, have a chance to succeed. And Candy, we haven't had a chance to talk about education much, but I think it is very important to understand that the reforms we've put in place, working with 46 governors around the country, are seeing schools that are some of the ones that are the toughest for kids starting to succeed. We're starting to see gains in math and science. When it comes to community colleges, we are setting up programs, including with Nassau Community College, to retrain workers, including young people who may have dropped out of school but now are getting another chance, training them for the jobs that exist right now. And in fact, employers are looking for skilled workers. And so we're matching them up, giving them access to higher education. As I said, we have made sure that millions of young people are able to get an education that they weren't able to get before. Now,
Mr. President, I have to move you along here. You said you wanted to hear these questions, and we need to do it here.
Just 1 second, because this is important. This is part of the choice in this election. And when Governor Romney was asked whether hiring more teachers was important to growing our economy, Governor Romney said that doesn't grow our economy.
The question, of course, Mr. President, was guns here, so I need to move us along.
I understand.
You know, the question was guns, so let me
But this will make a difference in terms of whether or not we can move this economy forward for these young people.
I understand.
And reduce our violence.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to ask Carol Goldberg to stand up because she gets to a question that both these men have been passionate about. It's for Governor Romney.
The outsourcing of America.
I think Obama was trying to talk about, like, how material conditions can kind of cause violence, which is just, it's interesting to hear him say that, just considering everything of his presidency. But once again, I think he's a great public speaker and whatnot. But yeah, he's almost there on it. And then Mitt's just like, I don't really care, and probably getting that NRA money,
American jobs overseas has taken a toll on our economy. What plans do you have to put back and keep jobs here in the United States?
Boy, great question, an important question, because you're absolutely right. And the place where we've seen manufacturing go has been China. China is now the largest manufacturer in the world. It used to be the United States of America. A lot of good people have lost jobs. 500,000 manufacturing jobs have been lost in the last 4 years. That's total over the last 4 years. One of the reasons for that is that people think it's more attractive in some cases to go offshore than to stay here. We have made it less attractive for enterprises to stay here than to go offshore from time to time. What I will do as president is make sure it's more attractive to come to America again. This is the way we're going to create jobs in this country. It's not by trickle-down government, saying we're going to take more money from people and hire more government workers, raise more taxes,
It's not
put in place
effective
more regulations.
trickle-down government.
Trickle-down government has never worked here, has never worked anywhere. I want to make America the most attractive place in the world for entrepreneurs, for small business, for big business, to invest and grow in America. Now, we're going to have to make sure that as we trade with other nations, that they play by the rules, and China hasn't. One of the reasons, or one of the ways they don't play by the rules is artificially holding down the value of their currency. Because if they put their currency down low, that means their prices on their goods are low. And that makes them advantageous in the marketplace. We lose sales, and manufacturers here in the U.S.
Seems like they're doing
making the same
capitalism
products
better.
can't
I don't
compete.
know.
China has been a currency manipulator for years and years and years. And the president has a regular opportunity to label them as a currency manipulator, but refuses to do so. On day one, I will label China a currency manipulator, which will allow me as president to be able to put in place, if necessary, tariffs where I believe that they are taking unfair advantage of our manufacturers. So we're going to make sure that people we trade with around the world play by the rules. But let me not just stop there. Don't forget, what's key to bringing back jobs here is not just finding someone else to punish. And I'm going to be strict with people who we trade with to make sure they follow the law and play by the rules. But it's also to make America the most attractive place in the world for businesses of all kinds. That's why I want to bring down the tax rates on small employers, big employers. So they want to be here. Canada's tax rate on companies is now 15%. Ours is 35%. So if you're starting a business, where would you rather start it? We have to be competitive if we're going to create more jobs here. Regulations have quadrupled. The rate of regulations quadrupled under this president. I talk to small businesses across the country. They say, we feel like we're under attack from our own government. I want to make sure that regulators see their job as encouraging small business, not crushing it. And there's no question but that Obamacare has been an extraordinary deterrent to enterprises of all kinds hiring people. My priority is making sure that we get more people hired. If we have more people hired, if we get back manufacturing jobs, if we get back all kinds of jobs into this country, then you're going to see rising incomes again. The reason incomes are down is because unemployment is so high. I know what it takes to get this to happen, and my plan will do that, and one part of it is to make sure that we keep China playing by the rules.
Mr. President, 2 minutes here because we are then going to go to our last question.
Okay. We need to create jobs here. And both Governor Romney and I agree, actually, that we should lower our corporate tax rate. It's too high. But there's a difference in terms of how we would do it.
No.
I want to close loopholes that allow companies to deduct expenses when they move to China, that allow them to profit offshore and not have to get taxed so they have tax advantages offshore. All those changes in our tax code would make a difference. Now, Governor Romney actually wants to expand those tax breaks. One of his big ideas when it comes to corporate tax reform would be to say, if you invest overseas, you make profits overseas, you don't have to pay U.S. taxes. But of course, if you're a small business or a mom and pop business or a big business starting up here, you've got to pay even the reduced rate that Governor Romney's talking about. And it's estimated that that will create 800,000 new jobs. Problem is, they'll be in China or India or Germany. That's not the way we're going to create jobs here. The way we're going to create jobs here is not just to change our tax code, but also to double our exports. And we are on pace to double our exports. One of the commitments I made when I was president, that's creating tens of thousands of jobs all across the country. That's why we've kept on pushing trade deals, but trade deals that make sure that American workers and American businesses are getting a good deal. Now, Governor Romney talked about China, as I already indicated. In the private sector, Governor Romney's company invested in what were called pioneers of outsourcing. That's not my phrase. That's what reporters called it. And as far as currency manipulation, the currency's actually gone up 11% since I've been president because we have pushed them hard. And we've put unprecedented trade pressure on China. That's why exports have significantly increased under my presidency. That's going to help to create jobs here.
Mr. President, we have a really short time for a quick discussion here. iPad, the Macs, the iPhones, they are all manufactured in China. One of the major reasons is labor is so much cheaper here. How do you convince a great American company to bring that manufacturing back here?
The answer is very straightforward. We can compete with anyone in the world as long as the playing field is level. China's been cheating over the years. One, by holding down the value of their currency. Number two, by stealing our intellectual property, our designs, our patents, our technology. There's even an Apple store in China that's a counterfeit Apple store, selling counterfeit goods. They hack into our computers. We will have to have people play on a fair basis. That's number one.
Like I said, I think they're just doing capitalism
better. We have
better.
to make America the most attractive place for entrepreneurs, for people who want to expand a business. That's what brings jobs in. The president's characterization of my tax plan is completely false. Let me tell you.
Let me go to the president here because we really are running out of time. And the question is, can we ever get, we can't get wages like that. It can't be sustained here.
Candy, there's some jobs that are not going to come back because they're low-wage, low-skill jobs. I want high-wage, high-skill jobs. That's why we have to emphasize manufacturing. That's why we have to invest in advanced manufacturing. That's why we've got to make sure that we've got the best science and research in the world. And when we talk about deficits, if we're adding to our deficit for tax cuts for folks who don't need them, and we're cutting investments in research and science that will create the next Apple, create the next new innovation that will sell products around the world, we will lose that race. If we're not training engineers to make sure that they are equipped here in this country, then companies won't come here. Those investments are what's going to help to make sure that we continue to lead this world economy, not just next year, but 10 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now.
Thanks, Mr. President.
Government does not create jobs. Government does not create jobs.
I want to introduce you to Barry Green because he's going to have the last question to you first.
All right, Barry, last question.
Hi, Barry. Hi, Governor. I think this is a tough question. Each of you.
He's proud of himself.
What do you believe is the biggest misperception that the American people have about you as a man and a candidate? Using specific examples, can you take this opportunity to debunk that misperception and set us straight?
Thank you. And that's an opportunity for me, and I appreciate it. In the nature of a campaign, it seems that some campaigns are focused on attacking a person rather than prescribing their own future and the things they'd like to do. In the course of that, I think the president's campaign has tried to characterize me as someone who's very different than who I am. I care about 100% of the American people. I want 100% of the American people to have a bright and prosperous future. I care about our kids. I understand what it takes to make a bright and prosperous future for America again. I spent my life in the private sector, not in government. I'm a guy who wants to help with the experience I have, the American people. My passion probably flows from the fact that I believe in God, and I believe we're all children of the same God. I believe we have a responsibility to care for one another. I served as a missionary for my church. I served as a pastor in my congregation for about 10 years. I've sat across the table from people who were out of work and worked with them to try and find new work or to help them through tough times. I went to the Olympics when they were in trouble to try and get them on track. And as governor of my state, I was able to get 100% of my people.
He said he ran the Olympics, though.
About 98% of the adults.
And now it's that he helped with it.
Was able also to get our schools ranked #1 in the nation, so 100% of our kids would have a bright opportunity for a future. I understand that I can get this country on track again. We don't have to settle for what we're going through. We don't have to settle for gasoline at $4. We don't have to settle for unemployment at a chronically high level. We don't have to settle for 47 million people on food stamps. We don't have to settle for 50% of kids coming out of college not able to get work. We don't have to settle for 23 million people struggling to find a good job. If I become president, I'll get America working again. I will get us on track to a balanced budget. The president hasn't. I will. I'll make sure we can reform Medicare and Social Security to preserve them for coming generations. The president said he would. He didn't.
Governor.
I'll get our incomes up. And by the way, I've done these things. I served as governor and showed I could get them done.
Mr. President, last 2 minutes belong to you.
Barry, I think a lot of this campaign, maybe over the last 4 years, has been devoted to this notion that I think government creates jobs, that somehow is the answer. That's not what I believe. I believe that the free enterprise system is the greatest engine of prosperity the world's ever known. I believe in self-reliance and individual initiative and risk takers being rewarded. But I also believe that everybody should have a fair shot. And everybody should do their fair share. And everybody should play by the same rules. Because that's how our economy has grown. That's how we built the world's greatest middle class. And that is part of what's at stake in this election. There's a fundamentally different vision about how we move our country forward. I believe Governor Romney is a good man. Loves his family, cares about his faith. But I also believe that when he said behind closed doors that 47% of the country consider themselves victims who refuse personal responsibility, think about who he was talking about. Folks on Social Security who've worked all their lives. Veterans who've sacrificed for this country. Students who are out there trying to hopefully advance their own dreams, but also this country's dreams. Soldiers who are overseas fighting for us right now. People who are working hard every day, paying payroll tax, gas taxes, but don't make enough income. And I want to fight for them. That's what I've been doing for the last 4 years, because if they succeed, I believe the country succeeds. And when my grandfather fought in World War II and he came back and he got a GI Bill and that allowed him to go to college, that wasn't a handout. That was something that advanced the entire country. And I want to make sure that the next generation has those same opportunities. That's why I'm asking for your vote, and that's why I'm asking for another 4 years.
Obama crushed this debate, honestly. Like, Mitt had way too many gaffes, and Obama just with the charisma and everything. And yeah, this last question was almost like a closing statement, basically.
President Obama, Governor Romney, thank you for being here tonight. On that note,
I guess it was the last question, and there was no closing statement, so they probably tried to fit it in that way. But
we have come to an end of this town hall debate. Our thanks to the participants for their time and to the people of Hofstra University for their hospitality. The next and final debate takes place Monday night at Lynn University in Boca Raton, Florida. Don't forget to watch. Election Day is 3 weeks from today. Don't forget to vote. Good night.
Pokemon, go to the polls. All right, that was the second one. Yeah, the first one I felt like it was kind of indifferent. I mean, I think Mitt Romney did a lot better than I remembered. But this one, yeah, Mitt did not do well at all, I don't think, in this one. I feel like Obama answered most of the questions. Obviously, the binder full of women, and him accusing Obama of not being in the right spot after assassinations. That really hurt him. I think Mitt more than he thinks. Maybe he felt he's trying to be aggressive, but yeah. So it's October 16th. When's the next one here? October 22nd. So we're in Florida now. Bob Schieffer of CBS. Okay. Oh, this one's all about foreign policy. Ugh. Broken up into 6 15-minute segments. Oh boy. Let me blow my nose real quick, and we'll start this one.
Good evening from the campus of Lynn University here in Boca Raton, Florida. This is the fourth and last debate of the 2012 campaign, brought to you by the Commission on Presidential Debates. This one's on foreign policy. I'm Bob Schieffer of CBS News. The questions are mine, and I have not shared them with the candidates or their aides. The audience has taken a vow of silence, no applause, no reaction of any kind, except right now, when we welcome President Barack Obama and Governor Mitt Romney. Gentlemen, your campaigns have agreed to certain rules, and they are simple. They've asked me to divide the evening into segments. I'll pose a question at the beginning of each segment. You will each have 2 minutes to respond, and then we will have a general discussion until we move to the next segment. Tonight's debate, as both of you know, comes on the 50th anniversary of the night that President Kennedy told the world that the Soviet Union had installed nuclear missiles in Cuba, perhaps the closest we've ever come to nuclear war. And it is a sobering reminder that every president faces at some point an unexpected threat to our national security from abroad. So let's begin. The first segment is the challenge of a changing Middle East and the new face of terrorism. I'm going to put this into 2 segments, so you'll have 2 topic questions within this one segment on that subject. The first question, and it concerns Libya. The controversy over what happened there continues. 4 Americans are dead, including an American ambassador. Questions remain. What happened? What caused it? Was it spontaneous? Was it an intelligence failure? Was it a policy failure? Was there an attempt to mislead people about what really happened? Governor Romney, you said this was an example of an American policy in the Middle East that is unraveling before our very eyes. I'd like to hear each of you give your thoughts on that. Governor Romney, you won the toss. You go first.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you for agreeing to moderate this debate this evening. Thank you to Lynn University for welcoming us here. And Mr. President, it's good to be with you again. We were together at a humorous event a little earlier, and it's nice to maybe be funny this time, not on purpose. We'll see what happens. This is obviously an area of great concern to the entire world and to America in particular, which is to see a complete change in the structure and the environment in the Middle East. With the Arab Spring came a great deal of hope that there would be a change towards more moderation, an opportunity for greater participation on the part of women in public life and in economic life in the Middle East. But instead, we've seen in nation after nation a number of disturbing events. Of course, we see in Syria 30,000 civilians having been killed by the military there. We see in Libya an attack apparently by, well, I think we know now, by terrorists of some kind against our people there. 4 people dead. Our hearts and minds go to them. Mali has been taken over, the northern part of Mali, by al-Qaeda type individuals. We have in Egypt a Muslim Brotherhood president. And so what we're seeing is a pretty dramatic reversal in the kind of hopes we had for that region. And of course, the greatest threat of all is Iran, 4 years closer to a nuclear weapon. And we're going to have to recognize that we have to do as the president's done. I congratulate him on taking out Osama bin Laden and going after the leadership in al-Qaeda. But we can't kill our way out of this mess. We're going to have to put in place a very comprehensive and robust strategy to help the world of Islam and other parts of the world reject this radical violent extremism, which is, it's certainly not on the run. It's certainly not hiding. This is a group that is now involved in 10 or 12 countries, and it presents an enormous threat to our friends, to the world, to America long term, and we must have a comprehensive strategy to help reject this kind of extremism.
Mr. President.
Well, my first job as Commander-in-Chief, Bob, is to keep the American people safe. And that's what we've done over the last 4 years. We ended the war in Iraq, refocused our attention on those who actually killed us on 9/11. And as a consequence, al-Qaeda's core leadership has been decimated. In addition, we're now able to transition out of Afghanistan in a responsible way, making sure that Afghans take responsibility for their own security. And that allows us also to rebuild alliances and make friends around the world to combat future threats. Now, with respect to Libya, as I indicated in the last debate, when we received that phone call, I immediately made sure that, number one, we did everything we could to secure those Americans who were still in harm's way. Number two, that we would investigate exactly what happened. And number three, most importantly, that we would go after those who killed Americans and we would bring them to justice. And that's exactly what we're going to do. But I think it's important to step back and think about what happened in Libya. And keep in mind that I and Americans took leadership in organizing an international coalition that made sure that we were able to, without putting troops on the ground, at the cost of less than what we spent in 2 weeks in Iraq, liberate a country that had been under the yoke of dictatorship for 40 years, got rid of a despot who had killed Americans. And as a consequence, despite this tragedy, you had tens of thousands of Libyans after the events in Benghazi marching and saying, America is our friend. We stand with them. Now, that represents the opportunity we have to take advantage of. And, Governor Romney, I'm glad that you agree that we have been successful in going after al-Qaeda. But I have to tell you that your strategy previously has been one that has been all over the map and is not designed to keep Americans safe or to build on the opportunities that exist in the Middle East.
Well, my strategy is pretty straightforward, which is to go after the bad guys, to make sure we do our very best to interrupt them, to kill them, to take them out of the picture. But my strategy is broader than that. That's important, of course. But the key that we're going to have to pursue is a pathway to get the Muslim world to be able to reject extremism on its own. We don't want another Iraq. We don't want another Afghanistan. That's not the right course for us. The right course for us is to make sure that we go after the people who are leaders of these various anti-American groups and these jihadists, but also help the Muslim world. And how do we do that? The group of Arab scholars came together, organized by the UN, to look at how we can help the world reject these terrorists. And the answer they came up with was this: one, more economic development. We should key our foreign aid, our direct foreign investment, and that of our friends. We should coordinate it to make sure that we push back and give them more economic development. Number two, better education. Number three, gender equality. Number four, the rule of law. We have to help these nations create civil societies. But what's been happening over the last couple of years is, as we've watched this tumult in the Middle East, this rising tide of chaos occur, you see al-Qaeda rushing in, you see other jihadist groups rushing in, and they're throughout many nations in the Middle East. It's wonderful that Libya seems to be making some progress despite this terrible tragedy. But next door, of course, we have Egypt. Libya's 6 million population, Egypt 80 million population. We want to make sure that we're seeing progress throughout the Middle East, with Mali now having North Mali taken over by al-Qaeda, with Syria having Assad continuing to assassinate, or to kill, to murder his own people. This is a region in tumult, and of course Iran on the path to a nuclear weapon. We've got real problems in the region.
But let's give the president a chance.
Governor Romney, I'm glad that you recognize that al-Qaeda is a threat, because a few months ago, when you were asked what's the biggest geopolitical threat facing America, you said Russia. Not al-Qaeda, you said Russia. In the 1980s are now calling to ask for their foreign policy back, because Because the Cold War has been over for 20 years. But Governor, when it comes to our foreign policy, you seem to want to import the foreign policies of the 1980s, just like the social policies of the 1950s and the economic policies of the 1920s. You say that you're not interested in duplicating what happened in Iraq, but just a few weeks ago you said you think we should have more troops in Iraq right now. And the challenge we have, I know you haven't been in a position to actually execute foreign policy, but every time you've offered an opinion, you've been wrong. You said we should have gone into Iraq, despite the fact that there were no weapons of mass destruction. You said that we should still have troops in Iraq to this day. You indicated that we shouldn't be passing nuclear treaties with Russia, despite the fact that 71 senators, Democrats and Republicans, voted for it. You've said that first we should not have a timeline in Afghanistan, then you said we should, now you say maybe, or it depends, which means not only were you wrong, but you were also confusing and sending mixed messages both to our troops and our allies. So what we need to do with respect to the Middle East is strong, steady leadership, not wrong and reckless leadership that is all over the map. And unfortunately, that's the kind of opinions that you've offered throughout this campaign, and it is not a recipe for American strength or keeping America safe over the long term.
I'm going to add a couple of minutes here to give you a chance to respond.
Well, of course, I don't concur with what the president said about my own record and the things that I've said. They don't happen to be accurate. But I can say this, that we're talking about the Middle East and how to help the Middle East reject the kind of terrorism we're seeing and the rising tide of tumult and confusion. And attacking me is not an agenda. Attacking me is not talking about how we're going to deal with the challenges that exist in the Middle East and take advantage of the opportunity there and stem the tide of this violence. But I'll respond to a couple of things you mentioned. First of all, Russia, I indicated, is a geopolitical foe. Not a, excuse me, it's a geopolitical foe. And I said in the same paragraph, I said, and Iran is the greatest national security threat we face. Russia does continue to battle us in the UN time and time again. I have clear eyes on this. I'm not going to wear rose-colored glasses when it comes to Russia or Mr. Putin. And I'm certainly not going to say to him, I'll give him more flexibility after the election. After the election, he'll get more backbone. Number two, with regards to Iraq, you and I agreed, I believe, that there should have been a status of forces agreement. Did you? True. Oh, you didn't? You didn't want a status of forces agreement? No,
what I would not have done is left 10,000 troops in Iraq that would tie us down. That certainly would not help us in the Middle East.
I'm sorry. Look, you actually, there was an effort on the part of the president to have a status of forces agreement, and I concurred in that and said that we should have some number of troops that stayed on. That was something I concurred with. That was your posture. That was my posture as well. You thought it should have been 5,000 troops. I thought it should have been more troops. But you know what? The answer was we got no troops through whatsoever.
This is just a few weeks ago that you indicated that we should still have troops in Iraq.
No, I didn't.
I just realized I was fucking muted. What was I saying? I was going to say that I feel like they're letting them bicker and joust a little bit more than any other debates we've seen up until this point. And I also want to say, I think out of all the presidential candidates, they're the ones who've they've been doing a lot of the "you said this, no I didn't" back and forth more than any other candidates that we've seen. I feel like.
Now, I'm sorry, that's it.
God damn it, I was fucking muted.
I indicated that you failed to put in place a status of forces agreement at the end of the conflict that exists.
Governor, here's one thing I've learned as Commander-in-Chief. You've got to be clear, both to our allies and our enemies, about where you stand and what you mean. Now, you just gave a speech a few weeks ago in which you said we should still have troops in Iraq. That is not a recipe for making sure that we are taking advantage of the opportunities and meeting the challenges of the Middle East. Now, it is absolutely true that we cannot just meet these challenges militarily. And so what I've done throughout my presidency and will continue to do is, number one, make sure that these countries are supporting our counterterrorism efforts. Number two, make sure that they are standing by our interests in Israel's security, because it is a true friend and our greatest ally in the region. Number three, we do have to make sure that we're protecting religious minorities and women, because these countries can't develop unless all the population, not just half of it, is developing. Number four, we do have to develop their economic capabilities. But number five, the other thing that we have to do is recognize that we can't continue to do nation building in these regions. Part of American leadership is making sure that we're doing nation building here at home. That will help us maintain the kind of American leadership that we need.
Let me interject the second topic question in this segment about the Middle East and so on, and that is, you both mentioned, alluded to this, and that is Syria. War in Syria has now spilled over into Lebanon. We have, more than 100 people that were killed there in a bomb. There were demonstrations there, 8 people dead. Mr. President, it's been more than a year since you told Assad he had to go. Since then, 30,000 Syrians have died. We've had 300,000 refugees. The war goes on. He's still there. Should we reassess our policy and see if we can find
I'm not caught up at all on like
Syria,
Syria,
or
I
is
feel
that
like,
even possible?
or Libya either.
You go first, sir.
What we've done is organize the international community, saying Assad has to go. We've mobilized sanctions against that government. We have made sure that they are isolated.
Like, yeah, it's still happening today, 2011, March 15th.
The opposition organize, and we're particularly interested in making sure that
there's been an ongoing ceasefire since March 6th of 2020 with sporadic clashes.
But ultimately, Syrians are going to have to determine their own future. And so everything we're doing in consultation with our partners.
So you have the Syrian Armed Forces,
which obviously has a huge interest in seeing what happens in
SDF, which is the Syrian Democratic Forces.
That have a great interest in this.
You have rebel groups, including
taking place in Syria is
how do we pronounce that?
And that's why we are going to do everything we can to make sure
then you have ISIS here.
The opposition. But we also have to recognize that, for us to get more entangled militarily in Syria is a serious step. And we have to do so making absolutely certain that we know who we are helping, that we're not putting arms in the hands of folks who eventually could turn them against us or our allies in the region. And I am confident that Assad's days are numbered. But what we can't do is to simply suggest that, as Governor Romney at times has suggested, that giving heavy weapons, for example, to the Syrian opposition is a simple proposition that would lead us to be safer over the long term.
Governor?
Well, let's step back and talk about what's happening in Syria and how important it is. First of all, 30,000 people being killed by their government is a humanitarian disaster. Secondly, Syria is an opportunity for us because Syria plays an important role in the Middle East, particularly right now. Syria is Iran's only ally in the Arab world. It's their route to the sea. It's the route for them to arm Hezbollah in Lebanon, which threatens, of course, our ally Israel. And so seeing Syria remove Assad is a very high priority for us. Number two, seeing the replacement government being responsible people is critical for us. And finally, we don't want to have military involvement there. We don't want to get drawn into a military conflict. And so the right course for us is working through our partners and with our own resources to identify responsible parties within Syria, organize them, bring them together in a form of if not government, a form of council that can take the lead in Syria, and then make sure they have the arms necessary to defend themselves. We do need to make sure that they don't have arms that get into the wrong hands, that those arms could be used to hurt us down the road. We need to make sure as well that we coordinate this effort with our allies, and particularly with Israel.
Mitt's low-keying
the Saudis
admitting,
Qatari
like, with
and the Turks are all very concerned about this.
kind
They're
of like
willing to
how
work with
we've
us. We
helped
need to
fund
have a
Saddam
very
Hussein there,
effective leadership
saying that
effort
if we give them
in
weapons, we
Syria,
got to make sure
making sure that
they don't use them against
the
us later
insurgents
on.
there are armed, and that the insurgents that become armed are people who will be the responsible parties. Recognize, I believe that Assad must go. I believe he will go. But I believe we want to make sure that we have the relationships of friendship with the people that take his place, such that in the years to come,
We need to set up
see
our own
Syria
government
as a friend, and Syria as a responsible party in the Middle East. This is a critical opportunity for America. And what I'm afraid of is that we've watched over the past year or so, first the president saying, well, we'll let the UN deal with it. And Kofi Annan came in and said, we're going to try to have a ceasefire. That didn't work. Then it looked to the Russians and said, let's see if you can do something. We should be playing the leadership role there, not on the ground with military.
All right.
But play the leadership role.
We are playing the leadership role. We organized the Friends of Syria. We are mobilizing humanitarian support and support
I like the
for
name of
opposition.
that, Friends of Syria.
And we are making sure
It's like a group
that
chat.
those we help are those who will be friends of ours in the long term and friends of our allies in the region over the long term. But going back to Libya, because this is an example of how we make choices. When we went into Libya and we were able to immediately stop the massacre there because of the unique circumstances and the coalition that we had helped to organize, we also had to make sure that Muammar Gaddafi didn't stay there. And to the governor's credit, you supported us going into Libya and the coalition that we organized. But when it came time to making sure that Gaddafi did not stay in power, that he was captured, Governor, your suggestion was that this was mission creep, that this was mission muddle. Imagine if we had pulled out at that point. Muammar Gaddafi had more American blood on his hands than any individual other than Osama bin Laden. And so we were going to make sure that we finished the job. That's part of the reason why the Libyans stand with us. But we did so in a careful, thoughtful way, making certain that we knew who we were dealing with, that those forces of moderation on the ground were ones that we could work with. And we have to take the same kind of steady, thoughtful leadership when it comes to Syria. That's exactly what we're doing.
Governor, can I just ask you, would you go beyond what the administration would do? Like, for example, would you put in no-fly zones over Syria?
I don't want to have our military involved in Syria. I don't think there's a necessity to put our military in Syria at this stage, and I don't anticipate that in the future. As I indicated, our objectives are to replace Assad and to have in place a new government which is friendly to us, a responsible government if possible, and I want to make sure they get armed and they have the arms necessary to defend themselves, but also to remove Assad. But I do not want to see a military involvement on the part of our troops. And this isn't. This is
just crazy to me. Like, we're just openly talking about
with our partners in the region. We have sufficient resources
basically a
to
coup,
support
right?
those groups. But look, this has been going on for
or like
years.
at least
There's a time
funding
this should have
an
been the
army
time for American leadership
to set up the government that we want.
A leading role, not militarily, but a leading role organizationally, governmentally.
It's at the first
to
debate
bring
where
together
they've
the
talked like
parties
this,
there
but
to find
it's always just interesting
as
to
you hear from intelligence sources even today.
I don't know, just to hear it.
The insurgents are highly disparate. They haven't come together. They haven't formed a unity group, a council of some kind. That needs to happen. America can help that happen, and we need to make sure they have the arms they need to carry out the very important role, which is getting rid of Assad.
Could we get a quick response, Mr. President? Because I want to ask about Egypt.
I'll be very quick. What you just heard Governor Romney said is he doesn't have different ideas, and that's because we're doing exactly what we should be doing to try to promote a moderate Syrian leadership and an effective transition so that we get Assad out. That's the kind of leadership we've shown. That's the kind of leadership we'll continue to show.
May I ask you, during the Egyptian turmoil, there came a point when you said it was time for President Mubarak to go. Some in your administration thought perhaps we should have waited a while on that. Do you have any regrets about that?
No, I don't, because I think that America has to stand with democracy. The notion that we would have tanks run over those young people who were in Tahrir Square, that is not the kind of American leadership that John F. Kennedy talked about 50 years ago. But what I've also said is that now that you have a democratically elected government,
how about drone strikes, Obama?
that they have to make sure that they take responsibility. for protecting religious minorities, and we have put significant pressure on them to make sure they're doing that. To recognize the rights of women, which is critical throughout the region. These countries can't develop if young women are not given the kind of education that they need. They have to abide by their treaty with Israel. That is a red line for us, because not only is Israel's security at stake, but our security is at stake if that unravels. They have to make sure that they're cooperating with us when it comes to counterterrorism, and we will help them with respect to developing their own economy, because ultimately, what's going to make the Egyptian revolution successful for the people of Egypt, but also for the world, is if those young people who gathered there are seeing opportunities. Their aspirations are similar to young people's here. They want jobs. They want to be able to make sure their kids are going to a good school. They want to make sure that they have a roof over their heads and that they have the prospects of a better life in the future. And so one of the things that we've been doing is, for example, organizing entrepreneurship conferences with these Egyptians to give them a sense of how they can start rebuilding their economy in a way that's non-corrupt, that's transparent. But what is also important for us to understand is that for America...
Interesting. So, Egyptian Revolution was on the January 25 revolution, began on January 25th, 2011, spread across Egypt. The date was set by various youth groups to coincide with the annual Egyptian police holiday. It is a statement against increased police brutality during the last years of Hosni Mubarak's presidency. It consisted of demonstration, marches, occupations of plazas, nonviolent civil resistance, acts of civil disobedience, and strikes. Millions of protesters from a range of socioeconomic religious backgrounds demand the overthrow of Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak. Yeah, the Middle East really just imploded. Yeah. Lasted 2 weeks and 3 days. On February 11th, 2011, Vice President Omar Suleiman announced that Mubarak resigned as president and turned over power to the Supreme Council of the Armed Forces. After revolution against Mubarak, a period of rule by the Supreme Council of the Armed Forces, the Muslim Brotherhood took power in Egypt through a series of popular elections, with Egyptians electing Islamist Mohammed Morsi to the presidency in June 2012 after winning the election over Ahmad Shafiq. On July 2013, Morsi was disposed by a coup d'etat led by Minister of Defense General Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, as millions of Egyptians took to the streets in support of early elections. El-Sisi went on to become Egypt's president after election 2014, which was boycotted by opposition parties. So that's one strat. You coup d'etat, and then you do an election, and then you still win anyways. Yeah, that's why it's always hard for me to remember like a lot of the Middle East stuff, because it's just constant changes of people in power, and the U.S. Likes to flip flop a lot, and allies, or they might be funding this, and then maybe other countries are funding this.
America to be successful in this region, there's some things that we're going to have to do here at home as well. One of the challenges over the last decade is we've done experiments in nation building in places like Iraq.
I do think it's pretty cool that on National Police Day that you're like, nah, we're doing a revolution instead. That's super cool. At least on it's a cool way of just protesting police brutality, being like, hey, fuck your police day.
In Afghanistan, and we've neglected, for example, developing our own economy, our own energy sectors, our own education system.
Now I'm thinking I'm getting sick or something, because like last time I had this, it was fucking COVID when I took allergy medicine and my nose kept running. It wound up being fucking COVID. I don't think it's COVID, but like I'm worried now that like, what if I got sick? And it's like the early onset, but like my nose has been running nonstop.
It's very hard for us to project leadership around.
I feel like it's ruining the stream. Probably already is.
We're not doing what we need to do.
Governor Romney, I want to hear your response.
Feels so
to that,
gross.
But I would just ask you, would you have stuck with Mubarak?
No, I believe, as the president indicated and said at the time, that I supported his action there. I felt that I wish we'd have had a better vision of the future. I wish that looking back at the beginning of the president's term and even further back than that we'd have recognized that there was a growing energy and passion for freedom in that part of the world, and that we would have worked more aggressively with our friend and with other friends in the region to have them make the transition towards a more representative form of government, such that it didn't explode in the way it did. But once it exploded, I felt the same as the president did, which is these freedom voices in the streets of Egypt, where the people who were speaking of our principles, and the President Mubarak had done things which were unimaginable.
Did you see that on my end? On my end, my desktop icons flashed on the screen for a couple seconds. What the fuck?
And the idea of him crushing his people was not something that we could possibly support. Let me step back and talk about what I think our mission has to be in the Middle East and even more broadly, because our purpose is to make sure the world is peaceful. We want a peaceful planet. We want people to be able to enjoy their lives and know they're going to have a bright and prosperous future and not be at war.
What's
That's
up,
our purpose.
usernames?
And the
Hello,
mantle
hello.
of leadership for promoting the principles
How
of
goes
peace
it?
has fallen to America. We didn't ask for it, but it's an honor that we have it. But for us to be able to promote those principles of peace requires us to be strong. And that begins with a strong economy here at home, and unfortunately, the economy is not stronger. When the president of Iran, Ahmadinejad, says that our debt makes us not a great country, that's a frightening thing. The former chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said that, Admiral Mullen, said that our debt is the biggest national security threat we face. We have weakened our economy. We need a strong economy. We need to have as well a strong military. Our military is second to none in the world. We're blessed with terrific soldiers and extraordinary technology and intelligence. But the idea of $1 trillion in cuts through sequestration and budget cuts to the military would change that. We need to have strong allies. Our association and connection with our allies is essential to America's strength. We're the great nation that has allies, 42 allies and friends around the world. And finally, we have to stand by our principles. And if we're strong in each of those things, American influence will grow. But unfortunately, nowhere in the world is America's influence greater today than it was 4 years ago.
All right.
And that's because we become weaker on each of those four dimensions.
Perfect. You're going to get a chance to respond to that, because
What I remember from this election is a lot of ha-ha Mitt Romney is stupid jokes. Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of gaffes. Oh my god, this is this is disturbing. What a pause. Hold on, can I snip this? Hold on, we're gonna snip this one. This is good. Yes. That's great. Yeah, so yeah, like Mitt had a lot of gaffes. There was we watched the first one where he talked about defunding Big Bird, and then there was the binder full of women in the second debate as well. He also had I wouldn't call it a gaffe, but like he kind of pissed off Obama in the second debate as well, where he talked about how like he was basically like shitting on Obama's like care about dead Americans in Libya. So that was kind of a big one. But yeah, I mean, I remember in high school like hearing about Mitt, and everyone was kind of like, yeah, he's kind of a joke. Like no one, even people who were like not necessarily like Obama lovers, but like yeah, Mitt was kind of he was I guess the Republican Party's Joe Biden, you know what I mean?
Next segment, and that is
just very basic, and yeah, just not the best candidate. But I mean, he ran in 2008 and lost to McCain, then ran again and got the nomination. What are they gonna do? Send debt collectors after country? Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I'll go back to this. I don't give a fuck about our debt. I don't care about the deficit. Who gives a fuck? You're able to print money at any rate you want. Was Mitt the one where he wanted to make it so you could open windows on planes mid-flight? I've never heard that.
What is America's role in the world?
Maybe that was a
That
meme.
is the question. What do each of you see as our role in the world? And I believe, Governor Romney, it's your turn to go first.
Well, I absolutely
It's bullshit to help
believe
stocks.
that
Yeah,
America
yeah.
has a responsibility
Airplane
and the privilege of helping defend
windows.
freedom and
Make me
promote
Google
the
this now.
principles that make the world more peaceful. And those principles include
I guess he
human
was joking
rights,
about it.
human dignity,
At least from
free
this.
enterprise, freedom of expression, elections, because when there are elections, people tend to vote for peace. They don't vote for war. So we want to promote those principles around the world. We recognize that there are places of conflict in the world. We want to end those
guess it was a
conflicts to the
joke.
extent humanly possible. But in order to be able to fulfill our role,
But the one who's defending Mitt is the Blaze here, so take that maybe with a grain of salt.
in the world, America
Because the Blaze
must
is
be strong.
just your
America must
very,
lead.
very
And for that to
conservative,
happen, we have to strengthen our economy here at home.
go woke,
You
go
can't have
broke
23
kind of
million people
attitude
struggling to get a job.
magazine
You
or
can't
website,
have
whatever.
an economy that over the last 3 years keeps slowing down its growth rate. You can't have kids
I'll
coming
probably
out of
guess it's a
college,
joke, but maybe
half of whom can't
knowing
find a
Mitt,
job
probably
today,
people didn't even
or a
realize it
job
was
that's
one.
commensurate with their college degree. We have to get our economy going. And our military. We've got to strengthen our military long term. We don't know what the world
You know
is gonna
Mitt
throw
has
at
some
us
stocks
down the
too.
road. We make decisions today in a military that will confront challenges we can't imagine. In the 2000 debates, there was no mention of terrorism, for instance. And a year later, 9/11 happened. So we have to make decisions based upon uncertainty. And that means a strong military. I will not cut our military budget. We have to also stand by our allies. I think the tension that existed between Israel and the United States was very unfortunate. I think also that pulling our missile defense program out of Poland in the way we did was also unfortunate in terms of, if you will, disrupting the relationship in some ways that existed between us. And then, of course, with regards to standing for our principles, when the students took to the streets in Tehran and the people there protested, the Green Revolution occurred. For the president to be silent, I thought, was an enormous mistake. We have to stand for our principles, stand for our allies, stand for a strong military, and stand for a stronger economy.
Mr. President.
America remains the one indispensable nation. And the world needs a strong America, and it is stronger now than when I came into office. Because we ended the war in Iraq.
Headline: America says the world needs a strong America. Says number one nation. It's like when police say police are needed. Just like, what are we gonna say? No.
We were able to refocus our attention on
huge headline right there.
not only the terrorist threat, but also beginning a transition process.
Thing
in
says
Afghanistan.
thing is needed.
It also allowed us to refocus on alliances and relationships that had been neglected for a decade. And Governor Romney, our alliances have never been stronger. In Asia, in Europe, in Africa, with Israel, where we have unprecedented military and intelligence cooperation, including dealing with the Iranian threat. But what we also have been able to do is position ourselves so we can start rebuilding America. And that's what my plan does. Making sure that we're bringing manufacturing back to our shores so that we're creating jobs here, as we've done with the auto industry, not rewarding companies that are shipping jobs overseas. Making sure that we've got the best education system in the world, including retraining our workers for the jobs of tomorrow. Doing everything we can to control our own energy. We've cut our oil imports to the lowest level in 2 decades because we've developed oil and natural gas, but we also have to develop clean energy technologies that will allow us to cut our exports in half by 2020. That's the kind of leadership that we need to show. And we've got to make sure that we reduce our deficit. Unfortunately, Governor Romney's plan doesn't do it. We've got to do it in a responsible way by cutting out spending we don't need, but also by asking the wealthiest to pay a little bit more. That way we can invest in the research and technology that's always kept us at the cutting edge. Now, Governor Romney has taken a different approach throughout this campaign. You know, both at home and abroad, he has proposed wrong and reckless policies. You know, he's praised George Bush as a good economic steward and Dick Cheney as somebody who shows great wisdom and judgment. And taking us back to those kinds of strategies that got us into this mess are not the way that we are going to maintain leadership in the 21st century.
Dude.
Governor Romney, wrong and reckless policies?
I've got a policy for the future and an agenda for the future. And when it comes to our economy here at home, I know what it takes to create 12 million new jobs and rising take-home pay. And what we've seen over the last 4 years is something I don't want to see over the next 4 years. The president said by now we'd be at 5.4% unemployment. We're 9 million jobs short of that. I will get America working again and see rising take-home pay again, and I'll do it with
I don't
want to
work anymore.
Number one, we are going to have North American energy independence. We're going to do it by taking full advantage of oil, coal, gas, nuclear.
I keep saying it. We need a president who's like, I want to reduce jobs. I want everyone to be able to just do whatever they want.
It doubles about every 5 or so years. We can do better than that, particularly in Latin America.
I want less jobs, less working hours, and more pay.
Advantage of fully. As a matter of fact, Latin America's economy is almost as big as the economy of China. We're all focused on China. Latin America is a huge opportunity for us. Time zone, language opportunities. Number three, we're going to have training programs that work for our workers and schools that finally put the parents and the teachers and the kids first, and the teachers' union is going to have to go behind. And then we're going to have to get to a balanced budget. We can't expect entrepreneurs and businesses large and small to take their life savings or their company's money and invest in America if they think we're headed to the road to Greece. And that's where we're going right now unless we finally get off this spending and borrowing binge. And I'll get us on track to a balanced budget. And finally, number five, we've got to champion small business. Small business is where jobs come from. 2/3 of our jobs come from small businesses. New business formation is down at the lowest level in 30 years under this administration. I want to bring it back and get back good jobs and rising take-home pay.
Well, let's talk about what we need to compete. First of all, Governor Romney talks about small businesses, but Governor, when you were in Massachusetts, small businesses development ranked about 48th, I think, out of 50 states in Massachusetts, because the policies that you're promoting actually don't help small businesses. And the way you define small businesses include folks at the very top. And they include you and me. That's not the kind of small business promotion we need. But let's take an example that we know is going to make a difference in the 21st century, and that's our education policy. We didn't have a lot of chance to talk about this in the last debate. Now, under my leadership, what we've done is reformed education, working with governors, 46 states. We've seen progress and gains in schools that were having a terrible time, and they're starting to finally make progress. And what I now want to do is to hire more teachers, especially in math and science, because we know that we've fallen behind when it comes to math and science. And those teachers can make a difference. Now, Governor Romney, when you were asked by teachers whether or not this would help the economy grow, you said this isn't going to help the economy grow. When you were asked about reduced class sizes, you said class sizes don't make a difference. But I tell you, if you talk to teachers, they will tell you it does make a difference. And if we've got math teachers who are able to provide the kind of support that they need for our kids, that's what's going to determine whether or not the new businesses are created here, companies are going to locate here depending on whether we've got the most highly skilled workforce, and the kinds of budget proposals that you've put forward. When we don't ask either you or me to pay a dime more in terms of reducing the deficit, but instead we slash support for education, that's undermining our long-term competitiveness. That is not good for America's position in the world, and the world notices.
Let me get back to foreign policy. Can I just get back?
Well, I need to speak a moment, if you let me, Bob, just about education, because I'm so proud of the state that I had the chance to be governor of. We have, every 2 years, tests that look at how well our kids are doing. 4th graders and 8th graders are tested in English and math. While I was governor, I was proud that our 4th graders came out #1 of all 50 states in English, and then also in math. And our 8th graders, #1 in English, and also in math. First time one state had been #1 in all 4 measures. How do we do that? Well, Republicans and Democrats came together on a bipartisan basis to put in place.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's just Joe Biden the more I think about it. At least in some of his rhetoric. Like, he's all about, like, bipartisan. He's trying to get, like, the independent voter. And I think at this point, because we know with, like, Donald Trump on the horizon here, that, like, independents that were around maybe in 2004 aren't around anymore. Obama pissed off a lot of conservatives because of his race. And then, of course, once Donald Trump comes in, you know, he's speaking to those types of people. And then Yeah, and then I feel like Obama wasn't as amazing as or at least he didn't bring that progressive energy as much as he promised, or at least in his rhetoric kind of shared. And yeah, I think it's kind of the recipe for kind of the end of, I feel like, this like independent voter. I feel like, you know, it's the cracks were starting to show, and we're here now. And like Romney is that last ditch of like, from the Republican end at least, of like working across the aisle, you know. And then I think the Republican Party has gone further right, and then in response, the Democrats have also gone further right with someone like Biden, because Biden is even less so, quote unquote, liberal than I think Obama is in a lot of ways.
Great teachers in the classroom.
10 years
and
earlier,
that was what allowed us to become the #1 state in
Nothing
the
will
nation.
fundamentally change Biden,
That was 10 years before you took office.
Absolutely.
And then you cut education spending when you came into office.
And we kept our schools #1 in the nation. They're still #1 today.
All right.
And the principles that we put in place, we also gave kids not just a graduation exam that determined whether they were up to the skills needed to be able to compete, but also if they graduated the top quarter of their class, they got a 4-year tuition-free ride at any Massachusetts public institution of higher learning.
That happened before you came into office.
That was actually mine, Mr. President. You got that fact wrong.
I want to try to shift it, because we have heard some of this in the other debates. Governor, you say you want a bigger military. You want a bigger Navy. You don't want to cut defense spending.
Even the stuff Romney's saying now, I feel like would be considered like super moderate or even left to a lot of Republicans now. The stuff he's talking about, especially in Massachusetts, with like giving students basically, for being in the top echelon, that they get 4 years at a college. Just find it interesting. Like Mitt Romney does feel a little bit more left now than a lot of Republicans. Like I said, I feel like he's closer to Joe Biden.
What I want to ask you, we're talking about financial problems in this country. Where are you going to get the money?
Well, let's come back and talk about the military, but all the way through. First of all, I'm going through from the very beginning. We're going to cut about 5% of the discretionary budget, excluding military. That's #1.
But can you do this without driving
the good news is I'll be happy to have you take a look. Come on our website. You'll look at how we get to a balanced budget within 8 to 10 years. We do it by reducing spending in a whole series of programs. By the way, #1 I get rid of is Obamacare. There are a number of things that sound good, but frankly, we just can't afford them. And that one doesn't sound good, and it's not affordable. So I get rid of that one from day one. To the extent humanly possible, we get that out. We take program after program that we don't absolutely have to have, and we get rid of them. #2, we take some programs that we are going to keep, like Medicaid, which is a program for the poor. We take that health care program for the poor, and we give it to the states to run, because states run these programs more efficiently. As a governor, I thought, please, give me this program.
Can he do that?
I can run this more
Mr.
efficiently
President?
than the federal government, and states, by the way, are proving it. States like Arizona, Rhode Island have taken these Medicaid dollars, have shown
Rhode Island,
they can run these programs
population of like
more
200.
cost-effectively. And so I want to do those two things. It gets
I'm
us,
kidding.
It gets us to a balanced budget with 8.
I don't know what the population of Rhode Island is. It's probably small, though.
Let's get back to the military, though.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out
Let's talk about the military.
You should have answered the first question. Look, Governor Romney's called for $5 trillion of tax cuts that he says he's going to pay for by closing deductions. Now, the math doesn't work, but
1 million?
he continues to claim that he's going to do it. He then wants to spend another $2 trillion on military spending.
Wasn't too far
that our
off with
military's
300.
not asking for.
Or whatever I said.
Now, keep in mind that our military spending has gone up every single year that I've been in office. We spend more on our military than the next 10 countries combined. China, Russia, France, the United Kingdom, you name it.
Yep.
And what I did was work with our Joint Chiefs of Staff to think about what are we going to need in the future to make sure that we are safe. And that's the budget that we've put forward. But what you can't do is spend $2 trillion in additional military spending that the military is not asking for, $5 trillion on tax cuts. You say that you're going to pay for it by closing loopholes and deductions without naming what those loopholes and deductions are. and then somehow you're also going to deal with the deficit that we've already got. The math simply doesn't work. But when it comes to our military, what we have to think about is not, just budgets. We've got to think about capabilities. We need to be thinking about cybersecurity. We need to be thinking about space. That's exactly what our budget does, but it's driven by strategy. It's not driven by politics. It's not driven by members of Congress and what they would like to see. It's driven by what are we going to need to keep the American people safe. That's exactly what our budget does. And it also then allows us to reduce our deficit, which is a significant national security concern, because we've got to make sure that our economy is strong at home so that we can project military power overseas.
Bob, I'm pleased that I balanced budgets. I was in the world of business for 25 years. If you didn't balance your budget, you went out of business. I went to the Olympics that was out of balance, and we got it on balance and made a success there. I had the chance to be governor of state. 4 years in a row, Democrats and Republicans came together to balance the budget. We cut taxes 19 times, balanced our budget. The president hasn't balanced a budget yet. I expect to have the opportunity to do so myself.
All right.
I'm going to be able to balance the budget. Let's talk about military spending, and that's this.
About 30 seconds.
Our Navy is older, our Navy is smaller now than any time since 1917. The Navy said they needed 313 ships to carry out their mission. We're now down to 285.
Since 1917? I mean, yeah, you were in the middle of a world war, but even then, I feel like I don't know how accurate that is. Because, like, the amount of ships isn't really the thing, it's the amount of firepower. One of our battleships could probably take out all 200 of those ships you just said in 1917. So, like, I don't know. It's not a numbers thing, it's a firepower thing when it comes to military. And even then, like, still, we have probably I think we have the most ships in the world. It's like, what would, I don't know, just, what would 10 more ships be? Would it really change anything?
We're headed down to the low 200s if we go through with sequestration. That's unacceptable to me. I want to make sure that we have the ships that are required by our Navy. Our Air Force is older and smaller than any time since it was founded in 1947. We've changed for the first time since FDR. Since FDR, we've always had the strategy of saying we could fight in 2 conflicts at once. Now we're changing to 1 conflict. Look, this, in my view, is the highest responsibility of the President of the United States, which is to maintain the safety of the American people. And I will not cut our military budget by $1 trillion, which is the combination of the budget cuts that the President has, as well as the sequestration cuts. That, in my view, is making our future less certain and less secure.
Bob, I just need to comment on this. First of all, the sequester is not something that I proposed. It's something that Congress has proposed. It will not happen. The budget that we're talking about is not reducing our military spending. It's maintaining it. But I think Governor Romney maybe hasn't spent enough time looking at how our military works. You mentioned the Navy, for example, and that we have fewer ships than we did in 1916. Well, Governor, we also have fewer horses and bayonets.
Yeah.
Because the nature of our military's changed. We have these...
what I just said, I totally forgot about this. This is also an iconic moment of these debates, is the horses and bayonets. Yeah, another gaffe for Romney here. I totally forgot about it. But yeah, it's literally what I just said about firepower. It's about technology. Talking about drones, dude. You're talking to the drone king. Come on.
Things called aircraft carriers, where planes land on them. We have these ships that go underwater, nuclear submarines. And so the question is not
making them look dumb right now.
A game of battleship where we're counting ships. It's what are our capabilities? And so when I sit down with the Secretary of the Navy and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, we determine how are we going to be best able to meet all of our defense needs in a way that also keeps faith with our troops, that also makes sure that our veterans have the kind of support that they need when they come home. And that is not reflected in the kind of budget that you're putting forward, because it just doesn't work.
All right.
And we visited the website quite a bit, and it still doesn't work.
A lot to cover. I'd like to move to the next segment.
Are they talking about Mitt Romney's website? Mitt Romney's website not working? Hold up. Does Mitt Romney have a site? Mitt Romney. I'm sure he does, right? He's got to. Yeah. Is he? Oh yeah, he's running for re-election, isn't he? My guy's running for re-election. Yeah. Talking about nuclear, hydro, and solar. Okay. Oh, no clean coal. Come on, Mitt. It's 2023. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Mitt wins again. All right, going back to this.
Israel and Iran.
See, I forget he was running for re-election.
Would either of you, and you'll have 2 minutes, and President Obama, you have the first go at this one. Would either of you be willing to declare that an attack on Israel is an attack on the United States?
Oh, my God.
Which, of course, is the same promise that we give to our close allies like Japan. And if you made such a declaration, would not that deter Iran? It's certainly deterred the Soviet Union for a long, long time when we made that promise to our allies. Mr. President.
Well, first of all, Israel is a true friend. It is our greatest ally in the region. And if Israel is attacked, America will stand with Israel. I've made that clear throughout my presidency.
So you're saying we've already made that declaration?
I will stand with Israel if they are attacked. And this is the reason why, working with Israel, we have created the strongest military and intelligence cooperation between our 2 countries in history. In fact, this week, we'll be carrying out the largest military exercise with Israel in history, this very week. But to the issue of Iran, as long as I'm President of the United States, Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. I made that clear when I came into office. We then organized the strongest coalition and the strongest sanctions against Iran in history, and it is crippling their economy. Their currency has dropped 80%. Their oil production has plunged to the lowest level since they were fighting a war with Iraq 20 years ago. So their economy is in a shambles. And the reason we did this is because a nuclear Iran is a threat to our national security, and it's a threat to Israel's national security. We cannot afford to have a nuclear arms race in the most volatile region of the world. Iran's a state sponsor of terrorism, and for them to be able to provide nuclear technology to non-state actors, that's unacceptable. And they have said that they want to see Israel wiped off the map. So the work that we've done with respect to sanctions now offers Iran a choice. They can take the diplomatic route and end their nuclear program, or they will have to face a united world and a United States president, me, who said we're not going to take any options off the table. The disagreement I have with Governor Romney is that during the course of this campaign, he's often talked as if we should take premature military action. I think that would be a mistake, because when I've sent young men and women into harm's way, I always understand that that is the last resort, not the first resort.
2 minutes.
Well, first of all, I want to underscore the same point the President made, which is that if I'm President of the United States, when I'm President of the United States, we will stand with Israel. And if Israel is attacked, we have their back, not just diplomatically, not just culturally, but militarily. That's number one. Number two, with regards to Iran and the threat of Iran. There's no question but that a nuclear Iran, a nuclear-capable Iran, is unacceptable to America. It presents a threat not only to our friends, but ultimately a threat to us, to have Iran have nuclear material, nuclear weapons that could be used against us or to be threatening to us. It's also essential for us to understand what our mission is in Iran, and that is to dissuade Iran from having a nuclear weapon through peaceful and diplomatic means. And crippling sanctions are something I called for 5 years ago when I was in Israel speaking at the Herzliya conference. I laid out 7 steps. Crippling sanctions were number one, and they do work. You're seeing it right now in the economy. It's absolutely the right thing to do to have crippling sanctions. I'd have put them in place earlier, but it's good that we have them. Number two, something I would add today is I would tighten those sanctions. I would say that ships that carry Iranian oil can't come into our ports. I imagine the EU would agree with us as well. Not only ships couldn't, I'd say companies that are moving their oil can't, people who are trading in their oil can't. I would tighten those sanctions further. Secondly, I'd take on diplomatic isolation efforts. I'd make sure that Ahmadinejad is indicted under the Genocide Convention. His words amount to genocide incitation. I would indict him for it. I would also make sure that their diplomats are treated like the pariah they are around the world, the same way we treated the apartheid diplomats of South Africa. We need to increase pressure time and time again on Iran, because anything other than a solution to this which stops this nuclear folly of theirs is unacceptable to America. And of course, a military action is the last resort. It is something one would only consider if all of the other avenues had been tried to their full extent.
Let me ask both of you. As you know, there are reports that Iran and the United States, as part of an international group, have agreed in principle to talks about Iran's nuclear program. What is the deal if there are such talks? What's the deal that you would accept, Mr. President?
Well, first of all,
Art of the deal, baby.
In the newspaper, they are not true. But our goal is to get Iran to recognize it needs to give up its nuclear program and abide by the UN resolutions that have been in place, because they have the opportunity to re-enter the community of nations. And we would welcome that. There are people in Iran who have the same aspirations as people all around the world for a better life. And we hope that their leadership takes the right decision. But the deal we'll accept is they end their nuclear program. It's very straightforward. And I'm glad that Governor Romney agrees with the steps that we're taking. There have been times, Governor, frankly, during the course of this campaign where it sounded like you thought that you'd do the same things we did, but you'd say them louder, and somehow that would make a difference. And it turns out that the work involved in setting up these crippling sanctions is painstaking. It's meticulous. We started from the day we got into office, and the reason it was so important, and this is a testament to how we've restored American credibility and strength around the world, is we had to make sure that all the countries participated, even countries like Russia and China. Because if it's just us that are imposing sanctions, we've had sanctions in place for a long time. It's because we got everybody to agree that Iran is seeing so much pressure. And we've got to maintain that pressure. There is a deal to be had, and that is that they abide by the rules that have already been established. They convince the international community they are not pursuing a nuclear program. There are inspections that are very intrusive, but over time, what they can do is regain credibility. In the meantime, though, we're not going to let up the pressure until we have clear evidence that takes place. And one last thing, just to make this point. The clock is ticking. We're not going to allow Iran to perpetually engage in negotiations that lead nowhere. And I've been very clear to them. Because of the intelligence coordination that we do with a range of countries, including Israel, we have a sense of when they would get breakout capacity, which means that we would not be able to intervene in time to stop their nuclear program. And that clock is ticking. And we're going to make sure that if they do not meet the demands of the international community, then we are going to take all options necessary to make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon.
Governor.
I think from the very beginning, one of the challenges we've had with Iran
Didn't
is
Trump
that they
get
have
out of the
looked at this
Iran
administration and
nuclear
felt that the
deal? I
administration
don't remember.
was not as strong as it
I think
needed to be.
thought he did.
I think they saw weakness where they had expected to find American strength. And I say that because from the very beginning, the president in his campaign some 4 years ago said he'd meet with all the world's worst actors. In his first year, he'd sit down with Chavez and Kim Jong-il, with Castro, and with President Ahmadinejad of Iran. And I think they looked and thought, well, that's an unusual honor to receive from the President of the United States. And then the President began what I've called an apology tour of going to various nations.
Yeah, signed in
the Middle East
2015
and criticizing
by
America.
Iran and several
I think they looked at that and
leaders,
saw
including the
weakness.
United States.
Then when there were dissidents in
The
the streets of Tehran, the Green
JCPOA placed
Revolution,
significant restriction on
holding
Iran's
signs
nuclear
saying, "Is
program in
America
exchange
with
for
us?"
sanction
The
relief.
president was silent. I think they noticed that as well.
President Trump withdrew
And
from
I
the
think
United
that when the
States,
president
withdrew
said
the
he was
United
gonna
States from the
create
deal in
daylight between
2018,
ourselves and Israel,
claiming it failed to curtail
that they
Iran's
noticed
missile
that as well.
program and regional
All of these
influence.
things suggested,
Iran
I
began
think,
ignoring
to the
limitations on
Iranian
its nuclear
mullahs
program a
that,
year
hey,
later.
we can keep on pushing along here. We can keep talks
Washington and
going
Tehran
on,
have both
but
said
we're just
they
gonna
would
keep on spinning
return to the original deal,
centrifuges.
but they
Now there
disagree on the
are
steps to
some
get there.
10,000 centrifuges.
The Joint
spinning
Comprehensive
uranium,
Plan of Action,
preparing to
JCPOA.
create a nuclear threat to the United States and to the world. That's unacceptable for us, and it's essential for a
UN
president
inspectors
to show
reported in
strength
early
from the very
2023 that
beginning,
Iran has
to
enriched
make it
trace
very
amounts of
clear what is
uranium to
acceptable
nearly
and not
weapon-grade
acceptable.
levels,
And an
sparking
Iranian
international
nuclear
alarm.
program is not acceptable to us. They must not develop nuclear capability.
President
And
Joe
the way
Biden
to
said the
make
United
sure
States
they
would return to the
understand
deal if
that is
Iran
by
came
having
back
from
into
the very
compliance. And
beginning
after 2
the
years of
tightest
stop-and-go talks, the
sanctions
countries appear to be
possible. They
nearing
need to be
an
tighter.
informal
Our
interim
diplomatic
agreement.
isolation needs to be tougher. We need to indict Ahmadinejad. We need to put the pressure on them as hard as we possibly can, because if we do that, we won't have to take the military action.
Bob, let me just respond. Nothing Governor Romney just said is true. Starting with this notion of me apologizing. This has been probably the biggest whopper that's been told during the course of this campaign. And every fact checker and every reporter who's looked at it,
Whopper,
Governor has
Whopper.
said this is not true.
Whatever, Whopper. What's the song?
When
Forget.
it comes to tightening sanctions,
Whopper, Whopper.
look, as I said before,
Something
we've put in
Whopper.
the toughest, most crippling sanctions ever.
The Burger King song?
And the fact is, while we were coordinating an international coalition to make sure these sanctions were effective, you were still invested in a Chinese state oil
It's not
company
chicken,
that was
right?
doing business
Whopper,
with the
Whopper,
Iranian
chicken,
oil sector.
Whopper? No.
So I'll let the American people decide, judge, who's going to be more effective and more credible when it comes to imposing crippling sanctions. And
Whopper,
with
Whopper,
respect
triple
to
Whopper?
our attitude about the Iranian Revolution, I was very clear about the murderous activities that had taken place, and that was contrary to international law and everything that civilized people stand for. And so the strength that we have shown in Iran is shown by the fact that we've been able to mobilize the world. When I came into office, the world was divided. Iran was resurgent. Iran is at its weakest point economically, strategically, militarily than in many years. And we are going to continue to keep the pressure on to make sure that they do not get a nuclear weapon. That's in America's national interest, and that will be the case so long as I'm president.
We're 4 years closer to a nuclear Iran. We're 4 years closer to a nuclear Iran. And we should not have wasted these 4 years to the extent they've continued to be able to spin these centrifuges and get that much closer. That's number one. Number two, Mr. President, the reason I call it an apology tour is because you went to the Middle East and you flew to Egypt and to Saudi Arabia and to Turkey and Iraq. And by the way, you skipped Israel, our closest friend in the region. But you went to the other nations. And by the way, they noticed that you skipped Israel. And then in those nations, and on Arabic TV, you said that America had been dismissive and derisive. You said that on occasion, America had dictated to other nations. Mr. President, America has not dictated to other nations. We have freed other nations from dictators.
Bob, let me respond. If we're going to talk about trips that we've taken, when I was a candidate for office, first trip I took was to visit our troops. And when I went to Israel as a candidate, I didn't take donors. I didn't attend fundraisers. I went to Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Museum there, to remind myself the nature of evil and why our bond with Israel will be unbreakable. And then I went down to the border towns of Sderot, which had experienced missiles raining down from Hamas. And I saw families there who showed me where missiles had come down near their children's bedrooms. And I was reminded of what that would mean if those were my kids, which is why, as president, we funded an Iron Dome program to stop those missiles. So,
but where is this sympathy and whatnot for, like, the drone strikes that hit hospitals and shit, dude? Like, goddamn. Like, it's just so contradicting.
That's how I've used my travels when I travel to Israel and when I travel to the region. And the central question at this point is going to be who's going to be credible to all parties involved. And they can look at my track record, whether it's Iran sanctions, whether it's dealing with counterterrorism, whether it's supporting democracy, whether it's supporting women's rights, whether it's supporting religious minorities, and they can say that the President of the United States and the United States of America has stood on the right side of history. And that kind of credibility is precisely why we've been able to show leadership on a wide range of issues facing the world right now.
What if What if the Prime Minister of Israel called you on the phone and said, our bombers are on the way, we're going to bomb Iran? What do you say?
Bob, let's not go into hypotheticals of that nature. Our relationship with Israel, my relationship with the Prime Minister of Israel is such that we would not get a call saying our bombers are on the way or their fighters are on the way.
Don't worry, our bombers are on the way.
This is
The
kind of
what?
thing that would have been discussed and thoroughly evaluated well before that kind of
So
last
you
minute.
say it just wouldn't happen.
That's
okay,
that's
let's see what...
Well, how about the hypothetical
of
of Israel, I don't know, dropping mortar shells into Palestine, though? How about that, though?
Let's come back and go back to what the president was speaking about, which is what's happening in the world, and
the bombers are on the way.
President's statement that things are going
to a
so
different
well.
spot.
Look, I look at what's happening around the world, and I see
What's
Iran
your
4
response
years closer
then?
to a bomb. I see the Middle East with a rising tide of violence, chaos, tumult. I see jihadists continuing to spread. Whether they're rising or just about the same level, hard to precisely measure, but it's clear they're there. They're very, very strong. I see Syria with 30,000 civilians dead. Assad still in power. I see our trade deficit with China larger than it's growing larger every year, as a matter of fact. I look around the world, and I don't feel that you see North Korea continuing to export their nuclear technology. Russia said they're not going to follow Nunn-Lugar anymore. They're back away from nuclear proliferation treaties that we had with them. I look around the world. I don't see our influence growing around the world. I see our influence receding, in part because of the failure of the president to deal with our economic challenges at home, in part because of our withdrawal from our commitment to our military in the way I think it ought to be, in part because of the turmoil with Israel. I mean, the president received a letter from 38 Democrat senators saying the tensions with Israel were a real problem. They asked him, please repair the tension. Democrat senators, please repair the damage in his own party.
Governor, the problem is that on a whole range of issues, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's Iraq, whether it's now Iran, you've been all over the map. I mean, I'm pleased that you now are endorsing our policy of applying diplomatic pressure and potentially having bilateral discussions with the Iranians to end their nuclear program. But just a few years ago, you said that's something you'd never do. In the same way that you initially opposed a timetable in Afghanistan. Now you're for it, although it depends. In the same way that you say you would have ended the war in Iraq, but recently gave a speech saying that we should have 20,000 more folks in there. The same way that you said that it was mission creep to go after Gaddafi. When it comes to going after Osama bin Laden, you said, well, any president would make that call. But when you were a candidate in 2008, as I was, and I said if I got bin Laden in our sights, I would take that shot.
What the heck's going on?
You said we shouldn't move heaven and earth to get one man. And you said we should ask Pakistan for permission. And if we had asked Pakistan for permission, we would not have gotten it. And it was worth moving heaven and earth to get him. You know, after we killed bin Laden, I was at Ground Zero for a memorial and talked to a young woman who was 4 years old when 9/11 happened. And the last conversation she had with her father was him calling from the Twin Towers, saying, Peyton, I love you and I will always watch over you. And for the next decade, she was haunted by that conversation. And she said to me, you know, by finally getting bin Laden, that brought some closure to me. And when we do things like that, when we bring those who have harmed us to justice, that sends a message to the world, and it tells Peyton that we did not forget her father. And I make that point because that's the kind of clarity of leadership, and those decisions are not always popular. Those decisions generally are not poll tested. And even some in my own party, including my current vice president, had the same critique as you did. But what the American people understand is that I look
calling
at
out
what
Joe.
we need to get done to
See,
keep the
Mitt
American
is
people
Joe.
safe and to move our interests forward.
Obama agrees.
All right. Let's go, and that leads us, this takes us right to the next segment, Governor. America's longest war, Afghanistan and Pakistan.
Bob,
Governor, you get to go first.
You can't, okay, but you can't have the president just lay out a whole series of items without giving me a chance to respond.
With respect, sir, you had laid out quite a program there.
Well, that's probably true.
We'll agree. We'll catch you up. The United States is scheduled to turn over responsibility for security in Afghanistan to the Afghan government in 2014. At that point, we will withdraw our combat troops, leave a smaller force of Americans, if I understand our policy, in Afghanistan for training purposes. It seems to me the key question here is, what do you do if the deadline arrives and it is obvious the Afghans are unable to handle their security? Do we still leave? And I believe Governor Romney, you go first.
Wouldn't leave until 2020, dude.
And when I'm president,
or 2021, whatever it was.
We'll make sure we bring our troops out by
Another
the
10
end of
years.
2014. The commanders and the generals there are on track to do so. We've seen progress over the past several years. The surge has been successful, and the training program is proceeding apace. There are now a large number of Afghan security forces, 350,000, that are ready to step in to provide security, and we're going to be able to make that transition by the end of 2014. So our troops will come home at that point. I can tell you at the same time that we will make sure that we look at what's happening in Pakistan and recognize that what's happening in Pakistan is going to have a major impact on the success in Afghanistan. And I say that because I know a lot of people just feel like we should just brush our hands and walk away. And I don't mean you, Mr. President, but some people in our nation feel that Pakistan isn't being nice to us and that we should just walk away from them. But Pakistan is important to the region, to the world, and to us, because Pakistan has 100 nuclear warheads, and they're rushing to build a lot more. They'll have more than Great Britain sometime in the relatively near future. They also have the Haqqani network and the Taliban existent within their country. And so a Pakistan that falls apart, becomes a failed state, would be of extraordinary danger to Afghanistan and to us. And so we're going to have to remain helpful in encouraging Pakistan to move towards a more stable government and rebuild a relationship with us. And that means that our aid that we provide to Pakistan is going to have to be conditioned upon certain benchmarks being met. So for me, I look at this as both a need to help move Pakistan in the right direction and also to get Afghanistan to be ready, and they will be ready by the end of 2014.
Mr. President.
When I came into office, we were still bogged down in Iraq, and Afghanistan had been drifting for a decade. We ended the war in Iraq, refocused our attention on Afghanistan, and we did deliver a surge of troops. That was facilitated in part because we had ended the war in Iraq. And we are now in a position where we have met many of the objectives that got us there in the first place. Part of what had happened is we'd forgotten why we had gone. We went because there were people who were responsible for 3,000 American deaths. And so we decimated al-Qaeda's core leadership in the border regions between Afghanistan and Pakistan. We then started to build up Afghan forces. And we're now in a position where we can transition out, because there's no reason why Americans should die when Afghans are perfectly capable of defending their own country. Now, that transition has to take place in a responsible fashion. We've been there a long time, and we've got to make sure that we and our coalition partners
Does Obama have a Live Strong bracelet
pulling
on?
out responsibly and giving Afghans the
Or well, it's
capabilities
October.
that they
He
need.
might be wearing it for like breast cancer, where that was like a huge thing in the 2010s. Is like all the pink, like the NFL was doing it, like where they would have the pink towels and cleats and stuff.
But what I think the American people recognize is after a decade of war, it's time to do some nation building here at home. And what we can now do is free up some resources to, for example, put Americans back to work, especially our veterans, rebuilding our roads, our bridges, our schools, making sure that our veterans are getting the care that they need when it comes to post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injury, making sure that the certifications that they need for good jobs of the future are in place. You know, I was having lunch with a veteran in Minnesota who had been a medic dealing with the most extreme circumstances. When he came home and he wanted to become a nurse, he had to start from scratch. And what we've said is, let's change those certifications. The First Lady's done great work with an organization called Joining Forces, putting our veterans back to work. And as a consequence, veterans' unemployment is actually now lower than general population. It was higher when I came into office. So those are the kinds of things that we can now do because we're making that transition in Afghanistan.
All right, let me go to Governor Romney, because you talked about Pakistan and what needs to be done there. General Allen, our commander in Afghanistan, says that Americans continue to die at the hands of groups who are supported by Pakistan. We know that Pakistan has arrested the doctor who helped us catch Obama's bin Laden. It still provides safe haven for terrorists, yet we continue to give Pakistan billions of dollars.
Billions and billions of dollars.
Is it time for us to divorce Pakistan?
No, it's not time to divorce a nation on Earth that has 100 nuclear
breaking
weapons,
up
and is on the way
Pakistan. I'm
to
sorry.
double that at some point.
It ain't you, it's
a nation
me.
that has serious threats from terrorist groups within its nation. As I indicated before, the Taliban, the Haqqani network. It's a nation that's not like others, and it does not have a civilian leadership that is calling the shots there. You've got the ISI, their intelligence organization, is probably the most powerful of the of three branches there. Then you have the military, and then you have the civilian government. This is a nation which, if it falls apart, if it becomes a failed state, there are nuclear weapons there. And you've got terrorists there who could grab their hands onto those nuclear weapons. This is an important part of the world for us. Pakistan is technically an ally. And they're not acting very much like an ally right now, but we have some work to do. And I don't blame the administration for the fact that the relationship with Pakistan is strained. We had to go into Pakistan. We had to go in there to get Osama bin Laden. That was the right thing to do. And that upset them, but there was obviously a great deal of anger even before that. But we're going to have to work with the people in Pakistan to try and help them move to a more responsible course than the one that they're on. And it's important for them. It's important for the nuclear weapons. It's important for the success of Afghanistan, because inside Pakistan, you have a large group of Pashtuns that are Taliban. They're going to come rushing back in to Afghanistan when we go. And that's one of the reasons the Afghan security forces have so much work to do to be able to fight against that. But it's important for us to recognize that we can't just walk away from Pakistan. But we do need to make sure that as we send support for them, that this is tied to them making progress on matters that would lead them to becoming a civil society.
Let me ask you, Governor, because we know President Obama's position on this. What is your position on the use of drones?
Well, I believe that we should use any and all means.
Obama's going to be like, I'm the drone king, all right?
Means necessary to take out
the master of drones.
Pose a threat to us and our friends around the world.
Drone go?
And it's widely reported that drones are being used in drone strikes, and I support that entirely and feel the president was right to up the usage of that technology and believe that we should continue to use it to continue to go after the people who represent a threat to this nation and to our friends. Let me also note that, as I said earlier, we're going to have to do more than just going after leaders and killing bad guys, important as that is. We're also going to have a far more effective and comprehensive strategy to help move the world away from terror and Islamic extremism. We haven't done that yet. We talk a lot about these things, but you look at the record. You look at the record of the last 4 years and say, is Iran closer to a bomb? Yes. Is the Middle East in tumult? Yes. Is al-Qaeda on the run, on its heels? No. Are Israel and the Palestinians closer to reaching a peace agreement? No, they haven't had talks in 2 years. We have not seen the progress we need to have, and I'm convinced that with strong leadership and an effort to build a strategy based upon helping these nations reject extremism, we can see the kind of peace and prosperity the world demands.
Well, keep in mind, our strategy wasn't just going after bin Laden. We've created partnerships throughout the region to deal with extremism, in Somalia, in Yemen, in Pakistan. And what we've also done is engage these governments in the kind of reforms that are actually going to make a difference in people's lives day to day, to make sure that their governments aren't corrupt, to make sure that they are treating women with the kind of respect and dignity that every nation that succeeds has shown, and to make sure that they've got a free market system that works. So across the board, we are engaging them in building capacity in these countries, and we have stood on the side of democracy. One thing I think Americans should be proud of, when Tunisians began to protest, this nation, me, my administration, stood with them earlier than just about any other country. In Egypt, we stood on the side of democracy. In Libya, we stood on the side of the people. And as a consequence, there is no doubt that attitudes about Americans have changed. But there are always going to be elements in these countries that potentially threaten the United States. And we want to shrink those groups and those networks, and we can do that. But we're always also going to have to maintain vigilance when it comes to terrorist activities. The truth, though, is that Al-Qaeda is much weaker than it was when I came into office, and they don't have the same capacities to attack the U.S. homeland and our allies as they did 4 years ago.
Let's go to the next segment, because it's a very important one. It is the rise of China and future challenges for America. I want to just begin this by asking both of you.
All right, we have to finish line with this.
You go first this time.
Domestic policy gets me a little bored, not gonna lie. Or foreign policy.
National security of this country.
Especially when it's like.
Well, I think it will continue to be.
I feel like it's kind of repetitive too.
Terrorist networks. We have to remain vigilant, as I just said. But with respect to China, China's both an adversary, but also a potential partner in the international community if it's following the rules. So my attitude coming into office was that we are going to insist that China plays by the same rules as everybody else. And I know Americans had seen jobs being shipped overseas, businesses and workers not getting a level playing field when it came to trade. And that's the reason why I set up a trade task force to go after cheaters when it came to international trade. That's the reason why we have brought more cases against China for violating trade rules than the previous administration had done in 2 terms. And we've won just about every case that we filed that has been decided. In fact, just recently, steel workers in Ohio and throughout the Midwest, Pennsylvania, are in a position now to sell steel to China because we won that case. We had a tire case in which they were flooding us with cheap domestic tires, or cheap Chinese tires. And we put a stop to it, and as a consequence, saved jobs throughout America. I have to say that Governor Romney criticized me for being too tough in that tire case. Said this wouldn't be good for American workers and that it would be protectionist. But I tell you, those
pro-tire Obama.
They feel as if they had finally an administration who was going to take this issue seriously. Over the long term, in order for us to compete with China, we've also got to make sure, though, that we're taking care of business here at home. If we don't have the best education system in the world, if we don't continue to put money into research and technology that will allow us to create great businesses here in the United States, that's how we lose the competition. And unfortunately, Governor Romney's budget and his proposals would not allow us to make those investments.
All right, Governor.
Well, first of all, it's not government that makes business successful. It's not government investments that make businesses grow and hire people.
I was like Romney's like last thing he said in the last debate.
Faces the greatest national
for the last question there.
Iran. Let's talk about China. China has an interest that's very much like ours in one respect, and that is they want a stable world. They don't want war. They don't want to see protectionism. They don't want to see the world break out into various forms of chaos, because they have to manufacture goods and put people to work. They have about 20 million people coming out of the farms every year, coming into the cities, needing jobs. So they want the economy to work and the world to be free and open. And so we can be a partner with China. We don't have to be an adversary in any way, shape, or form. We can work with them. We can collaborate with them if they're willing to be responsible. Now, they look at us and say, is it a good idea to be with America? How strong are we going to be? How strong is our economy? They look at the fact that we owe them $1 trillion and owe other people $16 trillion in total, including them. They look at our decision to cut back on our military capabilities $1 trillion. The Secretary of Defense called these $1 trillion of cuts to our military devastating. It's not my term. It's the President's own Secretary of Defense called them devastating. They look at America's commitments around the world, and they see what's happening, and they say, well, okay, is America going to be strong? And the answer is yes. If I'm president, America will be very strong. We'll also make sure that we have trade relations with China that work for us. I've watched year in and year out as companies have shut down and people have lost their jobs because China has not played by the same rules, in part by holding down artificially the value of their currency. It holds down the prices of their goods. It means our goods aren't as competitive, and we lose jobs. That's got to end. They're making some progress. They need to make more. That's why on day one, I will label them a currency manipulator, which allows us to apply tariffs where they're taking jobs. They're stealing our intellectual property, our patents, our designs, our technology, hacking into our computers.
Yeah, here's the canned
counterfeiting our
response
goods.
right here.
They have to understand. We want to trade with them. We want a world that's stable. We like free enterprise, but you got to play by the rules.
Well, Governor,
The rules
let
that
me
we
just ask
decide.
you, if you declare them a currency manipulator on day one, some people are saying you're just going to start a trade war with China on day one. Isn't there a risk that that could happen?
Well, they sell us about this much stuff every year, and we sell them about this much stuff every year. So it's pretty clear who doesn't want a trade war. And there's one going on right now, which we don't know about. It's a silent one, and they're winning. We have enormous trade imbalance with China, and it's worse this year than last year, and it's worse last year than the year before. And so we have to understand that we can't just surrender and lose jobs year in and year out. We have to say to our friends in China, look, you guys are playing aggressively. We understand it, but this can't keep on going. You can't keep on holding down the value of your currency, stealing our intellectual property, counterfeiting our products, selling them around the world, even into the United States. I was with one company that makes valves in process industries. And they said, look, we were having some valves coming
Gabe
in
Newell,
that
he makes
were
valve.
broken, and we had to repair them under warranty. And we looked them up, and they had our serial number on them. And then we noticed that there was more than one with that same serial number. There were counterfeit products being made overseas with the same serial number as a U.S. company, the same packaging. These were being sold into our market and around the world as if they were made by the U.S. competitor. This can't go on. I want a great relationship with China. China can be our partner, but that doesn't mean they can just roll all over us and steal our jobs on an unfair basis.
Well, Governor Romney is right. You are familiar with jobs being shipped overseas because you invest.
I feel like some conservatives don't even want to bother with China. At least nowadays. Like I said, I feel like Romney's a lot more left at this point than, because like Obama was considered more left than, you know, Clinton and whatnot, and even Bush to a degree was like be considered more moderate than nowadays Republicans. So it's interesting. You've seen it kind of just in the rhetoric, at least, shift a little more to the right. Then obviously Trump, I think, has shifted it much further to the right for the Republican end. But that's why you had someone like Biden running, you know.
Invested in companies that were shipping jobs overseas. And, you know, you're right. I mean, that's how our free market works. But I've made a different bet on American workers. You know, if we had taken your advice, Governor Romney, about our auto industry, we'd be buying cars from China instead of selling cars to China. If we take your advice with respect to how we change our tax codes so that companies that earn profits overseas don't pay U.S. taxes compared to companies here that are paying taxes, you know, that's estimated to create 800,000 jobs. The problem is they won't be here. They'll be in places like China. And if we're not making investments in education and basic research, which is not something that the private sector is doing at a sufficient pace right now and has never done, then we will lose the lead in things like clean energy technology. Now, with respect to what we've done with China already, U.S. exports have doubled since I came into office to China, and actually currencies are at their most advantageous point for U.S. exporters since 1993. We absolutely have to make more progress, and that's why we're going to keep on pressing. And when it comes to our military and Chinese security, part of the reason that we were able to pivot to the Asia-Pacific region after having ended the war in Iraq and transitioning out of Afghanistan is precisely because this is going to be a massive growth area in the future. And we believe China can be a partner, but we're also sending a very clear signal that America is a Pacific power, that we are going to have a presence there. We are working with countries in the region to make sure, for example, that ships can pass through, that commerce continues, and we're organizing trade relations with countries other than China so that China starts feeling more pressure about meeting basic international standards. That's the kind of leadership we've shown in the region. That's the kind of leadership that we'll continue to show.
I just want to take one of those points. Again, attacking me is not talking about an agenda for getting more trade and opening up more jobs in this country. But the president mentioned the auto industry and that somehow I would be in favor of jobs being elsewhere. Nothing could be further from the truth. I'm a son of Detroit. I was born in Detroit. My dad was head of a car company. I like American cars. And I would do nothing to hurt the U.S. auto industry. My plan to get the industry on its feet when it was in real trouble was not to start writing checks. It was President Bush that wrote the first checks. I disagree with that. I said these companies need to go through a managed bankruptcy, and in that process, they can get government help and government guarantees, but they need to go through bankruptcy to get rid of excess cost and the debt burden that they'd built up. And fortunately,
Governor Romney,
the president
that's not what you said.
Fortunately, the president. You can take a look.
I'm gonna go through bankruptcy. I think I'm thinking about it. You know, I'm gonna go through it and see if I get a big bailout.
Governor Romney,
It's just crazy, yeah. Like corporations, even if they go through like what Mitt Romney's saying the correct way, you know, they'll get bailout. But like Americans don't even get like a minimum wage increase or like even just bare necessities from the government in any capacity. I mean, during COVID, we got $2,000 check and that was it. We should have been getting $2,000 every month.
You can take a look at the op-ed.
Not say
Where was the bailout for us average folk? You know, don't worry, the banks got bailed out again. Other companies got bailouts. PPP loans were bailed out.
You would provide governor help.
I said that we would provide guarantees, and that was what was able to allow these companies to go through bankruptcy, to come out of bankruptcy. Under no circumstances would I do anything other than to help this industry get on its feet. And the idea that has been suggested that I would liquidate the industry, of course not. Of course not.
Let's check the record.
That's the height of silliness. I have never said I would liquidate the industry.
Governor,
I want to keep the industry
Detroit,
going and thriving. And that's why I have the kind of commitment to make sure that our industries in this country can compete and be successful. We in this country can compete successfully with anyone in the world, and we're going to. We're going to have a president, however, that doesn't think that somehow the government investing in car companies like Tesla and Fisker, making electric battery cars. This is not research, Mr. President. These are the government investing in companies, investing in Solyndra. This is a company. This isn't basic research. I want to invest in research. Research is great. Providing funding to universities and think tanks, great. But investing in companies, absolutely not.
Governor,
that's the wrong way to go. I'm still speaking. So I want to make sure that we make America more competitive, and that we do those things that make America the most attractive place in the world for entrepreneurs, innovators, businesses to grow. But your investing in companies doesn't do that. In fact, it makes it less likely for them to come here, because the private sector is not going to invest in a solar company.
I'm happy to respond.
If you're investing government money in someone else's.
Look, I think anybody out there can check the record. Governor Romney, you keep on trying to airbrush history here. You were very clear that you would not provide government assistance to the U.S. auto companies, even if they went through bankruptcy. You said that they could get it in the private marketplace. That wasn't true. They would have gone through a liquid.
You're wrong, Mr. President.
No, I am not wrong. I am not wrong.
Here it comes again.
People will look it up.
I said,
but
you said,
more importantly, it is
you're
true
wrong.
that in order for us to be competitive, we're going to have to make some smart choices right now. Cutting our education budget, that's not a smart choice. That will not help us compete with China. Cutting our investments in research and technology, that's not a smart choice. That will not help us compete with China. Bringing down our deficit by adding $7 trillion of tax cuts and military spending that our military is not asking for, before we even get to the debt that we currently have, that is not going to make us more competitive. Those are the kinds of choices that the American people face right now. Having a tax code that rewards companies that are shipping jobs overseas instead of companies that are investing here in the United States, that will not make us more competitive. And the one thing that I'm absolutely clear about is that after a decade in which we saw drift, jobs being shipped overseas, nobody championing American workers and American businesses, we've now begun to make some real progress. What we can't do is go back to the same policies that got us into such difficulty in the first place. And that's why we have to move forward and not go back.
I could agree more about going forward, but I certainly don't want to go back to the policies of the last 4 years. The policies of the last 4 years have seen incomes in America decline every year for middle-income families, now down $4,300 during your term. 23 million Americans still struggling to find a good job. When you came to office, 32 million people on food stamps. Today, 47 million people on food stamps. When you came to office, just over $10 trillion in debt. Now, $16 trillion in debt. It hasn't worked. You said by now we'd be at 5.4% unemployment. We're 9 million jobs short of that. I've met some of those people. I've met them in Appleton, Wisconsin. I met a young woman in Philadelphia who's coming out of college, can't find work. Ann was with someone just the other day that was just weeping about not being able to get work. It's just a tragedy in a nation so prosperous as ours that these last 4 years have been so hard. And that's why it's so critical that we make America once again the most attractive place in the world to start businesses, to build jobs, to grow the economy. And that's not going to happen by just hiring teachers. Look, I love teachers, and I'm happy to have states and communities that want to hire teachers.
I love schools.
Do that.
I love walks on the beach.
I don't like to have the
I
federal
love fun.
government start pushing its way deeper and deeper into our schools. Let the states and localities do that. I was a governor. The federal government didn't hire our teachers. But I love teachers. But I want to get our private sector growing, and I know how to do it.
I think we all love teachers. Gentlemen, thank you so much
Got him. Fucking roasted
for a
him.
very vigorous debate. We have come to the end. It is time for closing statements. I believe you're first, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, Bob, Governor Romney, and to Lynn University. You've now heard 3 debates, months of campaigning, and way too many TV commercials. And now you've got a choice. Over the last 4 years, we've made real progress digging our way out of policies that gave us 2 prolonged wars, record deficits, and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. And Governor Romney wants to take us back to those policies. Foreign policy that's wrong and reckless, economic policies that won't create jobs, won't reduce our deficit, but will make sure that folks at the very top don't have to play by the same rules that you do. And I've got a different vision for America. I want to build on our strengths. And I've put forward a plan to make sure that we're bringing manufacturing jobs back to our shores by rewarding companies and small businesses that are investing here, not overseas. I want to make sure we've got the best education system in the world, and we're retaining our workers for the jobs of tomorrow. I want to control our own energy by developing oil and natural gas, but also the energy sources of the future. Yes, I want to reduce our deficit by cutting spending that we don't need, but also by asking...
I just realized there hasn't been one question about climate change in any of these debates.
...wealthy to do a little bit more.
Not in the first one, which was supposed to be domestic, which was all just about the deficit, really. Second one, no American asked about it. And here he briefly mentioned energy, but not in a climate change way.
So that we can invest in things like research
So
and
disappointing.
technology that are the key to a 21st century economy. As Commander-in-Chief, I will maintain the strongest military in the world. Keep faith with our...
That's the issue when you have these old...
and go after those who would do us harm.
These old panelists here, the hosts, they get to make the questions, and they don't give a fuck, probably.
And especially caring for our veterans.
That's at least why the town hall, I feel like, has the opportunity for someone to ask that question, but they still get to pick who gets to ask the questions.
Because of our character, because we pull together. And if I have the privilege of being your president for another 4 years, I promise you I will always listen to your voices. I will fight for your families. and I will work every single day to make sure that America continues to be the greatest nation on earth. Thank you.
Governor.
Thank you, Bob, Mr. President, folks at Lynn University. Good to be with you. I'm optimistic about the future. I'm excited about our prospects as a nation. I want to see peace. I want to see growing peace in this country. It's our objective. We have an opportunity to have real leadership. America is going to have that kind of leadership and continue to promote principles of peace that will make a world a safer place and make people in this country more confident that their future is secure. I also want to make sure that we get this economy going. And there are two very different paths the country can take. One is a path represented by the president, which at the end of 4 years would mean we'd have $20 trillion in debt, heading towards Greece. I'll get us on track to a balanced budget. The president's path will mean continuing declining in take-home pay. I want to make sure our take-home pay turns around and starts to grow. The president's path means 20 million people out of work, struggling for a good job. I'll get people back to work with 12 million new jobs. I'm going to make sure that we get people off of food stamps, not by cutting the program, but by getting them good jobs. America's going to come back, and for that to happen, we're going to have a president who can work across the aisle. I was in a state where my legislature was 87% Democrat. I learned how to get along on the other side of the aisle. We've got to do that in Washington. Washington is broken. I know what it takes to get this country back, and we'll work with good Democrats and good Republicans to do that. This nation is the hope of the earth. We've been blessed by having a nation that's free and prosperous thanks to the contributions of the greatest generation. They've held a torch for the world to see, a torch of freedom and hope and opportunity. Now it's our turn to take that torch. I'm convinced we'll do it. We need strong leadership. I'd like to be that leader with your support. I'll work with you. I'll lead you in an open and honest way. And I ask for your vote. I'd like to be the next president of the United States to support and help this great nation and to make sure that we all together maintain America as the hope of the earth. Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, thank you both so much. That brings an end to this year's debates, and we want to thank Lynn University and its students for having us. As I always do at the end of these debates, I leave you with the words of my mom, who said, "Go vote. Makes you feel big and strong."
That's great.
Good night.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you. I really enjoyed it.
All right. We did it. Completed Obama versus Romney. Yeah, I don't remember much of these debates at all from 11 years ago. I like I said, I did watch all of them. I remember being on Twitter and talking to people about it. Probably over my head a little bit, but yeah. I wouldn't say it's my favorite ones. Romney's not the most exciting guy. I think he's just your kind of basic politician. Obama still has the charisma. You know, if anything, he feels a little bit more corporate now at this point. You know, and I mean corporate in a standing with the Democratic Party, yada yada. Yeah, Romney reminds me more of like Biden, where he's talking about reaching across the aisle, how he used to do it back in the day or back when he was a governor. Yeah, so Romney clearly was not a real threat to Obama. I don't think back then it didn't feel that way. In these debates, it showed Romney had a gaffe, I think, I guess this is his best debate because he didn't have a gaffe in this one. Besides Obama roasted him on the bayonets and horses thing, which I called out before I even remembered that was a thing. Yeah. Obama, I think, won all three of them. I think the first one was Obama wasn't amazing in it, but Romney's his gaffes, and then obviously Binder Full of Women, and Obama kind of roasting him on the respectability thing of him, seeing Americans who were assassinated in Libya, and then you had this one where I think it was just, pretty basic stuff besides the horses and bayonets thing. But yeah, so what happened? What happened? I mean, we know what happened, but let's break it down a little bit more. Let's look at the Wikipedia page. So, yeah, Obama would win. Let's see if there was a bigger turnout than before. Probably, I mean, Obama's first term turnout was huge, so probably not. Yeah, he had 4 million less votes. Romney actually got more votes, almost by 1 million, than McCain. 4 million less people voted for Obama this time around. So 58.6% turnout compared to 61, which doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're talking about 3 million people, yeah, 3.0 million people. Where did Obama change? I mean, the electoral map's kind of the same. I think it's just, what is that there? Yeah, West Virginia, I think, changed. No, West Virginia's there. Maybe Illinois. Indiana. Indiana's the one that changed. Obama won Florida again. One California. One Ohio. One Pennsylvania. Yeah, the big ones there. Did they changed the electoral count for Nevada too? It looks like went from 5. So yeah, pretty similar map. Let's see here if it says anything more. Republicans experienced competitive primary, was consistently competitive in the poll and won the support of many party leaders, but he faced challenges from ever more conservative contenders, including Rick Santorum, former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, Ron Paul. Campaign was marked by a sharp rise in fundraising, including from nominally independent super PACs. I believe it. Obama was the first two-term president since Ronald Reagan to win both his presidential bids with the majority of the nationwide popular vote, and the first Democrat to do so since FDR. That's crazy. It just shows how right-wing America really is, dude. That, like, Obama is the first Democrat president to win 2 terms with the popular vote. Wait, wouldn't Clinton be that? On the other hand, Obama was the first 2-term president since Ronald Reagan to win both presidential bids with a majority of the nationwide popular vote, 50% or more, and the first Democrat to do so since FDR. Wouldn't Clinton be that, though? Or you not get the popular vote? Or you didn't get 50%, maybe? Oh, 49.2%. Okay, so you didn't get 50, is what that's what they're saying? And usually you get 50? Yeah, okay. $332 electoral votes. Of the 9 swing states, Obama won 8, losing only North Carolina. He won all the 18 blue wall states and defeated Romney in other swing states the Republicans had won in 2000, 2004, most notably Colorado, Florida, Ohio, and Virginia. Yeah. This is the start of the shift for Colorado as a blue state. Obama served a second term as president, while Biden also served a second term as vice president, initially retired from politics, but was later elected president in 2020. Yeah, obviously. Because, Biden came back into politics because he believed he could heal the nation or whatever. So, Do they have the same hand tuck and hand? Obviously, the photographer made him do it like that. That's just kind of funny. But yeah, obviously Obama would win predominantly, 65 million. I'm curious to look at the numbers compared to Hillary, because the biggest reason Hillary lost was that a lot of the places where Obama won, Hillary did not do as well in, and that's what costed her. Especially in the Rust Belt, where she didn't really campaign as much. Because I think a lot of the expectation was that Hillary would just get what Obama got. But you saw the Hillary and Obama division all the way back in... Obama won Florida twice. Both times. But you saw the division because Obama, or actually during the primaries in 2008, more Hillary voters voted for McCain than for Obama from the primary. And then, which is always funny to me when, and since then it's been Republican, yeah. I mean, Florida's always been a closely contested state. So I don't think Obama landslided in Florida. I don't think. You can look. But I also think, Mitt Romney wasn't really energizing the base. But like I said, it's just funny to me that Hillary people will be and I'm sure we'll get them on Friday when we do our next stream, when it'll be Hillary versus Trump. I'm sure we'll maybe get a Hillary supporter. I'm hoping, actually. Where it's just Hillary fans like to blame Bernie Sanders when more Bernie Sanders voted for Hillary after the primary than Hillary fans voted for Obama. So it's just funny that they act about we need to work together, it's Big Tent and all that stuff, and it's y'all just salty. That's all. But we'll get into that next week. But if anything, I always go back to it's Electoral College's fault. I think Hillary got 3 million more votes, but yeah, we finished it all. It's all Obama and Romney now. We're done. So we're at the getting closer and closer to the finish line. We can see it now. We have 5 more debates left in total. We have the 3 Hillary versus Trump ones, and then the Biden versus Trump. And to reiterate the schedule for that, hopefully it doesn't change, but it's kind of tentative. Is this coming Friday, the 21st at 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be watching Trump versus Clinton debates. And then Wednesday, the 26th, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern, watching Trump versus Biden, because there's only 2 of those. So, you think 2024 will have debates? I hope so. But I don't know. Trump has kind of hinted at not doing any debates even in the primaries. I don't know if that'll hurt him or not. I don't think it actually would. Because I feel like everyone's kind of just assumed Trump is the guy because of I don't know. Republicans have struggled to really have a good candidate since Bush left, because McCain wasn't that amazing, and then Mitt Romney obviously won a very contested primary, and then Trump won a very contested primary where there wasn't really any strong people, but then Trump just injected the MAGA-ism into the Republican Party. So, no one seems to be able to challenge it. Because DeSantis, I feel was the strongest one to challenge him, and he looks like he might not even make it to the primaries, because, no one gives a shit. And he keeps doing gaffe after gaffe, so... Yeah, no one really gives a shit about Mike Pence, either. I don't know what he thinks he's doing in the race. But... yeah, let's look at Florida here. I wanted to look at Florida real quick. Florida. So yeah, he won it by 50.1? Won it by 100,000 votes. So that shows you how contested Florida is. Crazy. Bernie's not going to run. Bernie already, I think, endorsed Biden. Technically, I don't know if he's did a whole thing, but he said he's not running again. He's not going to run as Republican of all things either. But yeah, once we wrap up this thing, we'll see what next steps are. I had one more episode planned, at least, for We Grow Together, which is my kind of political education kind of show. I'm still not in love with it when I'm doing it. I feel like it's, I don't know, just weird for me to do, but I'm at least try. I said at least I wanted to do 3 episodes before like I decide whether or not to continue it or maybe change it up in some capacity. Maybe it just becomes part of a just, hey, we should just cover politics here and there. But I don't know. So many people cover politics, I think, so much better than me, like current event stuff. I don't mind doing the debate stuff because I think that's always fun to do. But like, I also don't have the time to like cover current events every day like other people do, and who, like I said, do it better than me. Would do it better than me. Um. So we'll see. I like doing politics on stream. I think it has brought more viewers than me doing gaming. But that aside, like I have, honestly, more enjoyment out of doing politics than gaming sometimes. For streaming. I mean, gaming's fun. It's casual, but I don't know. I like talking about this kind of stuff, and yeah, I've been having a fun time doing this journey for sure. For sure. But I'm glad we're done with this one because, like I said, the last debate was a little rough for me. I'm tired. I'm like, ugh, gotta power through it. Gotta power through it. And it's taken it took us a good 6 hours again. I keep adding so much more time. It should only be 5, and I always add like an extra hour. The FBI cam, yes. I have a new camera. Yo, look, see? The Pepe frog's on. Added that as well. No, I have 2 cameras, and I haven't decided what I wanted to do with the second one for like a couple months. And then yesterday, I kind of just had inspiration after working on some of the presidential debate stream thumbnails, YouTube thumbnails for YouTube, which half of them are up there. I'm working slowly but surely uploading them all. And I was inspired by that because I made them all the presidential cutouts, like their faces or whatever, like black and white, and then I had like a pink outline. I'm like, oh, I wonder if I could do that for the like intro, be right back, or ending scenes for stream. And so I was messing with it, and I'm like, well, I can't, at least not that I know how, changing my one camera to have it switch filters, because actually I did update. I don't know if you could tell. I did update my webcam, my one that for this angle. I did change the filter on it, so I made it a little bit. It's called it's in Streamlabs. It's called Action Movie, and I feel like it made the colors a little bit more accurate. It's a little bit more darker in the back, which is kind of accurate. Because before it was here. I'll show you what it was before. If I can get it. Here, I'll show you what it looked like before. And I feel like it looks better. I never really messed with the filters in the webcam settings. So here action. I'm on Action Movie now. Here's how it was before. You can see it's not bad, and maybe the colors are like a little accurate, but I feel like the Action Movie just makes the darkers look a little bit more real, like what I see IRL. I don't know. It looks a little bit better. Just I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, with no filters. The greens I guess are there, and then with Action Movie, the greens look a little bit darker, more blue almost. I think it looks a little bit better. Makes it look cooler, yeah. And then yeah, the other one's just black and white. But I did I could quickly like do this. Oh. Whoa. So keep messing with that. What is that quote? What? I don't know what this says, but I think it's about this scooter. Because this was a meme for Ethan and I's podcast, Sonic Movie Show. From a couple episodes, from like 2 years ago. We like, once in a while we'll bring it back up. But I still had it on my computer, so I just made it my wallpaper to change it up. But this is Vin Diesel on some sort of scooter. But yeah, I like the black and white too. But I thought it can kind of have that vintage TV kind of vibe, at least for the, like I said, the start and ending and break screens. Just thought it was a good kind of fun, different thing to do. So yeah, and then it has the emote wall. So if you do any emotes in chat, they'll pop up on screen just for this section. So, let Carrie go. There's Bush. Bye, Bush. All right, y'all. That's going to be it for me. I appreciate you lurking, watching, all the new chatters who popped in. Appreciate it. Like I said, next one will be this Friday. Next one will be this Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern. That'll be 6 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time for me. Trump versus Clinton. I'm sure we're going to get some folks in because of how divisive we are now. I'm sure we'll get some Trumpers. I'm sure we'll get some Hillary folks. We'll see. I'm hoping on it. We'll always take new viewers that we can radicalize. Kidding. Not really. We should radicalize them. But yeah, I hope to catch y'all later. If you're in the Discord, if there's any updates, I'll pop in there. But I don't expect the schedule to change. So yeah, this Friday, 7/21, 8 p.m. Trump versus Clinton. The big. Definitely one of the heavy hitters. I think it's gonna be. Out of all the ones we've watched, obviously, it's like it's our Infinity War. I was talking about how Trump was name dropped in the first Obama Mitt Romney debate twice, and I'm like, it's like introducing a new character, or like the hinting at a new character joining the fray. And like I think about how Thanos was introduced to the MCU, how he was just like name dropped here and there. I think he was name dropped, or he was shown briefly in was it Guardians of the Galaxy before becoming like the center point of everything, the main villain. So it's kind of funny that like, hey, Trump was hinted at here, and he's gonna be right back. So, all right, y'all, that is it for me. Enough of me rambling. Thanks for watching, and apologies again for me freaking being like my nose has been awful this entire stream, and I'm sure it was a little gross. So apologize for that, and also apologize for my dog barking a couple times. He usually doesn't do that, so but hope it still was fun or informative. So, but yeah, thanks on for watching. I will see y'all later. Bye bye.